morning. Well, maybe it's afternoon or evening, depending where you are. But it's morning here in Las Vegas. It's day 2 of AWS reInvent. And we're continuing our live coverage from our video suite here at the Wynn Resort in Las Vegas. Our very first guest this morning is Michael Allen. Michael is with Dynatrace. I'm sure most of you know Dynatrace, but we'll jump into it in a minute and delve further. Michael is VP of Sales Channel with Dynatrace, and he's from the UK, made the trek out here to Vegas, and he doesn't think it's too cold. I thought it was cold, but
he's from London, you know.
Yeah,
hey.
But anyway, Michael, welcome to Techstrong TV, and thanks for joining us here at reInvent.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Mitch, for having me here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Great to.
It is, well, it is sunny, that's for sure, and it's dry.
It's
you know
a
what
dry
they always
cold.
say, it's a dry cold instead of a dry heat, exactly. That's what they tell you if you've ever been here in the summer. I don't know if you've had the pleasure of being here in the summer.
It's hot.
It's a dry heat.
Yeah, it's about 3 degrees cooler than
The sun.
no. But yeah, the wind is warm here in the summer. But anyway, Michael, I mentioned Dynatrace, and I said most of our audience probably knows Dynatrace. I think most of our audience have certainly heard of Dynatrace. I don't know if they really know the full gamut of the Dynatrace footprint, if you will, because, you know, over the years between acquisitions and organic growth, you guys have added a lot to the mix, right? I know people out there who say, oh yeah, I know Dynatrace, they're a mainframe company, right?
Oh boy, that's
Back in the day.
Yeah.
So why don't we start there? Well, how would you explain Dynatrace to the audience?
Well, I've been at Dynatrace and seen all of those iterations,
Oh, okay.
the journey. So it's been 25 years for me with the organisation. We're today sitting in a category of observability and security. It's a market category we see as being probably greater than 50 billion total addressable market, and you know this observability category in the past was kind of monitoring, but it's now, you know, with the advent of cloud and cloud native environments, as this category of observability is kind of spun up. And it's all of what we do at Dynatrace is we, from data, really deliver answers and intelligent automation to really help our customers. And we've got about 4,000 of the world's biggest enterprises depend on Dynatrace to run their applications, their infrastructure, and make sure they're secure and run flawlessly. Every digital interaction runs flawlessly, and we're trying to really help our customers get to a world where their software just runs perfectly.
Sure. You're right. Observability, look, if you had gone to sleep for 10 years, when you went to sleep, observability wasn't a word.
No, it's
right?
APM. Or
Yeah, right. There was application
or
performance monitoring and
Yeah.
management. There was, you know, there was log management. You know, observability, I guess it kind of burst on the scene for me maybe 3 or 4 years ago. And a lot of it is driven, you're right, by open source, by things like OpenTelemetry and Prometheus. And so it's a big sort of open source base that supports this whole observability, as you said, a $50 billion market. Now, what I've seen though, is some companies who had legacy prior to the observability solution, you know, revolution, they resisted embracing the open source. They said, yeah, that's great for the open source crowd, but we're an enterprise company and we've been doing this a long time. We just didn't call it observability. And so they kind of resisted. Other companies, especially some of the newer companies in this market, embraced the open source, saying, hey, that's the tide that lifts us all to a certain level, and then that's where we start our competition, right? We start competing on top of that. What do we build on top of the open source? What do you think the Dynatrace model there is? Is it a little of both, or?
It's a bit of both, actually. If you take the name Dynatrace, we're Dynatrace the company, we're Dynatrace the product, right? We only have one platform, and it stands for dynamic tracing, right? Because that's really what we set about originally to do, is to be able to dynamically trace every tap, click and swipe from a user's device, browser, through the internet, through the web tier, app tier, middleware, into the mainframes as well, and
Sure.
and into the various different data lakehouses. We do that dynamic tracing. It's been at the heart of our product, and that's what generates really the heart of our AI engine, which is our causal dependency model, which we call Smartscape, which our AI engine, Davis, kind of sits on top of that. But when you think about open source, in the open source market, there's open telemetry.
Right.
So for some customers who just want to drop an agent on their application infrastructure and allow it to automatically instrument, that's what the Dynatrace agent technology does. But at the same time, we bring in open telemetry. We've been in one of the forerunners of that community and that movement to bring it in, that data in as a first-class citizen into Dynatrace and other data sources such as Prometheus, and especially in the cloud, as we're here at AWS reInvent. There's a lot of metrics that you get out of CloudWatch on AWS that we ingest, and that's at the heart of observability. It's metrics, it's events, it's traces, it's logs, all brought together in a single platform. All sources.
One thing that's happened within, I know you have an announcement in this area, but we thought of observability as an extension of the PM market monitoring, but it's really kind of crossed over and expanded to be a security platform as well as an operational platform for applications and infrastructure. Tell us a little bit about what's happening in security and what your announcement is around that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's the age-old thing around observability is if you can't observe it, you can't manage it. The big challenge was historically with the world of monitoring is you're just putting more and more data on glass, which becomes impossible, especially with so many moving pieces, the variety of data, velocity of transactions, that you really need an AI engine to augment that, not only for the monitoring, but also for the security as well, to do automatic vulnerability detection and automatic runtime application protection, because the old world of putting perimeters around your components is really difficult when it's hybrid multi-cloud
Not sure where the perimeter is anymore. Right?
Exactly. So you kind of almost need to, I mean, all of that still exists, but it's also about protecting from within, blocking those injection attacks or JNDI attacks or command attacks that may be out there, which were never anticipated as a vulnerability. So yeah, today I'm actually really pleased to announce Dynatrace has just achieved its 7th competency, AWS competency, and that's one for security.
That's amazing. 7
That's
competencies.
fantastic. Yeah.
For those of you at home who maybe aren't familiar with how the AWS partner and AWS marketplace kind of dynamics work, any partner at AWS, I guess you don't have to have a competency, but if you want to do business, the AWS channel apparatus has to know sort of what bucket you're in, right? And so most AWS partners, they have at least one competency. Some of the bigger ones will be maybe 2 or 3 competencies. If you have 3 competencies, you're a well-rounded AWS partner. To have 7 competencies is, you're the first ones I know of that have 7 competencies, in all honesty. I haven't heard of one before. I don't want to put you on the spot, but security is the newest one, but what's the other 6?
So we've got the government competency. We've got modernization and migration competency. We've got a containers competency. We've got a cloud operations competency. We've got a DevOps competency, and the one that actually I'm really, really proud of is the ML and applied AI one, because as far as I know, we're the only solution provider in the market to have that competency, which is real recognition that, that's why, Dynatrace has been very disruptive in this observability market, because we think you can only do it right in the cloud at scale with the largest enterprises with AI built in, not bolted on, and that's kind of heart of our platform.
Absolutely, and really, that really is the key to modern observability, is scale, right? Because you need a certain scale of data, and then the ability to analyze that data and draw patterns and conclusions in order for it to be effective.
With that down too, I want to mention it's scale, and it's also kind of the ability to adapt to change, right? Because you're talking about large enterprises, constant M&A activity, right? Well as reorganizational things happening, and all of a sudden now we have 3 more companies we acquired in the last 30 days or 90 days that we've got to embrace within this whole architecture platform. And it seems like that's one of the advantages of Dynatrace has, is that as a platform, if I can use that term, you're extending what you do into other environments, and it's not like you have to go Borg and encompass it, right? You can use OpenTelemetry or other ways to bring that data in.
Yeah, and I think part of the secret sauce is to your point, as you acquire or more applications get modernized or moved to the cloud, the ability to just throw the instrumentation out there with kind of no pre-configuration and let it discover, auto instrument what it discovers, auto instrument the log files, the applications, auto baseline, and then when things go adrift from the normal, automatically troubleshoot with precise root cause answers that then allow automation to remediate the problem to the world where you get to that kind of autonomous cloud operations.
I want to mention something else. Look, we spent yesterday going over some of the pre-announcements that AWS made and some of the news that broke yesterday. So much of it is around generative AI. Generative AI this, generative AI that. But when we talk about observability in my mind is probably the best example of where ML, some people call it ML ops, AI ops, applied ML or applied AI. So it's not that generative chatbot AI ops kind of thing, but it's more AI with machine learning, recognizing patterns and making decisions based upon past events. And really that's Dynatrace's forte here is that ML ops or ML AI type of expertise, but I would imagine, like everyone else, you're building some generative AI on top of that.
Correct. We've got a multi or hypermodal AI system within Davis. That's the name we call our AI engine. The heart of it is causal AI. So because we dynamically, through our dynamic tracing, build up a model of precisely in real time, the dependencies of every container and every pod connected to every bit of infrastructure, because we see all the transactions flowing through, we know precisely when something goes wrong, causally, what was dependent on it. I think a lot of the world of monitoring in the past has been kind of accused of being correlation. If something happened, for example, if I went out in Vegas today and it started raining and I put my umbrella up, that would be a normal reaction to rain coming down. But if I walk out today, it's obviously not raining, and I put my umbrella up, does rain come down? Very unlikely, and that's where correlation gets it wrong. So we have our causal AI, which is precise-based answers on what's happened. And then we couple that, exactly as you mentioned, Alan, with machine learning, which is our predictive AI piece, to see what we've seen in the past. Is that going to generate a problem in the near or certain future? And then the big challenge, I think, around generative AI is if it's garbage in, there's a risk of it being garbage out. And that's why we feel with our Davis Copilot, which is our generative AI, our productive assistant to help our customers, because we're sitting on the most precise set of observability data, we believe that generative AI engine and Davis Copilot can be a real game changer for our customers in terms of productivity gains.
I agree. I don't know if you know, and again, I hate to ask a question that we don't know the answer for. I went to law school. That's the first thing they teach you. Never ask a question you don't know the answer
That's
to.
the fake it till you make it.
But
right?
yeah.
If you don't
As long as it's not a law, then I'll give it a go.
Where's Davis come from, you think?
The name Davis, it's interesting. There is a history. There is a history.
I figured there had to be a
story.
Yeah, and we very early on in the current Dynatrace, we added in an Alexa assistant to Dynatrace, so you could actually have a conversation with Dynatrace, and it was Alexa skill, and we gave that skill a name, and we gave it the name Davis. And there's been a few definitions. What does D for Dynatrace is? You got A as AI. So it could be, because basically the human is talking to Davis and talking to have there been any problems today? And she'll list the problems. It's a female voice, and she'll say, "Do you want any more information?" You say, "Yeah, I want information on that incident or that problem." And Davis will then answer you back with the precise root cause, the business impact, and offer up. Do you want me to fix it and do some auto remediation? So
that's the name, and it's a female. That threw me a loop too.
I did not know
something like AI virtual assistant or something like that. Been around, yeah.
One thing I'm curious about is, since we're AWS, or reInvent here, what is it about Dynatrace in the cloud, Dynatrace in the AWS environment that kind of brings out additional capabilities or unique capabilities when you're operating in a specific cloud environment like AWS?
I think this kind of ties back to what we were chatting about earlier, where if you went to sleep and woke up, monitoring all of a sudden turned into observability. And that's really where I think the previous generation of technology kind of hit a brick wall with cloud-native environments, where you got very dynamic platforms like Cloud Foundry and then Kubernetes, where things are spinning up and spinning down. The life of a container might be, only but a second or 2 seconds in duration, and if there's a problem with any of those or workloads are being shifted, you need to understand the business impact of that. Because really APM, the promise of APM was, do you want to know when you've got a problem? Most people say, yeah. Do you want to know how big a problem that is? How many users are affected? Yeah, I need to know that to prioritize. And do you want to know exactly what precisely caused the root cause? Okay, yeah, I need to know that, and I need to do that in minutes, not tens of minutes or hours. And that's really where Dynatrace in that cloud environment has thrived, going to this single one agent, that as the cloud scales up and workloads move, Dynatrace just automatically instruments that technology. And then that can result obviously in a large volumes of data brought back into the platform, and that's where the AI system on top is. We have dashboards in Dynatrace, but the thesis of how we designed it was, could this be the next level of observability where you don't even need dashboards? The answers are so precise, you could either automate off or just open up a ticket into the ITSM platform. So, yeah, I think that's one. The other piece is Dynatrace is, comes at 2 flavors: Dynatrace SaaS, and we run it on AWS, and we have Dynatrace Managed, which is like the comfort of SaaS, but the confidence on premise for those customers who
still don't trust the cloud,
don't want to go.
Or there's compliance issues.
Or compliance issues. Yeah. And I think that's been another key area, Mitch, where we run on AWS, we run in multiple regions around the world, so the platform's exactly where the customers can be compliant or in line with regulations. And then we've about a year ago, we announced Grail, which is our, is powered by the cloud. It's our massive parallel processing data lakehouse, purposely built for observability, and that was brought to the world first on AWS. So we support hundreds and hundreds of AWS services natively in Dynatrace. From the first day we launched Dynatrace, we've run it on AWS as a SaaS platform. And that is about bringing that capability to the fingertips of our mutual AWS customers.
This is all available in the AWS marketplace as well?
Correct, through both public offers and private offers.
If you don't mind, I want to talk a little bit about your role, right? We said earlier you were VP Sales Channel. So are you responsible for the AWS relationship with Dynatrace, I assume? And then what about other sales channels from Dynatrace?
Yeah, so it's Dynatrace is becoming a highly predominant partner-led organization. More than 2/3 of our business is with our partners, both in the hyperscalers and also global and regional strategic system integrators, which I'm responsible worldwide for both of those, which is kind of why I come to this event, because it's a fantastic place. I see there's a real tri-party movement in the customers. The customers are modernizing on the hyperscaler with AWS and with a large a global or regional system integrator who are our partners. And this is a great place to meet those parties.
Yeah, no, it comes together nicely.
Comes together really, really nicely.
Yeah, I look, doing what we do, we go to a lot of conferences, and I've been to some of the other cloud provider. There's only 3 of them. Some of the other big public cloud provider conferences, and all 3 of them do that well, right? They manage, or they marry the big technology provider like a Dynatrace, running it on that cloud platform, and then at that same conference are the integrators. We used to call them VARs, and back in the days, right? SIs. And it's a great place to gather and bring that whole ecosystem together with end users too.
Absolutely.
So it's a great thing. For people who want to get more information about this latest competency around security, more about Dynatrace working with on the AWS platform, where would you suggest they go, Michael?
Well, aside from going to Dynatrace.com, which is always a great place to start, especially if you want to become a partner or find out about our partner business. Obviously, we're here at AWS reInvent. We're booth 606.
If you're watching this live and in Vegas.
That's not 404, that's 606.
Right.
Easy one to remember, right?
Yeah.
And, we got it's manned by our expert team running demonstrations. You can come and see that live. We've also got a couple of breakout sessions tomorrow. One's on a topic of applications running on Kubernetes and how to maximize, maximize innovation on Kubernetes for your applications. And then we've got another one about how do you get another breakout on DevSecOps, so that it's really speeding up, accelerating innovation, more change.
Those are right in our, those are right in our sweet spot. Actually, I think we saw the Dynatrace Kubernetes when we were in Chicago a couple of weeks ago at KubeCon.
Right.
KubeCon, Cloud Native Con. And Dynatrace was there doing that. And of course, DevSecOps is what we do almost every day, but it's excellent. I should mention, if I'm not mistaken, people are doing reInvent virtual, right? You could log on virtually. So even if you're not here in Vegas, but you want to see maybe these breakout sessions, I think they are available in the virtual aspect of reInvent, so check that out. Anyway, Michael, thanks for stopping up and
congratulations on the announcement.
7, lucky 7.
You're in the right place for lucky 7.
Hopefully next time.
I was just going to say, are there plans for any more?
I don't know. Maybe next year I'm back here and we're going to hit the magic number of 10.
Hey, 10. 3 in a year would be a good year.
Yeah.
Congratulations, though.
Yeah, thanks.
Pleasure.
Thanks, Alan. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks,
Michael Allen, VP of Sales Channel here for Dynatrace here at AWS reInvent. We're going to take a break. We have some other content we're going to be running as we get ready for our next guest in just a bit.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey there, welcome back to KubeCon here 2023 in Chicago, Chi-Town. So we're having a great time. First day of the conference, it's really going well. Lots of us, lots of people, very well attended. And as we said, having great conversations here on Techstrong TV, including with our next guest, Omri Gazette.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
With Acerta. Welcome, man. It's good to talk with you. We've chatted before, but it's been a while.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to be chatting with you. So, well, first of all, kind of tell us a little bit about Acerta and kind of what you guys do, and then we'll get into some good stuff.
Absolutely. Acerta is a cloud-native authorization platform. So we set out to solve authorization. And, my background has been in cloud-native technologies, from, 15, 20 years ago at Microsoft and at HP, building products like OpenStack and Cloud Foundry and, at Microsoft Azure. And as an industry, we focused almost exclusively on the identity part and not so much on the access. Well, identity now is a solved problem, access, not so much. And so,
authentication isn't enough?
You'd think, so most people, like a layman audience, they basically go, but it's all auth, right? It's all auth. And you go, well, there's actually two parts to auth. Authentication is proving that you are who you say you are, passwords or biometrics or magic links, a lot of different ways of doing it now. Two-factor, but mostly it's all a problem, right? And authorization is, now that you're logged in, what can you do in the context of the application? What permissions do you have? What roles do you have? And so that has no standards, no developer services. It's kind of the Wild West. Mostly what people do is they bake a lot of like spaghetti logic inside of their application.
And they think it's the directory's going to solve all that for them, and not really. That's more identity.
Exactly.
Maybe there's some access rules in it, but not certainly across the entire cloud platform or application.
Ironically, back in the days of Active Directory, I used to be involved. I used to run the project in Azure Active Directory.
That was you.
Yeah, I know. Okay. It's our fault. It was easier back then because at least you had users belong to groups, LDAP groups, and then you would basically authorize based on what group the user was a part of. Today, there's no such thing. There's no like global place where all of these roles and and groups and users are stored. So that's the problem that we're trying to solve.
So talk to us a little bit more then. What does that look like in today's cloud world? I remember the Active Directory days.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of. It's been a while. But so what does it look like today? Where do you start? What do you have to then put in place as opposed to go roll your own, build your own?
Right, so today basically every microservice has to kind of hand roll its own, and a lot of teams we're now seeing that are basically intent on treating this as a cross-cutting concern. And the reason for that, primarily is security and agility. So security, broken access control is the #1 issue on the OWASP top 10 list. OWASP is the organization that does web application security, and so they basically have determined that a whopping 94% of the applications they test have some form of broken access control.
I can imagine,
so these organizations are like, no more. Like, we can't deal with this anymore. Every time we have a breached identity, it wreaks havoc.
One thing about how do you test that, right? Writing a test plan to go through every permutation of everybody's account.
And the problem is that it's application logic. So 20% of all the logic that application developers write are all these spaghetti logic if statements and switch statements. So what's the process? The first thing you need to do is extract all that logic, kind of take it out of the application, and express it in its own domain-specific language. And that's where cloud-native technologies come in. So we have a project called Open Policy Agent that's primarily used in infrastructure scenarios, like how to protect your Kubernetes cluster, what's called Kubernetes admission control. There's a project called Gatekeeper that's based on OPA. What we've done at Acerta is we've created a different open source project called Topaz. And it brings OPA as a decision engine, but then makes it possible for you to actually build API and application authorization using that same open source technology. So for example, if you wanted to go build something like Google Docs, right? And so you're, for example, an owner of a document and you want to share that document with me as a viewer. Well, you could basically assign it to me directly as a viewer, or you could basically say, well, I'm going to make the engineering group a viewer on this document. Actually, I'm going to make it a viewer on the folder, and I'm going to put all these documents in the folder. Well, that's pretty complex to build. That's how Google built its authorization model, and they extracted their own service out. It's called Zanzibar. And so what we've done is we've made it really easy to build Zanzibar-style authorization models that support RBAC and sharing, resource sharing, and we've bunched it up with OPA as the decision engine, so you get the best of both worlds. Policy as code, so you write an authorization policy in a domain-specific language, and policy as data. You get to express these relationships between subjects, users, and objects, like documents or folders or things like that, and we'll evaluate all that stuff for you.
It seems like also you would be able to have some audit trail on changes over time, right? Instead of this stuff embedded in the app and nobody knows why that changed, or that it even changed, right?
That's one of what we call the 5 laws of authorization. So we say the first one is you extract your, like authorization is a cross-cutting concern. The second one, policy, policy-based. Third one is fine-grained. Fourth one is real-time. Fifth one is centralized decision logs. Why? Because not just for audit trails and compliance, but also for forensics, right? So if you have a breached identity, what did they do in the application? Well, if you log every decision that each one of these microservices has made, now you have like basically a trail to follow. Your security team can look at it and say, this breached identity was able to do this, this, and this, before we were able to find it and cut it off. And so all of that stuff is critical. That's what we call the 5 laws of authorization.
Just like a Linux sysadmin, wants to see privilege escalation. Yes. How did it happen? Who did it? What's the, backtrack into how that
And now
occurred.
You want to do it for applications, not just for the operating system, not just for the infrastructure.
So if you take all that code out, what replaces it? Is it API calls to a cloud service? You said it's open source. You're running an instance of this in your data center. How does that work?
Exactly. So that's one of the precepts that I was talking about, real time. Authorization is the critical path of every application request, right? So you can't take a 100 millisecond network latency to go to an internet hosted server across the internet from you just to know whether Mitch can actually read this document. Like, that's just not going to work. And so you have to have the authorizer deployed right next to your application. And that's what our Topaz open source project is. It's an authorizer. It's distributed as a Docker container, but it's just a binary that you can run anywhere. And so it makes lightning fast authorization decisions based on local data. But then you want a control plane that manages the life cycle of the policies, all of the data, and the decision logs. And that's what Asserto brings to the table. So we have a distributed systems architecture where all the authorization happens locally, but all the policies and the data and the decision logs are managed centrally.
Okay, and is the local stuff like cached also data that's relevant to things happen there? Okay,
so that's
where you get the speed, yeah.
That's right, so the control plane is responsible for refreshing all the data, making sure that the authorizers have the latest up-to-the-minute data, up-to-the-second data, and then the authorizers can make a decision based on local data, and they can make it in a millisecond, literally as fast as a millisecond.
So security, every security person's probably thinking, okay, so in our domain today, it's like get in, move laterally, move up into the directory,
exactly.
Right? In this kind of a world, how do you battle against or protect against that kind of an approach to attacking this?
So the idea is to really adhere to the principle of least privilege, and the approach of fine-grained authorization goes hand in hand with that. I like to say there is no zero trust without fine-grained authorization. If you're still resorting to basically assigning these coarse-grained, over-provisioned roles to your users, you're not really kind of fixing the problem. But what you need is a fine-grained access control system where you're not just a viewer or an editor or an admin for the entire application. You may be like an owner of a resource in that application. And so you don't need over-provisioning. You don't need to be able to see every resource to have owner-level access to this resource. Fine-grained access control is what gives that to you. And so if we really want to solve the kind of access control issues, the broken access control issues that are just pervasive, we have to go with a fine-grained approach.
Okay, interesting. It would also be the case that the fact that you have a kind of local agent running in a container, pretty limited in what it can do, right? It's caching, it's making API calls back to the control plane. A lot of what's happening is in the control plane, the data behind it.
Exactly.
So your attack surface is really just locally.
Exactly.
Unless you can try to figure out where that is, what it is, and how to get to it.
Right. I mean, you have complete isolation. The authorizer is essentially read-only with respect to the data that it has. You could basically have it, once it gets all of its commands from the control plane, you can't mess with what's in it. Right, so it'll literally, you can turn off the ports that allow you to write any data or policies into that container. So the attack surface is essentially reduced down to just making authorization calls. Since it's read-only, you can't really attack it. And the control plane is hardened on our side. So, by having that separation between the control plane and the data plane, you've really vastly reduced your overall surface area that you have to secure.
And maybe you mentioned this to me earlier, or I had a brilliant flash, probably you mentioned it, is, one of the things about doing an application logic is it's in memory, right? And if you're doing switches and things like that to control what features people can, level of granularity, great, just get in memory, twiddle a few bits, and now I can do whatever I want. If it's going through, no, I don't determine that in my code. This gives me the result of yes, no, what the privilege is, right?
Yeah, and so that really enables that separation of duties. So application developers no longer have to worry about writing all this authorization logic. 20% of their code, 20%. I mean, imagine
it's all
the
bug
opportunity
free, right? All that stuff we write, all that authorization logic we wrote, no bugs in that.
Exactly, no bugs at all. I mean, those broken access control, vulnerabilities, we don't know how they got there.
Yeah,
but it frees the application developer from worrying about that, and instead you can give it to a security professional and security engineer, and they can now reason about the entire surface area. All that logic, authorization logic, is now extracted, expressed in a domain-specific language. You can reason about the entire surface area of the authorization of the application.
This may not be a fair comparison, but I remember the Active Directories day, well, the LDAP days too, of figuring out, designing how your structure and how you're going to do all that. That was a big chore. It was a lot of work to get all that set up. So you can start to then, whether it's file server access or applications or whatever, what does it take to set this kind of an infrastructure up?
Great question. So, I talked about, fine-grained, policy-based real-time. That's really kind of functionally what we support in Topaz and Acerto. But from a non-functional perspective, we'd like to say fast, flexible, easy. So fast, authorizations in under a millisecond. Flexible, we support every authorization model, so RBAC, ABAC, REBAC, all the backs. And we run in every cloud, right? So very flexible. And easy, to your question, is falling off a log easy to integrate into your applications. So what we have is SDKs in every language, not just kind of low-level gRPC or REST SDKs, which we do have, of course, but higher-level SDKs where we'll build middleware that makes it really easy for an application developer to add authorization with a single line of code, right? Sometimes even just a few characters of code. You initialize the middleware, you place it in the dispatch path of the application, using an attribute, if you're in Python or Ruby, or using, like a Express.js, route handler, middleware, or, in Golang middleware. So whatever the language is, we'll use the idiomatic way of integrating into that language. So it makes it super easy for developers to do the right thing. What we used to say back when I was at Microsoft, we used to say, helping developers fall into the pit of success.
Despite themselves.
Despite themselves, right? Exactly, yes.
How about data, data and access controls? Is that part of this world too?
Absolutely. So if you think about fine-grained access control, it's really about access control to resources. And so rather than saying, a coarse-grained role, you're an admin. Admin over what exactly? Over everything? Like most applications and most enterprises that I know, you may have a role within a department, but not a role across all the departments. And so, for example, if I have data that's restricted to a certain department, I want to write a rule around that. I want to be able to say, I'm an admin, but only in the context of these resources, this data. And so we have a lot of folks with that use case. I would say financials, insurtech, health tech, all of those types of organizations have pretty strict rules around data. Personal health records, for example, you really need to adhere to a pretty locked down set of rules in order to be compliant. And so how do you do that? Well, you write fine-grained access control policies. And so this goes hand in hand with regulated industries and so on.
Yeah, audit trails and all those good things.
Exactly.
How about if I have an existing directory of whatever kind, LDAP or whatever, infrastructure, I'm using a cloud service. I imagine you have to integrate with that, do LDAP interface or some other connectivity.
That's another core part of, so we have the open source project, Topaz, but, core part of the commercial value prop is integrate with everything, right? So, we have connectors to Auth0, Okta, Azure Active Directory, LDAP, Cognito, Google Workspace, pretty much anything where you want to get authorization data, so data about your users or groups, relationships between them. We can import all of that stuff into our system, so you can keep it, the source of truth can still be Active Directory or LDAP, and we'll bring all that data in, and then you can write your authorization policies in terms of that data. And we solve the hard problem of getting that data in and then distributing that to all the Topaz authorizers that are sitting in your cloud right next to your applications.
Cool. So last question, I can think of a bunch of others, but last question is, it's the age, the month, the quarter of generative AI, right? Everybody's talking about large language models and domain-specific and vector databases and all those things. Is that become part of this? What's the access control look like for those things? Or is that kind of still getting sorted out for AI, generative AI kinds of implementation?
Yeah, it's a great question, and a lot of people are really worried about, how do I make sure that my proprietary data doesn't end up leaking into, some training system that sucks it in, and how do I know where it goes? So that is, clearly a problem that the industry faces. When I think about the applications of AI to access control, I actually get excited about maybe something that feels a lot more mundane than generative large language models. Just the problem of anomaly detection. Right, so you have basically a set of, authorization decisions that were made, and all of a sudden I find out that Mitch somehow approved an order in Salesforce in the in the sales system. How did that happen? Mitch is an engineer.
That's root privileges engineer.
Exactly, that may be an issue. So I can actually run all of this data through, a training system that will then assign a risk score to whether that particular operation should or shouldn't happen. And I can decide whether to allow it in real time, or if maybe that's too slow for me. At least I have that for posterity getting flagged, and then causing the security team to go look at their policies and say, how did that happen? Should Mitch really have had access to this HR system? Should Mitch really have access to editing his own salary in the,
I think that's a good idea.
From Mitch's perspective, sure, but maybe not for the HR.
Kind of more generally though, it's really incident response.
Yes.
Kind of process, right?
Exactly.
Getting access to that information.
That's the thing I get excited about with respect to applying AI to authorization. I think there are much more low-hanging fruit than just saying, I want to be able to express in English, some authorization rules.
Yeah.
Of course that will come. One thing that we worry about is authorization really tends to be something that we care deeply about from a security perspective, so we don't trust our systems to auto-generate those rules. And that's why I think that it's going to be a little while before organizations are comfortable with people just expressing rules, in English.
You also don't want a hallucination happening
Exactly.
when you're writing your rules. So talk to the folks there, tell them where they can download the open source, try things out, kick the tires.
So our open source project, Topaz, you can find on GitHub, github.com/Aserto, that's spelled ASERTO -dev, Aserto dev, /Topaz. And Topaz is a great project. You can use that on your own, without basically connecting it with anything else. We have a great set of tools for getting you started. It's one of the few open source projects that has a built-in console, like a management console. So we essentially give you all of the goodies for free. But then if you want to scale that for your entire organization, you have multiple applications, you want to express authorization policies, you want to practice policy as code, you want to centralize the decision logs, that's where Asserto.com comes in. Asserto is the control plane that allows you to scale all that to the entire size of your organization. So start with a single project with open source, and then gradually expand that to your entire application.
All right, Armory Gazette with Asserto. .io, right?
Asserto.com, actually.
.com. Oh,
we are the .com. We're the real deal.
Wow, you're the first gen. Thank you much for stopping by, and great progress. A lot of things have happened since you and I have chatted. So
it has.
Good to hear. That's good stuff. Yeah, good luck. But definitely check them out. .com, Asserto.com, and like I said, you could start out with open source and kind of go from there. Do some experimentation, build little things, prototypes, apps, etc. So we are coming back with more folks for you to hear from with great technology stories, also kind of their experiences in the cloud native world. So please stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey everybody, welcome back to KubeCon here, 2023 in Chicago. More great conversations. Speaking of which, my new best friend who I just met, Puneet Gupta. Welcome from Amberflow.
That's right. So nice to be with you.
Nice to meet with you. Fellow entrepreneur, love your story coming out of your last position, I guess, with AWS and doing this company for a few years now. And you're in this Kubernetes space, so tell us, that's a pretty big space. Yeah. Tell us a little bit about what you're up to.
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll just sort of give a quick intro about the company, and then we'll certainly dive into how we are helping the Kubernetes Docker infrastructure and the developer network there. So Amberflow.io, I'm the founder CEO. Company's about 3 years old. We're venture-backed, Bay Area-based. And what we do is we enable businesses to charge and track on usage. Okay. So our platform is called Cloud Metering and Usage-Based Pricing and Billing Platform. Okay. And this is, I think, I'm sure you're seeing it all across. Back 3 years ago when we started the company, it was kind of, most of folks were still on the fence whether businesses are going to shift towards usage-based pricing and billing model, but I think now the cat's out of the bag. More and more companies are going down that way, and of course, that itself intersects the Kubernetes Docker infrastructure. I'm sure we'll get into that. So we enable those companies, either you're already down the path or you're wanting to go down the path from a traditional model to shifting towards usage-based pricing and billing. We provide the cloud metering, usage-based pricing and billing infrastructure and enable them to do that.
Just having made my own transition years back, moving into the cloud early in AWS days, but having that conversation with your financial people, budgeting, whatever it is, then you just didn't know. You would find out once you got there. I don't know if that's still happening. It's like we kind of need to get there to know yet, or is that something you can help people do, kind of get an idea of what our pricing is going to be?
Yeah.
Or you just step in when it's kind of out of control, bring it back in line?
Yeah, it's it's a little bit of a mixed bag. Usually it's a function of what we're seeing is kind of company, the type of company, like if you're a platform-oriented company or you're applications-oriented company. And then second, I would sort of call them maturity curve in the cloud. Those are sort of the two functions that kind of determine where they are on that trajectory and how they're looking at it on both in terms of opportunity or the pain point. But I think increasingly, though, we're seeing sort of things starting to converge, where wherever the companies are on the landscape on that journey, I would say just maybe in the last year or so, there have been few things, particularly just in the last 6 months, this generative AI, LLM wave, that has been a huge catalyst. Whoever was kind of on the fence, was not sure, for whatever reasons, as you said, yeah, I don't have visibility, I don't like this model because my finance team don't have visibility. Everybody's just lock, stock, and barrel starting to capitulate that this is the model to go forward. We can unpack it some more. So that's sort of what we're seeing. I think, it is definitely maybe right now, I would say 2023 could itself be sort of that inflection point where it was should we not, to becoming more mainstream, where it's just you have to do it. It's not a question of if, it's only a question of when.
Do you think, maybe you both, but do you think we need to move too quickly to do something in our own environment and spin it up, or do you think it's more we just don't have the resources and don't know that we want to take the time to go buy whatever hardware environment to do this?
Yeah, I think it is one of those things. If you look at, again, just overall, I call sort of the maturity curve in the cloud, and what I mean by that is, if you're building your IT stack, your cloud native IT stack, and you look at the building blocks within that, I would say you are going to arrive at a conclusion that this is best suited to outsource and get a vendor. And here's the reason why, not just, of course, the fact that we offer a solution, but there is reason we're offering the solution because
the reason why you're doing what you're doing.
The reason we're doing it because we see a market for a couple of reasons. One is, it is, and part of the reason also plays to your earlier question, yes, it is a little bit of a heavier lift than just sitting down and back of the envelope coming up with $100 per user per month. So that's easy to do, and it didn't require a level of infrastructure to do that, because there's just a couple of guys in the finance or in the back office, and you come up with a pricing plan, and you can run with it for a long while. Usage-based pricing and billing does require some upfront investment in infrastructure, right? So now the question is, where do we start? And some of this has been a function of where the market has been. There weren't that many solutions out there, third party. So most companies ended up building. If you look at certainly the first batch of companies, the cloud companies, AWS and others, but I would say even the next layer of companies that came about, 10 years back, 12 years of the world, Databricks, MongoDB, Snowflake, all of these guys had to build this infrastructure in-house because there wasn't anything out there. But I would say today, if you're starting a company, if you're a startup, mid-market, even large companies, you really have to think about, do you really want to invest in this area? Is this a core competency, particularly now that there are solutions available? So it's one of those build versus buy conversation.
Ironic, it's almost like do I want to build another data center, back in that generation. So you're specifically in the Kubernetes space? Or a little broader than that? Yeah,
so we are a horizontal platform.
Okay.
And so when we say metering and usage-based pricing and billing, let me outline sort of what are the constructs of metering. So it is a horizontal platform, but it is particularly suited also for Kubernetes and Docker infrastructure. And I'll unpack that. So metering basically, at its base level, is a usage instrumentation framework. Okay. Now, the moment you say that, you right away start thinking, okay, well, observability and monitoring and something else, they're also sort of usage instrumentation, but metering is different. Metering is designed to give you that level of granularity, that level of visibility on what is being used, by whom, where, and how much. So if you think about it, why, as I mentioned, all of these other companies ended up building a metering infrastructure, despite the fact that there were other tools out there in the observability realm, is because today, if you are wanting to get an idea about how much of my infrastructure is being consumed by which customer, that's the holy grail, right? Everybody wants to have that level of granularity, that visibility, because it plays into your margins. Am I operating my business profitably, or who are my profitable customers, who are not? Everybody wants to have that visibility. So today, in the absence of metering, what most companies are trying to do is use a solution that parses your AWS bill or your cloud provider's bill, and then you get some insights, and then you try to layer things on top of that, maybe by virtue of tagging, and try to kind of come to a level of visibility on, okay, what is being
Some
used.
kind of an allocation mechanism
Exactly,
based on
right.
some labels,
Yeah.
tags.
So now here's the thing.
Still, that's pretty imprecise.
It is, right? Okay. But here's the thing, and I think there's ample data and evidence that that model has not scaled. You have new companies that are coming up with the same approach, and while people are using it, but I won't say that this problem has been solved. Nobody's out there saying, yeah, I've kind of solved this. Soup to nuts, I know exactly at a granular level what my customers are using and what my margin analysis is. The reason is, and I think this is important, especially at this conference of Kubernetes and Docker, so if you look at anything that you're going to do downstream on the backs of a bill, think about it this way. You are using a single tenant artifact, bill, I call it a single tenant artifact, to instrument a multi-tenant infrastructure, okay? AWS generates the bill for you as a single customer. It's a single tenant artifact. It has information about you as a customer. AWS does not know who your customers are.
No,
so you try to layer all these things, tagging, all that, try to get to that. Another simple way to look at this is ask yourself the following question. If you are inside any one of these large cloud providers, AWS, Azure, Google, and I was running a couple of services over there, I can categorically tell you, for me to do my cost analysis, I was not waiting around for my AWS bill. I had my own infrastructure.
Too late.
It's too late.
That cow's out of the barn or whatever.
Exactly,
the
right.
expression is, right?
So metering is that artifact, which was designed to do usage instrumentation purposely, singularly, accurately, at scale, at price performance, okay? And you can see when you look at the data structure for metering, it is designed precisely for that, gives you that level of flexibility. So metering is the foundation, and once you put this metering foundation, now whether it's a Kubernetes cluster, or it's an EC2 farm of servers, or anything custom that you build, it's the same artifact. What is being used, by whom, where, how much?
So let me ask, if you can peel back the covers without giving away too much, is there data that most customers don't know is available in AWS, or probably that, but also the knowledge of how to put it all together so you can start to instrument of saying, these things belong to this app and that's how much resource of whatever kind they use?
Yeah, precisely. So that is the job of a metering service. If you're going to go out there and evaluate a metering service, look for that the service answers that question, not just today, but into the future. So today you have X amount of workloads, you have a Kubernetes Docker infrastructure, maybe you have something else, but over time it's going to grow. You're going to build new applications, new systems. Seek a metering service that provides you a standardized single API artifact to send you events into the metering service, domain agnostic. Okay. So in this case, you want to instrument of my Docker cluster, which application is using which part of my Docker framework, which containers are being spun up, which ones are being torn down, which ones are being scaled out horizontally, right? All of that is instrumentation that metering gives you the flexibility to whatever extent you want to meter that. And the other output of a metering service then is real-time ingestion, aggregation, slicing data over time stream, and giving you those analytics back in a dashboard. All of that contained in a box.
I mean, sounds like if I got this right, you're literally going from a bill, you're trying to dissect, slice and dice and figure it out, to really a real-time stream, data stream, that's then being analyzed and assigned to whatever attributes. And it also sounds like, let me see if I'm guessing this right. It sounds like you're an abstraction layer to that data, because I got to imagine not every service has the same APIs for gathering that metering telemetry kind of information. So are you sort of abstracting that to make it so you've got a common API to pull that data from whatever service?
Yeah, so it is an abstraction layer in the sense that it is a developer tool. So unlike Bill, where you are relying on somebody else to aggregate information for you and then give you a static file, and then you try to go back and read up the static file. One of the things we used to say inside AWS when I got going and we were building the pricing for the services that my team launched is this thinking that you don't work your way backwards from pricing and billing into metering. You work your way forward from metering into pricing and billing.
I like to do it that way.
Exactly, right? So if you think about, but today what's happening is a lot of folks working their way backwards, trying to instrument from a static bill. So back to, yes, so it is a layer of abstraction, but in that realm, it's much like, how you would deploy a logging system or a monitoring system, there's an API. You have flexibility in the data structure that you want to send into that API, but the API itself is in tune to ingest events at scale and also do a couple of things, which is a little bit technical how they're different from some other monitoring frameworks. So metering by design, Mitch, is designed to be accurate. So things like item potency, data deduplication, these are core design pieces, design tenets of a metering service. Basically what it means is set it and forget it. You're going to invest in this once, you should invest in this only once and once ever. Put this infrastructure in place and it should work like magic today and into the future. So send the events and set it and forget it. One more aspect to further bring some clarity to this. So why do it metering? Can I get by with monitoring observability? No. Because metering ultimately will feed data into pricing and billing, cost allocation, all of those things, accuracy matters, right? Accuracy matters, data lineage and audit trail matters. Somebody downstream is going to raise their hand, be it internal, external, hey, I don't trust this invoice, I don't trust this bill.
How did that get?
Okay, you're going to have to walk your way backwards all the way to the raw event to know exactly what happened. And if you're not doing it through a metering infrastructure, you're going to pull a team from finance, you're going to pull a team from product, from QA, from engineering, and you're going to go into a remediation exercise. Not scalable, right? So this is the infrastructure framework that puts you on that path.
Yeah, you know that's going to happen the first budget meeting or first, QBR, right?
Yeah, exactly.
All right, great number, but how did you get
right.
that number? Well, I can think of so many times where I wish I would have been able to know, instead of just coming up with the general allocation and who knows how close that really is. So another question for you is, it's accessible via API. Is that the only way? I have to build kind of a dashboard to it or implement it into whatever instrumentation I have? Or do you also have a UI that people can use?
Yeah, great question. So, in fact, I would ask your audience, if you go looking for one, metering, anybody who's offering you a metering service should present it as a platform-oriented service. Okay. So if they're going to say, first let's check if it's a platform-oriented service, and if they're going to say it is, and as you asked me, so there's a sort of a pretty common checklist that you're going to ask if somebody's claiming to be a platform-oriented service. Okay, make it easy for me to get events into your service. So API is certainly a good starting point, but it needs to also make it further easy for you to do that, so SDKs are necessary, right? Because APIs are APIs, but if you're building in Python or Java or whatever, then having native SDKs are helpful because they can do a lot of the heavy lifting for you. So that's a good hallmark to see if somebody's claiming to be a platform service that they have that. APIs, SDKs, auto-scalable, horizontally scalable, price performance, it's self-price on a usage model, right? So you can start.
So your pricing is on a usage model too.
Yes, it'll be.
So I have to meter the metering.
Yeah, there you go. It'll be harakiri if
Who watches the watchers, right?
That's right. Yeah.
You're going to watch.
Imagine that. If we are propagating, you should shift to usage-based pricing and billing, and we ourselves announce.
You might lose a little credibility if you're like, we can't meter our own stuff.
No, so it has to be.
Here.
It's a developer artifact. It's a platform service. It's in the cloud. It's cloud native. It has to be priced on a usage-based model. Otherwise, I think you're speaking on both sides of your mouth. Yeah.
So I don't know if this is the most important question today, but to me it'd be one I'd want to know is, so what does it take for me to see this, try this, to know enough it's going to do what I want it to do, solve the problem for me, not make the job more work, but hopefully less. How do people, what's the user experience, to use a developer experience kind of label?
It's, it's pretty seamless. So if we hold the bar on what is a good developer experience, some of the things we already talked about. So it's very straightforward. If any of the developers have worked with any kind of observability or monitoring tool or logging tool, it's basically in that realm. Start off with the API, start off with the SDK, just send their event. And at least what we say to our customers, you send us the event and we take care of the rest. And we literally do. So as these events are emanating, right, you have this instrumentation in your Kubernetes cluster as containers are being spun up, workloads are being used. You will have in your technology stack the attribution data. It's there in the stack. It gets lost by the time it gets to the build. So right there in your technology stack, you basically create an event, metering event based on our SDK or API, send us the event, metering service will persist it, will aggregate it, will slice it over time stream, will give you the aggregated analytics in real time with a built-in dashboard. You now have a system of record in place for usage instrumentation. The cloud starts to part, and you can do many great things once you put this foundation in place.
Okay, so I think I understand better now. That API is really what lets the customer decide what we're going to meter, right? Here's all the data flowing into it. Here's what I care about. Might be a lot of attributes that at this level don't mean anything, but I do want to track, what transactions cost per user,
exactly,
whatever it is.
Exactly, yeah, and that's why, so domain agnostic, like we are, and you asked earlier, so the intersection with Kubernetes or Docker, I mean, the metering service should be that, domain agnostic, meaning we as a provider look at meter as really your domain. I mean, as long as the event has a date and timestamp, and you wish to aggregate and slice it over time stream, it's a candidate for meter. You want to track how many times the wheel rotates, obviously Kubernetes clusters, containers, EC2 storage, API calls, how high the bird fly, doesn't matter. Meter is a meter.
Okay, I'm still trying to parse the meters, metering the meter, and what meters that, but that's a whole nother problem. Hey, that's great meeting you.
Mitch, so nice to chat with you.
Thanks for coming. Folks can find out more. Tell them amberflow.io, right?
Yeah, sure thing. So if you guys want to check it out, amberflow.io, come visit our website. We're also here at KubeCon with a booth. Stop by our booth. And I'd love to engage with you. Not a sales pitch per se, but if you're even on the fence or wanting to just learn about some best practices around the shift to usage-based pricing and billing, happy to have a chat with you.
Great. Turn your developers loose.
Absolutely.
Get that information you've always wanted to have. All right, have a great show. Thanks for
Mitch.
coming to talk with us, and we wish you great success.
Yes.
We will be back with more great interviews. Diversity, variety of topics we're talking about are all great things, and the whole FinOps space has been a big, big, big thing. So here's a way to get that detail. We'll talk to you in just a minute with our next guest.
back. My name is Shira Rubinoff. I'm the Chief Cybersecurity Officer with the Techstrong Group, and I'm here with Rob Whiteley, CEO of Coder. Rob, it's a pleasure to be with you here today.
Yes, thank you so much for hosting me. This is great.
So Rob, we've had some great conversations, and I'd love you to share with the audience, who is Coder? What is your story? Please explain who you are, how you came about, and let's go from there.
Yeah, I hope you have about 2 hours. No, I'm just kidding. I'll give you the short version.
Sure.
So Coder is a cloud development environment solution, or CDE, is sort of the industry terminology. Sure. What that basically means is we're trying to solve the problem of helping enterprises shift their development from local laptops to more of a cloud native, where you're asking developers to access the cloud and develop there. Sure. And the idea is developing locally on laptops is expensive, it's error prone, and you often end up with the, well, it worked fine on my machine, but then when I ship the code, it doesn't work. So we try to solve that. We've been around for about 7 years, and we actually started life as an open source project called CodeServer, which is an IDE, and we've since grown to have a more complete solution in this CDE space.
Well, that's wonderful and certainly very needed. And let's dive into the security benefits of
Yes.
this, because there are many and much are needed. And I'd love for your audience to understand that.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited to be here because I think it's an underappreciated element, right? So to me, if I step back, the reason why companies are investing in cloud development is for developer productivity, right? Only about 1/3 of a developer's time is actually spent coding. The remaining 2/3 is doing operational stuff, administrative. So by going to the cloud, you get productivity gains. Great. That's why I came. Why I stay is usually a security benefit. Sure. And what I mean by that is so many of our customers have told us that, well, a developer left his laptop in a cab, or she did not have access when she was on the road. And so by putting things in the cloud, it allows you to connect from any device, and it gets source code off of laptops. And so that's now a major source of intellectual property for most companies. The applications run your business, and so to get source code off laptops is a huge benefit. And that's just the beginning. That's usually what triggers. So for example, one of our large banks, it was actually the CISO that brought us in solely to solve that problem of getting source code off laptops.
Well, that's a huge problem.
It is, and I think that alone is worth it. But once you're in the cloud, I have better access controls, I can do role-based access, I can be more thoughtful about encryption and how I secure it and whether I enforce certain forms of SSH. So there's a lot of benefits, and I don't think customers realize that until they're underway. And so part of what we're hoping to do is front-end that conversation a bit more. Security is actually a major driver on shifting to the cloud. It's not just the productivity gains.
Certainly. And let's talk about the no extra steps that we were discussing earlier.
Yes.
You know, the human factors piece of security is a massive piece that organizations and technology companies and all types of security, and certainly with coding, that there's many different steps to do in order to get to what you want to do. And when there's extra steps and people are in a rush, they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
They want to circumvent it, they want to break it, they want to leave it open so they don't have to think about it, leave passwords around, all sorts of things.
Yes.
So please tell me what Coder does and why.
Yeah, no, it's great. In fact, Coder's co-founder Amar has a phrase that developers are inherently lazy. And he doesn't mean any disrespect by that. It's just they're constantly...
It's everybody, right? It's the multitasking. You know, I wouldn't just call it coders. Coders are fabulous.
But I think part of the coding ethos is do things as elegantly and simply as possible.
Certainly.
That's what makes good code. And so if you shift the security burden to the developer, like we in the industry love this concept of shift left, which basically means shift things earlier in the development lifecycle.
Yes.
What that really means is you're asking the developer to do more, to take on more steps, to build security into his or her workflow. But that is against that ethos of being lazy and trying to do things efficiently. And so I think one of the things that we've noticed is, let's flip that on its head a little bit. Let's shift the developer right. What if we could make the developer more productive and just make security seamless, built into it? They're not having to worry about it. And how does that work? Well, if I'm logging into a cloud to do my development, I'm inheriting the entire security infrastructure I've already put in place for my cloud. My firewalling, my access controls, my encryption, my backups, everything that keeps that environment that I'm probably already put in production, I now automatically shift those security controls to my development environment, which again, used to be laptops, and I was very dependent on making sure my antivirus or my mobile device management kept that device secure. And my developer had to battle that. They had to toil it, they had to update things, they had to make sure. So we reduce that toil, but more importantly, we take the security off the plate, off the mind. If you access the cloud, it is more secure, period, full stop. Sorry. And so that's what makes, I think, this work better, as opposed to having to send developers through more security training. And yeah, you got to write clean code and have fewer bugs. But that is what the developer should be focused on, not complying with your security policies, which is too much toil.
Certainly. My background is heavy in security, and I will tell you the best technologies out there have the security built in and have the no extra steps. You want something that's better, stronger, faster, without the onus being on the user, which is the developer, or somebody who has to be responsible for it. You want to make sure they're doing their job great and they're doing their job well without having to burden them with thinking about those extra pieces. Just think about our daily lives, right? Moving 1,000,000 miles an hour, and certainly the developers, that's something they have to keep on top of mind. They have to be answering everything, running around and traveling, everything they're doing. The last thing you want them to think about is, wait a second, did I do all these steps? Because most of the time they haven't. So that's an excellent thing that you certainly built in. And in terms of, the competitors out there and that you see or you come face when you're at the marketplace, what would you say your main differentiators are in the marketplace?
Yeah, sure. So I think for us, there's two primary ways these solutions get deployed. They're self-hosted, which means you download the software. That's Coder. So we start as open source, and you can upgrade to the commercial if you want. But you own the software, you deploy it. Or you can consume it as SaaS. The problem with this space in particular when deployed as SaaS, which is pretty much all of our competitors, is I now have a lot of very sensitive metadata about my developers. What environments are they using? What tools are they using? How often are they in those? What languages? What versions? That's all could be used to exploit the application. So that metadata is now flowing out to some third-party cloud, which, by the way, I had to poke a hole in the firewall just to do, only for them to poke a hole right back into my environment in order to provision the developer workstation. So for us, keeping it all hosted inside your cloud, whether it's on-premise or public, we don't care, is what has been the biggest inherent differentiation. I love SaaS. SaaS is the future, but in an early adopter market like this, there's a clear leaning towards self-hosted. Most of these organizations can run software as well as a cloud provider anyway, and so they would rather just do it themselves. So that's difference one. The second one I would just say is the majority of solutions in this market, and again, I'll call this the CDE or cloud development environments, is they're designed with the operator in mind, the back-end DevOps team that has to own the infrastructure. We've tried to approach it from the developer. What's going to create the best developer experience? Because one of the things that you hinted at is if you make things difficult, it will not get adopted.
Correct.
We don't live in a world where we can force developers anymore. They pretty much have to opt in. And so if it's not a good experience, they just won't adopt that structure.
Well, that's the mindset of developers, and it's very good that you're honed in on that. And a lot of people are like, well, this is what we do for everybody else. I like the fact that you're really honed in to what do the developers do? How do they like to work? And work along the path of that. And when they talk about security in general, or how operating anything really works, is think about your user base. Work the way they work and build the security around that. Don't try to force them into something. So that's key.
Yeah, exactly. So our mindset's simple. If you make the developer experience clean and you take security friction out of it, they will adopt it. And then you finally benefit from all those advantages we talked about. The worst thing I think you could have is you deploy the solution and they just continue to work on their laptop as if nothing's changed because they found the new thing too difficult.
Right, true. And I know you had some really interesting announcement coming out that came out in September. I'd love you to reiterate that and tell our audience a little bit about that, and also hint about some new things coming down the pike. If you could give us a little bit of a sneak peek here.
Yeah, so I think, so back in September, we announced something called the Coder Registry. And so think of that as a marketplace for Coder plugins. And the reason why that's important is because we believe in developer choice. Developers should choose the tools that make them most productive. And so what we've done is we've created this registry so that anybody in the developer tooling ecosystem can write a plugin to Coder. So if you want to be able to provision your tool to a developer, because we sort of own that developer eyeball, if you will, right? We're the thing they log into to do their work. And so we can merchandise different tooling, right? So if you want to use a code Gen AI tool for assistance, we can make that. So by doing these plugins, we'll create a much more, I think, robust ecosystem where it is not on the developer to do that integration. We're just a tile they can click on now to say, I want that tool. But we still give the platform team the chance to curate that. So if they don't want to introduce that tool, then they can just kind of exclude that from the developer's pick list. Nice. So that registry is what we announced. We're building more and more third-party support for that. And so that's sort of the big thing. So that was a big announcement. What I can say for next year that I think is going to be most exciting is we're really trying to focus on how do we make these platform teams that are responsible for making developers productive, for helping secure source code, and really equip them with a much more advanced set of insights. So one of the things that Coder does is we collect a lot of that metadata. And like I said, we don't beacon it to the cloud. It stays local to your environment. That's important. Well, that's a rich data set. There's a lot we could do with that data set to help make operators' lives easier. And so one of the things we'll be looking at next year early is how do we expose that in a way where maybe you can figure out, okay, if I increased the amount of compute, what would that correlate to for an outcome? Right, and so by kind of front-ending that, we can make it a lot easier for operators. Again, if we can remove friction from the developer experience, they will adopt it. So that's part of what we're looking at.
Well, that's very exciting. Yeah. So everyone stay tuned for that announcement coming up. And Kevin, anything else you want to add for our audience, anything that they should take note of, or any helpful hints around anything around the AWS conference or your company itself that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing would be, so the cloud development environment is new. It's an emerging market. I think a lot of companies are not necessarily investigating it because they think it's not right for them, or they don't want to force developers to change behavior. I think what we've experienced is every customer that does it has quickly expanded. And so to me, my biggest call to action is just go look at it. I mean, it's free, it's open, you can get started. I'm not even asking you to purchase anything. But I think just shifting the behavior from local to cloud, getting those security benefits and demonstrating that win back to the business is the first step in, I think, what'll be a sea change in arguably the last mile the cloud has not effectively touched yet, which is developers.
Yes.
Production environments have been in the cloud for a while now. Development environments are next. So I think now's the time to get started.
Well, that's wonderful. Thank you so much for sharing your insight with our audience. And thank you all, and we will be back shortly.
Is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back here at KubeCon, and it's bustling, man. It's a crazy big floor with a lot of people walking around. So we hope you like this. You know, this is a little different than we usually do. People can't see the background because the cameras face this way. But we usually have sort of the typical background that you see at some of these other booths. But we wanted to give people kind of a flavor that we're live here.
We're in the middle of it.
We're in the middle of it. So kind of like if you ever watch Sunday Night Football at the end, you know, they always have that. So that's what we were shooting for. But anyway, let me introduce you to Tucker Calloway. Tucker is the CEO of a company called Mesmo. Now, some of you may have heard of, I think it was LogDNA.
LogDNA before, yep.
And they pivoted, was it about 4 years ago?
About 2 years ago now. I've been here for 4, but the big change was 2 years ago. We renamed to
Mesmo, and you know, a slightly different mission, let's call it. And then I had a chance to catch up with Tucker at RSA last, I guess it was last April.
Yeah,
late
April.
This year it's May, so I think it was
April
around then last year. And for those of you who want to catch that interview, it's actually available on Techstrong TV. If you look up RSA 2023, it's there. But, so Tucker, before we get into that, let's back up. Mesmo. not everyone out here knew log DNA either, so don't worry about it.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Let's start there. Let's talk about the mission.
Yeah, so the mission at Mesmo is essentially to help people with their telemetry data. So we've found that there's really kind of three main problems in the telemetry data space. There's too much of telemetry data, it's not in the right format, it's not in the right location. So that was kind of one of our founding kind of principles of
I think that
solving the problem.
Those are three rock solid.
Hard to debate.
Hard to debate. That's the good way of putting that.
Yeah.
And also, quite frankly, all three problems are like they compound each other. So it's like, you have too much data. That's a big problem.
Yep.
But we have too much data that we don't know how to categorize. So that exponentially makes that problem worse.
Yep.
So these are like
compounding problems, no question about it.
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
So when we were at RSA, you felt like you were kind of on the cusp of a realization, right? You were going to help customers. Why don't you? Well, you tell the story better than me.
So as we were talking about earlier, like we had just launched this new product capability, the telemetry pipeline at RSA. We've got a lot of great customers and great experience since then. When we think about the core value of what it provides, it helps people with cost, it helps people get better insights, and helps people enforce compliance. What we were surprised by, though, in the last couple months is how little people actually understand of their data. In fact, like we've put a lot of time and effort as an industry into getting control of our applications and getting control of our infrastructure, but we haven't really gotten control of our telemetry data yet, and that's like the big opportunity that we see. But with that, in order to get that value I described, people didn't need to understand their data better. And so that was a big real revelation for us, and we just launched our data profiling capability that helps people categorize and understand baseline, to do the schema management for their data, which is a really strong foundation for kind of data ops principles applied to telemetry data. Then the next thing we found after we solved that problem was now that they understood their data and they were able to optimize it because they understood it, they also realized that like the context in telemetry data changes rapidly. So for example, like you don't want to store all this data because you don't need it until you need it, and then you really need it. Yeah.
So I'll take a little. They do want to store the data because people are data hoarders.
The data hoarder, yeah.
It's when they get hit with the bill for storing all that data. They say, wait a second, I don't need all this data. Not at that price.
So something has to give somewhere.
Exactly.
And so what we realized, though, was like kind of if you take the bookend of this value, we think of it as understand, optimize, and respond. We talked about understand and optimize. The respond stage was a really important one for us. So when new context comes in, the pipeline can change its behavior and change its optimizations to account for the current flow of data and the current needs. So if you're sampling down to 20%, and you see an event, you see performance, you can rehydrate, reprocess, dynamically change the responsiveness of the pipeline and get all the data to the right location for the right people, which helps address the cost problem, but also gives you the full visibility that you need.
So, if one was going to do like a business school case study on this, someone who's not from this industry would say, hey, just the fact that you discovered that most of these organizations don't even know how much data or what data they have would be enough to build a company around.
Yeah, I'd like to think so.
No, it's logical. It makes sense.
Yeah,
but it's not. It's the threshold. Yeah. Because, like, I think you hit the nail on the head here, Tucker, which is once they recognize that, now there's a whole new vista of realization for them. Of, holy mackerel, I got all this data. Now I want to start understanding it. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm seeing stuff I never thought I'd see. Maybe I intuitively thought I had, but I got the goods now.
We like to think of that as being mesmerizing.
Right, okay, I love it.
Which is a derivative.
Mesmerized by Mesmo.
I could not take the shot, but that
was your shot.
That's the derivative of the name.
I feel used.
Yeah,
I feel used.
I got back you into it a little bit.
Yeah, but so now you're mesmerized.
Yeah.
And now, like, oh my God, what can I do with this? And that that really becomes the business. And I guess that's now where you're.
The next step for us is clearly that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's two plays on that too. There's a, what do I do with it? Help me, tell me what to do. Give me the best practices that you know from all of your customers. What should I do? And so we'll be coming out probably later in the spring with something that actually allows you to simulate how that data might look when optimization is applied to it, so you can start to make those decisions more effectively. But then the second phase of that too is that also won't be sufficient for certain organizations that want to look at their data as a strategic advantage, and they're going to be looking for ways to take actions and drive more insights out of that data. And so the way we see that through recipes. We'll give you the standard offerings, but then you have the ability to go in and edit as code and go do the things you need to do to go derive more value out of that data if you're like ready for advanced yoga moves in the data space.
Got it.
So,
Got it. So my background's security.
Yep.
Started a security company in 2001 and it was right when we were moving from like IDS to IPS.
Okay.
So intrusion detection to intrusion prevention. Same thing with vulnerability management. We were moving. everyone. We're back here live in Las Vegas for AWS reInvent 2023, along with 59,980 of our close friends. But we are in our own little video suite here at the Wynn in Las Vegas, and it's not crowded. It's nice. It's a pleasant place to do our video. And I'm happy to be joined. Well, Mitchell's here with me. Most of you know Mitchell. Him and I do a lot of these together. But we're happy to be joined by Michael Cade, who I feel I do a lot of these with too. Because Michael and I were just in Chicago together for KubeCon, and we did an interview there. I hope if you didn't catch it, it's actually available on Techstrong.tv now. If you look up either KubeCon or look up Cast-In by Veeam or Michael Cade, C-A-D-E, it'll pop on Techstrong.tv. You can watch it there. As I mentioned, Michael is, though, with Cast-In by Veeam. And if you've walked around any of the airports here in Las Vegas, well, there's really only one airport in Vegas, but if you've walked around the airport in Vegas, you might have seen their ubiquitous posters, billboards, videos advertising their presence here. But Michael, it's great to see you.
And you.
Yep.
It's good to be talking.
Yeah, you're making the rounds.
Yeah, this is the last one of the year, though. So
me too, God willing. I hope so.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, man, it's a good way to end the year.
Very much so.
And then it'll be back home for you. You know what, Michael? We've done. Actually, Chicago was the last one, but you and I have spoken a number of times. But let's start with some basic foundational stuff. Not everyone out here is familiar with Veeam and then Cast-In by Veeam, and because they always go together, right? I've seen Veeam advertised alone, but I never see Cast-In advertised without Veeam, or mentioned, advertised the bad word. So why don't we start there?
Yeah,
Veeam and Cast-In.
So Veeam is the company. Cast-In is the focus around cloud native. So Kubernetes, that's why you see the Cast-In side at KubeCon. From here, though, point of view, everything that we do is about protecting workloads, protecting businesses so that we can get you back up and running as fast as possible. So in particular, from an AWS point of view, you've got your data in the cloud. It's your responsibility as your data. Bit of a misconception, like AWS, they do great at all the nines, all the availability, but it's your data. You drop that database, they're not going to bring that back. That's on you. So when it comes to Veeam, it's about protecting that workload, being able to do something with that workload, and potentially providing some sort of migration or disaster recovery for that workload. So whether that be into another area of AWS, potentially we have a lot of customers that are hybrid, they're still on premises, so they want to be able to protect or send data into AWS environments. So Veeam is around protecting those workloads, whether it be EC2 instances, your VPC configuration, your RDS, your EFS, like all of that, the workload, but then equally your virtual machines, your unstructured data that you have on premises, and then the Cast-In bit is your Kubernetes clusters, your EKS, your Red Hat OpenShift on AWS, and any other cloud. Like, I know we're here, so we have to talk about AWS, but really we're agnostic to wherever we are.
Yeah.
So it's about protecting our...
Absolutely.
Oftentimes your customers are a multi-cloud environment too. So.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But, you know, it's interesting. You know what I love about AWS, or about Michael, is you get such a mixed bag. You know, security's front and center. Everything is generative AI here.
Yeah.
But backup, cloud native, developer tools, it's all in the mix, because really what it is when you get something like AWS, right? AWS is the platform that we all operate under. It's still the major, you know. I'm not saying they're the other, nothing against Google, Microsoft, Oracle, IBM, or anyone else, right? But AWS is the biggest, and we're all here. But some people may say, I don't get backup for AWS, right? Because isn't that something AWS does? That's why I'm going to them, right? They're responsible for making sure my stuff doesn't get messed up.
Yeah, and that is a huge misconception. Like when you think about traditional backup, you think about like recovering that workload. We're always bottom of the list. Like it's never the exciting part at the top of the Christmas list. Is I need backup for this data. Apart from me, I live and breathe this for the last nearly 9 years. But it's a necessity, right? Is that around the shared responsibility model that AWS clearly has? You see that they'll keep the lights on. They're going to give you the availability. They're going to give you all the availability zones, the sites, everything that they've got across the globe. But when it comes to your responsibility up the top, is that the customer data is a huge box up there that's on you as a consumer. Again, like I said about if it's your database, if it's your NAS up in the cloud, it's your responsibility. You make a mistake, and we all make mistakes, and that's without even getting to the cyber threat. Someone gets into our environments. How do we get that data back? And it's generally, I find at least, the conversations are. We seem to have the conversations after the fact. Someone's had an issue, and they need to recover fast, and that then starts the conversation about backup and recovery and all of that good stuff. So it is always a misconception around that, and it's around awareness.
So that, look, if you're going to take one thing out of this out there, people watching, is you still need your backups. You still need those bread and butter kind of services that we've always had in our data centers for 30 or 40 and more years.
Exactly.
Just because you're in the cloud doesn't mean they go away.
And it's like what we said the other week, Alan, around Kubernetes. Kubernetes, the cloud, on-prem, physical machines. There's no... High availability is one thing, right? I want to be able to, if one host or server dies, I want to make sure that my workload just moves over seamlessly into the other. And availability is very different to data protection and data management. Is exactly what you say, is we need to make sure that we have that protection first, and then we can do some pretty cool stuff with that data to, I don't know, whether it's get some insight from that data, leverage that data to find out, leverage that rather than the production. And I think that's the starting point of being able to do something. It's not just backup, it's about being able to leverage it as well.
That's a good question that I have. Is I remember using Veeam early on when they were fairly new on the market, and using for off-site storage backup, but moving from tape to disk to going to remote site. How is that different from, we talk about workloads now, especially when we talk about cloud native, that was all pre-cloud native days. Give us some context for what workloads are and why that's different than just pure data backup.
Yeah, so if you think about our application, and you have to look at it from an application point of view, whether the application is a database or a complete application, a cloud native application that then leverages, I don't know, RDS, for example, using that as an example. We need to protect the whole piece, because when something bad happens, we want to give you the choice to, well, what do you want to recover? Because maybe it's just the database, or maybe it's a table within the database. I want to be able to provide the granularity of being able to say, I just need that accounts table back, or I just need, or I need the whole database back. And that's no different to whether you're running a database on-prem, in the cloud, in Kubernetes, in a PaaS-based service such as AWS RDS, or any other PaaS-based solution. So at the end of the day, all of it is still compute, storage, and networking, right? That's what makes up the cloud. Now, the responsibility, or what you're in charge of as an IT admin, cloud administrator, cloud engineer, you probably just offloaded some of that to, you're paying the premium of being able to take away that responsibility of managing that. But ultimately, underneath, the application is something that you still
everything
need to protect.
in the cloud is still yours, right?
Exactly that.
This was a lesson I learned early on with the cloud and security, Mitchell, when we were doing Still Secure, which is when you go to the cloud, you still have responsibility for things like security, including backup and recovery. So you still are responsible. When stuff hits the fan, it's still your butt on the line.
Yeah,
it's shared
right?
risk, but it's not. I mean, you're still your responsibility at the end
right.
of the day.
It's shared risk. It reminds me of the old story of the hen and the pig, right? They walk by a breakfast place and they say, "What a nice breakfast place." The hen says, "Yeah, it is. I'd like to donate an egg to it." The pig says, "That's very nice." And the hen says, "Yeah, maybe you should give them some ham." And the pig says, "Well, there's a huge difference here between the kind of commitment you're making and the commitment you want me to make. You know what I mean? One, I'm just giving an egg, and the other one, I'm done."
Pig's committed.
It's a pig, yeah. So it's the same thing a little bit when we talk about cloud. right? Yeah, they have shared responsibility, but when it hits the fan, it's your name on the line, it's your reputation, it's your business.
And I think it's very easy in any cloud, not just AWS, but it's very easy to open the door and let misconfigurations. It's very easy to go into your VPC, into your security group, go 000/0, and that lets every IP across the internet in. And if you misconfigure that, and then that brings us on to things like S3 buckets, if you just Google or any search engine, if you open public buckets and the amount of customer data that resides in there, because it's misconfigurations, then that's before we even start talking about malicious activity and things like cyber threats and that resilience to that. Like that's a whole. These people are trained to attack data, exfiltrate data, attack your systems. Just having a public bucket is just exposing data yourself and misconfigurations. And there's a fine line between that responsibility and where that resilience to being able to restore and have that data. So
I agree with you. I hear you. I think we kind of made this point. Let us turn now to, hey, we're here at AWS reInvent. Do you guys have news or happenings? I know we just spoke a couple of weeks ago of the latest version.
So yeah, from a custom point of view, 6.5 is the 3 bucket item. If we don't get to the video, of me and Alan in KubeCon, is really around growth around multi-cluster, is around SIEM integration with Datadog. Again, another company that are massive here. You'll see them all over the place. Sure. So a big integration into their SIEM product. And then the ability, actually one relevant to AWS, is the ability to help you import from a stateful set, so running your database inside of Kubernetes and importing that into RDS. So providing that mobility of data, whether it's a stateful set, whether it's a Postgres database on a VM, we can provide the ability to take that and push that into RDS. So that's like the quick wrap up of the 6.5 from a custom point of view. From a Veeam point of view, there's 2 items coming that we're talking about on the booth, and in the session that I do later on this week is around S3 backup. So when I talk about that public bucket and misconfigurations, we're seeing a lot of customers using S3 as a first-class citizen when it comes to storage, storing their CDN type, their content delivery network inside of object storage, or their application data within that. So we brought out the ability, we're bringing out the ability to be able to protect those S3 buckets. So that's being able to send S3 bucket data to S3 buckets. So that isn't just AWS focused. It is one, obviously, where you can get object storage, but ultimately that could be a migration tool as well. How can I get you from one object storage to another? So migration. The other is, and this is interesting from a serverless point of view, and that's where that cloud native and cloud responsibility around data comes in, is if you think about serverless, or you think about functions, Lambda functions, they generally look at writing into a NoSQL database, such as DynamoDB. So a large increase around customers leveraging DynamoDB for those Lambda functions, as well as other NoSQL tasks. So we're bringing in the ability to protect DynamoDB as another data service as well in the not too distant future.
I love it. Excellent. Have you been down at the booth and the show floor? What impressions?
I have. So my take on reInvent is it's always busy, but it's also the best, in my opinion, the best event of the year because everyone's here. To your point, security, data, storage, cloud. Right? Everyone's here. We're all here.
So to me, so that's the horizontal. I think the other unique thing about AWS reInvent is the vertical. You have the cloud provider, you have the vendor who provides those tools, and then you have the SI. Some people, we used to call them SIs. The integrator, the VAR, whatever the job, the consultant, I don't really care what you're, the SaaS advisor, right? But it's that vertical as well as horizontal integration where this whole ecosystem comes together into one thing. What I think, and kudos to AWS for doing this though, is they still keep this an AWS user conference.
Right. Yeah.
With all of the vertical and horizontal pieces, it's still their conference. They control it, They do a really good job doing it, keeping the focus on them. And it's not easy. Right? You look at something like RSA, for instance, right? We've been going to RSA I've been going to RSA a long time, 25, 30 years. At one point, it was all about RSA and encryption and all of that good stuff, cryptography. It's not anymore. It's just security and everything and anything.
Yeah, I think that's to your point around the vertical as well, and you mentioned it earlier on, is that you've got developers here, you've got DevOps here, you've got operations, you've got SREs, the whole platform engineering space, they're all here.
Yeah, no,
I think that's a great conversation to have. And I think from ours, you said about we're all over the place, we're on the strip, we're in screens everywhere, and it's about raising awareness, right? Raising awareness that, one, you've got that responsibility of data. You are going to have to recover some of that at one point and then provide that resilience of that data. So just because it's available, just because we have all the nines, I think 11 nines is the term that AWS use. It doesn't matter. If you drop that database, if you import or input some bad data, which we can, we're humans, we make mistakes. We want to be able to, how do we roll back? How do we recover that data as fast as possible? So I think that's our key message, is raising awareness of that responsibility model.
Talk about who your customers, more of the personas are, who uses a Kasten, because there used to be kind of an operations function to back up and restore and recover from whatever kind of fault. You mentioned SREs, platform engineers, there's DevOps engineers, cloud engineers, a lot of asterisk engineers.
It's no longer just systems administrators anymore.
Exactly.
It is
but aren't they all systems administrators?
I agree.
You said that, I didn't. But okay.
Look, blame him.
Yeah, there was an asterisk I was going to put in there as well, because people want them raises as well, right? So I'm all for this
titles
change.
Right, absolutely.
Perform different functions. But I'm curious from your perspective. Are all of those personas that you work with as customers, do they have different needs? How do you work in the environment we have with all those different roles?
So I think that's a great point. I think traditionally we would be speaking to the sysadmin, right? The sysadmin would have that responsibility of the data, whether it be on premises, the people that would look after the Exchange servers, the SQL servers. The DBA wouldn't care about if it was backed up, or they'd take their own backup in the least efficient way they possibly can. I'm probably offending some DBAs at that point.
You said that.
Yeah. Okay. But over the last couple of years, where we've had this influx of cloud-based workloads and SaaS-based workloads, and even still the on-prem and Kubernetes, we're seeing that shift of that responsibility landing more left. So whether that be the DevOps engineer, even developers, I speak to developers probably on a weekly basis that are implementing databases, and they're actually curious around what if this happens, because we've seen this, right? The developer and the ops teams anyway are getting closer together, whether we call it DevOps engineer or not. They're having more responsibility about how do we make things resilient? How can we help make sure that these guys don't have a hard time at 3 o'clock in the morning when bad things happen? And they're conscious of that. Whereas a bit like the DBA thing that I just said about DBAs don't care about backup, I think they are starting to have at least have an understanding and an awareness of data protection, and that it's a necessity. A bit like observability. We see observability everywhere. Observability is not, in my opinion, it's down there with backup, right? It's a necessity, but it's very boring. It's going to give me all the information that I need to fix problems, but it's
couldn't live without it.
Yeah, exactly. It's hard.
It is a fundamental
it's like
pillar
security
of
as
what
well,
we do,
where
right?
security, observability, and backup. 3 at the bottom, but they're a necessity. They should be top of the list when it comes to how do I make sure things are secure, how do I make sure that I can see when bad things are happening, and how do I recover, how do I remediate when bad things happen as well.
Do SREs ask different questions of you than developers, than platform engineers? They're all kind of worried about the same fundamental things.
So it's interesting. So an SRE or let's say operations side, because whether it's SRE, whether it's systems administrator, cloud engineer, they have an understanding of the underpinning storage or the platform underneath, whereas a developer potentially just sees, oh, this is a Mongo database, this is MongoDB, this is MySQL. They don't have that understanding of what the storage is underneath, and I don't think we need them to either. Like I think, but there's an awareness of where their knowledge stops and where it goes over to the operations. is just, and that's no hard and fast line. I've spoken to developers that absolutely understand storage and the speeds and feeds that we still see out there in the storage
What
world.
one person or group abstracts away, another group takes care of. Right?
Exactly.
Or a provider, or both.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great.
Hey, you know what, Michael, just in case anyone out here is not familiar, what's the best website to go get smart about Veeam and Kasten?
So Veeam.com. Everything's being moved over, so you're going to find stuff around virtualization on there, you're going to find stuff around physical, unstructured data, cloud, all the cloud, SaaS-based workloads to be protected, as well as Kubernetes. You're going to find all of that on Veeam.com.
V-E?
V-E-A-M.
That's right. Hey, man, when am I going to see you again?
Hopefully not until 2024. No offense, Alan.
I'm with you.
Probably
Unless
Paris.
you're coming to the Keys for Christmas.
I would love to, but
I've got room. I've got room if you want to come, and it's warm.
Yeah,
but
it'll
if
be a lot warmer
not,
than
Paris
London.
in March.
Yes, that's where I'll be.
All righty. Michael, always a pleasure, man. It's good to see you. Best
Good
of
seeing you
luck.
as well. Take care.
If I don't see you till Paris, have a happy holiday season and New Year's. Michael Cade, Kasten by Veeam, here live at AWS reInvent in Vegas. We're going to take a break on the Techstrong Network, and we'll be back in a little bit.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey everybody, welcome to KubeCon. This is day 3 that we're doing live broadcasting, live streaming here from the show floor. And we've got another set of great interviews. You know, it's been really interesting kind of picking up on some themes, and I think we're going to see that again with our next guest. So I have the pleasure to be joined by Raj Rasdan, who is co-founder and go-to-market dude at Devtron, for lack of a better title. Welcome, good to be chatting with you.
Thank you, Mitch. Happy to have you here.
Good to have you. Tell us a little bit about Devtron for folks that may not have heard it. Tell us about the open source and the company and kind of what you all do.
So Devtron is about 3.5 years old. We are an open source company and built philosophically as an open source platform for adopting and helping people migrate to Kubernetes. Kubernetes is the most talked word in the last 3-4 years I've seen in the entire CI/CD space. And you know, when we started Devtron with my other 2 co-founders, we thought this is the best way. This is the most challenge that we saw was people are talking about building platforms from their own unique ways. So for example, a platform engineering is seeing the Kubernetes world in a very specific way, with him or her being the user. Then developers are oblivious with what is really happening because they don't want to learn Kubernetes, right? They want something.
Spend all their time.
All the time, right?
Kubernetes, right?
Yeah, they are best doing checking the code and pushing out to whatever the repo is, and doing for staging and QA and everything else. And what we were seeing was that Devtron was essentially built to help this adoption and migration. Like the whole ton of companies are actually moving to microservices architecture and then thinking that, how do we interface with Kubernetes? So we laid a lot of emphasis on interfaces and interfacing with different platform tools that are already available in the market, both open source and closed source. So we thought, why don't we build an interfacing layer which actually adapts with literally everybody via hooks and APIs and interfaces, and then build a system which actually helps you migrate to Kubernetes. First adopt Kubernetes, and then help you unravel the complexities of Kubernetes in few clicks. So there are, if I go a little more extended in terms of definition, so we could be talking to folks who are just new to Kubernetes and saying that, hey, we can give you ready containerized applications, some templates. With few clicks, you can just go and, first of all, onboard. So that is day 0. So once you are, once you are comfortable with that journey, then, day 2 operations, how do you manage those kind of workflows? Then we give you templates, then give you policies and governance, then we give you all the hooks, which makes the manageability super easy. And I think the best part, which I would like to sort of sum it up in terms of what Devtron does and bring value, is we cater to both the audiences because the whole dev team consists of various users here. And our philosophy to build this was to make sure everybody focuses on an interface, and this interface is common. So you less worry about the tooling and more look at the interface with a common pane of glass for build, operate, and manage and debug. So I think this is a long answer to exactly what we do.
When you say interface, you're talking about sort of the visual interface into it, or the API interfaces to it, or both? Yeah.
Both visual and the backend as well. The point is that, at the end of the day, there are a lot of systems that have been built with keeping the backend in mind, and people have gone deeper into that thing. But that may suit very good audiences such as platform engineers, SREs, DevOps folks. But large users of the systems are developers, and they need abstraction out of those complexities. For them, while some of them, like a very nice low-code visual interface for that, and where they can, actually click few things and get shit done, in very quick few clicks. So we focused on those aspects of things, and we went actually deeper because we come from the same background. We've been platform engineers for a while. We were facing the same problems, and and when we thought about building Devtron, we said, let's first solve it for ourselves. And this is a problem that has been going on because we have been using industry-bred, industry-best sort of products like Argo CD and Flux CD and everything else. We said that we don't have to reinvent the wheel there. Let's build an abstraction layer on top of it, take the best practices out of it, build our own unique layer, which is, not as opinionated, and opinionated to an extent that it suits pretty much everybody's deploy and build style or platform interface style, and then tell folks that, hey, you can come and build all of this through this platform integration layer, and with a single promise that Kubernetes for sure will not be a complex animal for you. We will solve it very, very easily. So that was the promise that we started on, and we continue to do it. And last but not the least, I think what we did was we said that what is the best way for us to give it out to folks without any worry of a huge commercial thing before they feel comfortable going into fully commercializing it. Just make it open source. And I think we've been lucky to get a lot of fan following and sort of a lot of users on the open source. We've seen huge adoption worldwide towards, and it's still new in this part of the world, but we're seeing a lot of people talk about it. And I think this is the right, or at least one of the decent ways to build, a complete platform layer.
Good go-to-market. So what's the name of the open source project? Is that Devtron?
It's Devtron. We deliberately, yes, Devtron, and we haven't really done it differently. And we said that open source in our definition is truly open source, but it's not. I mean, we are a CNCF member, for example. It's not kind of donated to CNCF, etc. But because our philosophy was, we'll keep it open source to the fact to make sure that people adopt it. It's not about, and how do we get quick adoption, and how do we see, let's say if I'm talking to 20 users, And when I talk to 20 users, they give us a lot of inputs. How do we make sure those inputs get templatized for the next 20 and the 30? And we obviously are very clued in on what's cooking at the CNCF level. So take all of those benchmarks and best practices and the new projects and make sure all the learnings have been bred into the platform. Many times when people thought and people use Devtron, and they said, one of the comments that we hear a lot is that you are a combination of multiple things. Where I see that that's a very interesting way to put it as well, because that was the whole idea that individually people have been talking about so many platforms, like there's Backstage and there is so many else now, people moving to platform engineering, but they haven't been able to solve the problems, and that's what we are hearing from folks. So we have seen that, if we just focus on the user first, rather than what comes out as something in the magic quadrant for people, something is a buzzword. Let's go beyond the buzzwords and let's see where the problems residing in this whole process of dev and ops. And our approach was looking and going very myopic in those processes and put a layer on top of it. Now you can call us and platform engineering, 1.0 product and building that. So it's our take to build that. It's not CI/CD. Plain CI/CD has been talked about from vanilla for so many years. But this is that journey of adopting Kubernetes, and whatever comes with it comes with as an interface layer. So there's a lot of focus on these interfaces and on user experience. And user could be the DevOps folks which build and who are actually the principles of this guardrail, and of course the enormity of the users that actually make it work, which seems like a simple system and one system where everybody works in unison.
Okay, let's unpack a couple things. It sounds like you built it for developers by developers kind of thing, which of course helps with adoption, as a target audience. We're in the process when a developer is somewhere in writing code, setting up environments, starting to realize I want to use Kubernetes, let me set it up. Well, maybe I don't want to go through all of that myself. We're in the kind of life cycle of creating your maybe first or your next cloud native microservices based application. So they say, there's this great project called Devtron, right? Devtron V, I should go check that out. What's the best time to kind of introduce it? Or when do people typically introduce it?
So as soon as you build your code and you try and check it in, and that is where you interface with Devtron. So underneath, we can take care of the entire build process, which is the complete CI. We can take care of the CD in the DevOps process. We say this, we can interface with your CI and just use CD. You don't have to rip and replace whatever you are using. Like we can actually pull workloads out of Jenkins or interface with Jenkins jobs, for example. So you can use your existing systems. What we have tried to also put a lot of emphasis here is the friction from what you're currently doing. If you're assuming your microservices already, you're using some sort of containerizations already. Of course, we have templates to get you containerized as well. Okay. But let's say if you're already in that journey, then we have put all these interfaces to make sure that we work in, sort of constant communion with what you're using, rather than asking you, hey, just rip and replace and use this. So I think that reduces the friction from, let's say if you're building from a Jenkins and we can adopt you, or you're using a certain other type of, and it is obviously Devtron is GitOps based. So as long as you're, you have something on Git, wherever you are, your repository is, we can pull, and we have direct interfaces from there. So a developer interfaces with Devtron along the CI/CD path all along, and then we say that a lot to also folks that, before the production, which is kind of a territory of a DevOps person, pre-production, whether it's staging in QA, and then you do a lot of iterative work, you can literally do all of that in Devtron. And if you choose to, for example, deploy through Helm, for example, there's a Helm package manager as well, which sort of gives you a very visually appealing interface to do a bunch of builds from there. So there is a whole lot of options available to you, because we said that, as in the journey of what is being available as a product, we let you come from various sources. We're not really binding you from how a developer should unravel the area of Kubernetes. The second point that I want to talk about is, and this is a cross-section of about 4,000 open source installations that we have, and about 20-30 global customers that we have. Folks are, they're trying to wonder, how do we best utilize these templates, etc. Those are all available within the Devtron framework. You can choose one of many of those templates and start using them, and so that so the adoption journey is very, very easy. And what happens is that many times, if you don't have a platform like this, there is too much of a tribal knowledge available there. So we want that tribal knowledge to go completely out of the window. So developers want to do, we lay out a golden path for them to sort of do a lot of self-serve without having to know anything of those. So that is the developer promise side of things. Of course, DevOps promise is to move things into production, having a more robust production setup without breaking things. And of course, if you were to roll back, do we offer all kinds of rollbacks and the diffs and and do we offer enough and more on the debuggability side of things as well. So I think different users have been given various interfaces to see what is the best way they can embrace it. And of course, there is, needless to say, there is a deep amount of SecOps built in as well. So you don't worry about unsecure builds and all of those kind of things. It interfaces with all the other security systems and scans, etc. as well.
It's interesting because you are catering to targeting kind of multiple personas, if you will. Developers sort of abstracting away Kubernetes, the whole build process, DevOps, toolchain, workflow pipeline, and then, of course, deployment and management. Sounds like of Kubernetes once you're in production, correct?
Yeah.
So, could be a developer, could be a platform engineer, SRE ops, whatever person, which has much different requirements, right? How much for the people that deploy it, put it into production, how much do you take away the kind of Kubernetes complexity, details, how much do you abstract it from them? Or is that all still there, you just have a better way to manage it?
So there are, people who are already matured on Kubernetes, so we give them, and I think we take away, we sort of add another few layers on top of it to set, what are the, and so there is this Kubernetes maturity, and then there is the non-Kubernetes maturity in a total dev environment. So what we also see is that they have seen, they're very comfortable with the non-Kubernetes maturity as well. What we bring is, since we are very hyper-focused on Kubernetes, we are Kubernetes native as we call ourselves, we try and get you the same amount of maturity on Kubernetes. So let's see, what are the templates? How can you roll back? What are the deployment types? Can you do canary, blue-green, rolling, etc.? And we are also looking at what are the best ways this entire, disparate systems, are the learnings from how you deploy and what are the best ways to deploy in a fairly matured environment. We are working on something called as ephemeral environments or temporary environments, which are basically, if you're not using any sort of clusters during any of your deploys, it brings them down, and which automatically takes care of the costs and everything else. So it sort of, it containerizes, or it contains it in a certain temporary setup and does not let you take enough memory and compute, etc., etc. So these are best practices built in order to build efficiencies, not from total cost of operations, but how you actually allocate resources. So everybody is talking about FinOps and cost savings.
All
so
worried about cost.
You must have heard that a lot here. So I think we're saying that we don't have a separate vertical per se, but the things that we do alongside the process actually helps very optimally build the systems, including the ones in production as well. So all those bells and whistles that have been built, takes care of a platform engineer's persona of maturing Kubernetes, or these are the best practices from how a matured Kubernetes infrastructure look like, almost at par with your other matured systems in the tech stack. So that is the path for platform engineers and DevOps. Of course, the whole transition from either a legacy network or you're in Kubernetes, from less mature to more mature, that journey is for the developers. So it's equally distributed for both of these folks. But largely, we have tried to rather focus a lot on how do we make this system DevOps persons or SREs or platform engineers' best friend, looking at the problems that they've been facing over years. And it's not the tooling problem, it's also the operational problem of how information flows between this user group and the developer user group. There's always a lot of finger pointing, etc. You did not do this and I did not do that. Why? Because everybody is not on the same plane. That's why I keep emphasizing on building a common interface so that this friction also gets reduced And as an organization, if you're wearing a CEO's hat and saying that how do we optimally work between these two groups, there is very little that that falls through the cracks, and we are able to sort of at least find an answer. At least DevTron is an attempt to solve that.
How much? So you mentioned you're being GitOps based. How much do you spend on the repository to have everything in that to be able to drive what DevTron does, or do you help people get, maybe they don't have everything, all their config files or scripts or whatever they're using? I mean, you would think a lot of that's going to be in there, but it may not necessarily be in a well-organized or structured way because those things tend to evolve over time. How do you help people get to a point where DevTron can take advantage of it and start using that concept?
So our open source is literally everything in the repository that we have, and we actually help folks for all our commercial products. There are some of the.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hello and welcome back to the Qualys Security Conference for the Americas. We're here with Phil Harris, who is Research Director for GRC at IDC, and we're talking about a report that they did on the ROI return from investment in the Qualys platform. Hey Phil, how you doing?
I'm great, how are you?
I'm well, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So what leapt out at you about this report? I mean, there's a lot of numbers and a lot of data, I'm sure, but the big takeaways.
Well, this is a couple of big takeaways. One is the return on investment from acquiring, the Qualys VMDR to how it really impacted the organization is over a 403% ROI derived by companies having acquired Qualys. To me, that was really significant, because it meant that Qualys is having a significant impact on IT, on information security, and the people. So oftentimes, organizations will buy a widget or some platform, and it does its job, but it doesn't really impact the productivity of the people. And especially in cybersecurity, we've got enough to do in cybersecurity. And so to have a product like this improve the productivity of people in the organization, enabling them to do other more high priority activities in a company, it's phenomenal. I mean, having been a CISO myself, you want people to be, have the ability to do other things other than just chasing vulnerabilities around.
Mm-hmm. What is it that you guys are measuring? Because sometimes there are hard benefits and soft benefits. So when you do a report like this, what do you guys look at?
Well, you look at the time that people spend doing remediation in an organization, the time it takes them to detect, and the time the time between detecting and remediating. That can make a significant difference. Ideally, you want to detect and remediate as close as possible, but sometimes, depending on the solution, you're far apart in that area. It also, the cost of the platform makes a huge difference in that, you'll spend, as for an example, $200,000 on Qualys, but the return on investment becomes significant in that your people are more productive. Your systems are down less often. Your applications are running more efficiently, and you're reducing risk overall. And so there's a number of those types of factors that go into figuring that out. And we interviewed a number of Qualys customers that helped us derive those values.
Mm-hmm. They say being in security is a lot like being in the Army. It's hours and hours of toil and boredom, punctuated by a few moments of sheer terror. What is your sense of, it seems with security people, there's a lot of fatigue. So, how does a platform make a difference, in your CISO experience, to the fact that, there is so much drudgery, and that kind of lulls people into a false sense of security, and then something bad happens?
Yeah, and vulnerability management, right, and risk management are probably the two biggest key areas that drive people crazy. In most organizations, it's hard to remediate all your vulnerabilities. There's usually battling between IT and security. And even if IT is remediating, they're remediating some stuff, not everything. So you're left wide open with a number of different vulnerabilities. And so security is having to chase all this stuff down. They get breached, chase it down. Oh, it was an unpatched vulnerability. And so bringing in a platform that can actually do the detailed work of identifying where these things are, prioritizing them based on some risk scoring to figure out, okay, is this a low risk platform with a high risk vulnerability? Do we remediate that now, or do we do that later? Or is this a high risk platform with a low risk vulnerability? The system helps make those decisions to bubble that up so that the security personnel, the IT personnel can make informed decisions faster without having to scroll through pages and pages. That fatigue is, it's becoming untenable. Oh, no pun intended, untenable. Untenable. Because there's so much coming at you every day now.
Mm-hmm. As you kind of think through this process of the relationship between security and the rest of the IT organization, one of the issues you always hear about is like, well, we don't want to patch that because it might break. We don't think we have that, or it's not running in that application in production, and we have all these issues, and then we go back and forth and we argue for 2+ days or whatever it is. Can we change that conversation, and can the security people take more control of maybe the patch process and automate some of that, and where's that line between what can you automate and not automate?
Well, automation is interesting. So to start with that, you've got to be able to trust the platform, trust the decision that it's making in order to have it automate the remediation. So trust is a big factor. And I think the more intelligent these capabilities, like in the Qualys technology, they're using AI and a lot of algorithmic decisioning, it becomes easier to trust the technology to do the remediation. Take baby steps along the way, and eventually there's more and more and more that gets remediated. What was the first part of your question?
Can the security people take more responsibility, and because IT people are a little sensitive about stuff being done.
I know cybersecurity teams are going to have to take responsibility, and here's why: because there's just so many vulnerabilities out there. It leaves the organization vulnerable. It leaves the executives vulnerable. It leaves the board of directors vulnerable. All because there's a possibility something might not work. It's a possibility, right? And so IT, rightfully so, wants a stable environment. The problem is if you don't patch for a long time, your environment's going to be unstable, right? Mm-hmm. So the more you can accelerate the patching so it's happening more frequently and your environment will become more stable, right? By virtue of that, because you're not having to bring in 10 years worth of vulnerability fixes, which may in fact break a server.
And to your point, you're more damned if you don't.
You are.
Today, we have I would call it an event-driven process, right? When we patch things, somebody sits around and says, yep, on Sunday, 2 months from now, we're going to patch everything.
Yep.
Does that need to be more of a continuous process? Because it seems like the vulnerabilities are introduced on a regular basis. Yeah. Developers download something, stick something up there and update. So the environment is highly dynamic, but the patch process is, shall we say, occasional.
Yeah.
Does this need to get fixed?
Yeah, it needs to improve. As an example, the one gentleman, I think it was Cintas, the presentation he did, he's gotten it down to a place where he's patching endpoints daily. Mm-hmm. Why not? It's an endpoint, and you can patch it daily. The likelihood of something breaking, very remote. Servers, you can really decrease the window between patches, and it's got to happen because one of the key things that attackers like to do is stockpile vulnerabilities that nobody knows about. They stockpile them. So the more you wait between the window, the more new vulnerabilities show up because they're releasing the stockpiled vulnerabilities. So you got to shrink that window and remediate as soon as possible. It's one of those things that you just have to keep doing and keep doing and keep doing. And the more you can get it to a point where it's rinse and repeat, the less of a headache it is for IT professionals. They've got other things to deal with. Rather than having to screw around with patching, cybersecurity teams too, they've got a lot of things they need to be doing. And to have what I call noise happen all the time, and you're kind of hearing all this noise, this vulnerability noise, it distracts from the overall priorities of the organization.
The report you did focused on the math of the cybersecurity return on investment. I think a lot of cybersecurity people struggle to prove the value of security in the first place. It's almost like trying to prove a negative, right?
Yeah.
So what's your best advice to folks about how to have that conversation with the business? Because a lot of the conversation here today has been about how do you engage in the business and keep them engaged?
Yeah. Getting the business engaged can be one of the most helpful things you can ever do as a cybersecurity professional. I did that years ago when I worked at Schwab. I got the business engaged in the whole risk management program, and they were excited about it because the more upfront you are with things that they want to do, and you can help them understand what the risks are of what they want to do sooner rather than at the tail end when they're ready to go to production, the happier they're going to be, and not only being able to meet their tight deadlines, but also to be comforted in the fact that their technology is being implemented with security. So, and it's a process that takes a while. It took me over a year to get the business to that level, but it's just trust building over time and having a conversation and educating and really getting and from the business mindset why it is they're concerned. What is it about us in security that has you all of a sudden freak out? You get 9 times out of 10 of it, it's a perception problem. And well, like I say, perception is 9/10 of the law, right? So the more you can dispel the perception issue with the business, the happier they're going to be and the more accepting they're going to be.
Mm-hmm. What should the role of the security team be exactly? Because a lot of times when there's a breach, they get blamed, but it's not their fault per se. It's usually somebody else did something. So, and yet we seem to, roll out the CISO and put them on the firing line the first thing.
Yeah. And now this is beginning to transition, but CISOs have typically been behind the gun. They're given a certain amount of budget to do a certain amount of things, and they can only do, what they can do with the budget they have. They can't do everything. But yeah, when something happens because somebody didn't patch a server, because they don't have control over that process, right? Then they get blamed that there's a security breach. And all cybersecurity teams can do up until these days today, all they could do up until these days is just monitor and report and hope that IT will go ahead and fix. Now, what's happening is because the board and executives are getting more involved in wanting to understand how secure are we, the CISO has to be able to tell that story. How secure are you? In order to do that, they need more budget, they need more people, they need more technology like Qualys to be able to come in and help to remediate the environment. Essentially dealing with a lot of the drudge work that IT has had to deal with over the years, right? We're remediating the vulnerabilities, doing risk assessments and things like that. So cybersecurity teams need to take an elevated role.
Mm-hmm. A lot of security teams are often accused of being tool happy. They have too many tools, and so if you're going to go ask for more budget, the first question that shows up is, well, what did you do with the existing budget? So how do you explain that to folks, and do we need to go rationalize some of the tools before we go ask for more money?
Tool rationalization is absolutely essential, and how you end up in that problem space to begin with is when your security and IT teams are very tactical and, oh, I just heard there's a vulnerability out there, there's a problem. I need to buy this widget to solve that problem. I'm gonna buy the widget and solve the problem. So next thing you know, they've got 80 products running in the environment that is being managed by two poor slobs out there that have no time to do anything else. So once you begin to transition from tactical to strategic, you begin to look ahead at the entire environment, what kind of technology portfolio you have from a security perspective, really investigate it to find out how much overlap do you have, how much non-essential technology, how much of this stuff is 50% implemented, how much of this stuff is actually sitting on a shelf. So you begin to start digging deeper and looking more strategically at, why am I going to buy this? What value is it going to provide to the business? And what problem is it going to solve from a security perspective? And then you begin to step into the world of total cost of ownership, something I'm passionate about. When you want to approach management in acquiring budget to implement or buy a product to do something, of course you got to rationalize why you're buying the product, but you've also got to show what is the total cost of ownership over time. It's not just year one, we spend $1 million and that's it. It's not, no, but that's what gets forgotten, is the year 2 through 5 or whatever. That's never presented. So management doesn't know that you still need money to continue to run this thing, which is where a lot of security teams fall down. It ends up being a management nightmare. So total cost of ownership can actually help you address that, because you're looking not only at year 1, you're looking at years 2 through 5 and what the cost looks like. And you're setting expectations to senior management that, yes, we're going to acquire this, here's why, but here's what it's going to cost over time. You're setting the expectation for them that, yes, you are going to come back next year for money, and here's why. We got to manage the thing.
Are CFOs getting more involved in this conversation, because they are looking at what they're seeing at least is an increased percentage of the IT budget is going to cybersecurity, and they're coming around asking simple questions like, why is this?
Yeah, they have to be involved. Ultimately, the CFO is accountable for making sure the controls are effective in the overall organizational environment, and that includes security. So they have to be involved. And I think their involvement is growing even more so now. One of the things that we're starting to see in security these days is this idea of risk quantification. Now, risk quantification is not an easy thing to do, but it's not an arduous thing. Some people make it hard, some people make it easy, but you're able to put dollars behind what happens if we don't fix this system. What's the potential dollar loss? What's the potential issue with, if this application goes down for 10 days, what's the impact? So it's now incumbent upon cybersecurity teams to actually talk in those terms, right? Oh, okay, so if we don't fix this application or solve this problem, the potential loss is $2 million, right? And we spent $50,000 on the application. You do the math. Should we remediate or should we not? By presenting it in those terms, you're just making it a lot easier for the executives to get their head around it. You can't bring jargon, you can't bring details, you can't bring, umpteen metrics. You gotta talk in their language.
And some of those metrics are not absolute dollar costs. I mean, you don't need to be like down in the nickel, but you have to give people a framework for understanding the conversation.
Yeah, my view is as long as you're coming within an order of magnitude, you don't have to be perfect with it. And some of the quantification technologies out there, they're not perfect, but they get you in the ballpark. And at the end of the day, it helps executives understand what the real impact from their perspective is. Okay, this goes down for 10 days. The potential revenue loss is, $50 million. Wow, we can't do that. So it's again, it comes back to communicating in their language. You got to do it.
Right. How do they learn that language? Do they all need to go get an MBA somewhere to talk to these folks? Because the business people are, they might know more about security than they knew last year, but they're never going to know a whole lot. So it's up to the security people to go find a way to communicate to them. So where do they start?
Well, it requires a shift in many cases, a shift in your overall personality and how you approach executives and think like executives. You can't approach an executive from a technologist perspective. They're just going to run you out of the room. You've got to approach them from a business perspective. Yeah, you could get an MBA and kind of get an inkling of how you should be interacting with executives, but it really involves working with your organization, working with your executives, and really listening and understanding what they need. What do they need from you? And then giving you the ability to explain it. Now, the good news with the technology that's out there in the risk quantification world, it's actually much easier to explain, right? You don't have to be, have a doctorate in mathematics in order to explain what impact and loss is. Everybody knows that's what they live on, impact and loss. But to be able to present the numbers in that language is what they want. They're not expecting the CISO to be, a math whiz or, I don't know, they're not expecting the CISO to all of a sudden transform into this, mega executive that knows everything.
All right. Folks, you heard it here. If you're going to talk to a business person, do not geek out on them. They'll just nod their heads at you, pat you on the head, and send you on your way. So go figure out how to have a real conversation with them. Hey, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
is Techstrong TV.
Hey everybody, welcome back to KubeCon 2023 North America here in Chicago. So we were talking Kubernetes. There's some other topics too, but that's certainly a theme for today. So I'm joined by Sean O'Meara. Welcome, Sean, from
Thanks
Mirantis.
for having
me. Field CTO, correct?
Field CTO, that's right. Yeah.
Great. Say a little bit about Mirantis, if folks may not know of you all, kind of things that you do, and we'll talk about some of your announcements.
Cool. Mirantis has been around for a better part of 12, 13 years now, very focused in the open source space. Specifically, we started off in the infrastructure space with the OpenStack community, moved to Kubernetes fairly early, collaborated with Google in the early days on Kubernetes, and we've really just focused on enterprise customers. In 2019, we bought the Docker Enterprise business, which we've merged into our product line, Mirantis Kubernetes Engine product line. We're running hundreds of customers on Kubernetes today and have done so at scale for a number of years. So our entire business is around how to make Kubernetes easier and more consumable.
A lot of depth. Techstrong Research, which I run, and we've done some work with you all on that, some great, interesting research. So what's new, kind of what's happening now? You all continue to move fast and kind of do big things when you tend to announce things.
Yeah, we like to make a splash when we can. We really needed to double down on our open source and our open source chops and everything we've been doing in that space. So around the 2021 timeframe, we launched our K0s offering, which for us was the next generation of the Kubernetes offering, really focusing on how do we make Kubernetes super easy to use. To deploy, but the challenge with K0s, as easy as it is, it's still one cluster. The majority of our customer base today, though, run one or two large clusters, and that is a management nightmare for them, because you've got to learn Kubernetes, you've got to manage that. So just before the show, we've just announced Cosmotron. Cosmotron is a new way of deploying and managing Kubernetes clusters. So we're really trying to change the paradigm of how people think of a Kubernetes cluster. A cluster can be a throwaway. It doesn't need to be a pet, it can be cattle, to use the old paradigm here. Really what we're trying to solve for with Cosmotron is this idea that you can have a small cluster very affordably. So that's the key message. Ultimately what we're doing with Cosmotron is we're solving the problem of the resource overhead when I need to build clusters. I want smaller clusters, but I don't want to deal with the control plane overhead. The 3 to 5 nodes and then 100 nodes behind that cluster, which I then got to manage and deal with all the complexity of. If I can put Cosmotron onto my systems and I can virtualize the control planes, so run them as a Kubernetes workload, and then attach workers from anywhere. So that's the key message here. What we've done is I can spin up a new Kubernetes cluster in about 7 seconds, 3 lines of YAML, and there I go, I have a cluster up and running. And then the other part of what we've done is we've integrated that to CAPI, so the Cluster API service, made Cosmotron a bootstrap provider for CAPI, so I can now attach workers from anywhere.
Yeah, so plus if you have existing infrastructure, you tie it into that as well, right? That's going to be my first question. So like new greenfield, or can you bring it to, so you talked about people having generally one large or a couple large clusters, and of course, yeah, those things probably should be other things, but who has the time to really kind of manage it, split it up? In that kind of a scenario, is it still, attach Cosmotron to the workers and you can start managing that? Or is there sort of a dividing line of where very oriented towards this kind of a size of an implementation versus something that's bigger?
So ultimately what we're doing with Cosmotron is we're just moving the control plane from being a pet. So by virtualizing the control plane, I can now spin up hundreds of control planes. So instead of having to share a cluster or share workloads on a single cluster, I can spin up a cluster per workload because I don't have that overhead. The way Cosmotron works, we use the connectivity with a K service. So now we have full separation between those workers and that control plane. So now my workers can live anywhere. So I can put the workers, I can run a Cosmotron control plane on-prem. I own my control plane. I don't have to use a third-party control plane. Use one of the cloud provider control planes, which take 25 minutes to spin up. But I can attach workers from any of those cloud providers, or all of those cloud providers. as long as I have a connectivity back to that single control plane. Suddenly I'm changing the way, if I want to do testing work, I spin up a cluster, a whole cluster for that test, run the test, and kill it. So that's the beauty of what's behind Cosmotron.
It seems like almost you've abstracted or kind of virtualized away the structural component of Kubernetes and said, that's still there, right? You need those things for load performance and lots of good reasons. But I can also now kind of treat it as anywhere. Matter of fact, it seems like those one or two big cluster implementations would now you could start spinning up clusters wherever you want, right? New cloud provider on-prem, maybe same cloud provider, but
true multi-cloud.
True multi-cloud, yeah.
Because instead of trying to force my developers to use a bunch of different endpoints and complicate the application deployment, I'm now doing that, and I can put multiple kubelets in different cloud locations or at the edge, attached to that centralized control plane, and I'm deploying to one single kube API. Trying to just simplify, again, with our whole processes, simplify the developer experience of getting actual workload into production, which is what every company ultimately wants.
Seems also like it would help kind of the development process too, right? Early development environment, testing environments, simulating production.
Yeah. CI/CD processes, being able to spin up clusters on demand, being able to move your production workload really simply. If your application is fully automated, why shouldn't your infrastructure be fully automated?
Good point. So talk some more about the control plane, and you said you containerized it. How does that differentiate from the way it's implemented now? Is that one of the limitations of expanding and growing and managing across a complex infrastructure?
So it all really boils down to the kube API and etcd. Typically, when I'm deploying a control plane, I need to deploy etcd and I need to deploy the kube API, and they're distinct components of the system. So if I'm using something like kubeadm to deploy a control plane, I've got to spin up 3 separate nodes, at least for production. I mean, yes, you can do a single node cluster, but it's not really a cluster. What I'm doing is I'm putting etcd and the kube API into a single pod, and I'm treating those as just another Kubernetes containerized workload, which means I control them using Kubernetes norms and Kubernetes standards for containers. So kube API etcd lives inside the pod. I can make as many replicas of that pod or not as I want. Just change the replica count in Kubernetes. Standard CRD norms for Kubernetes. The beauty is now I need to expand that control plane to support more workers. I push a button, 2 seconds later I have another pod running or another version running, another container running, so I'm expanding. The kubelet itself runs anywhere, and then the connectivity service provides for that connectivity.
Great. You mentioned emphasizing open source, kind of really, I guess, kind of leaning into that even more, right? Tell me about some things you've done. Is that particularly around Cosmotron, or is it in general, or what's the philosophy
It's really much in general. The Lens team where this work has come out of, the Lens group, we really wanted to focus on open source as much as possible. We leverage the open source community for everything we do at Mirantis. We've been huge contributors to the community over the years. We want to continue to be good citizens of the open source community. So both K0s is fully open source, and we've got a huge following of K0s, a lot of people providing input and feedback. We just move faster in the open source space. We can do things with much better quality, because we get that feedback in a very controlled, and so both K0s and Cosmotron are fully open source. We obviously offer commercial support options for them, but we're seeing a lot of customers are diving in there, trying it out, implementing it, and then coming to talk to us later on about getting support for it, just to get that backup.
So it takes you out of the game of kind of the crippleware, right? It sort of works, but if you need more than 5, you got to come to us, right?
So, ultimately, the open source model is always challenging for any company. We want to put it out there, but we also need to pay for it to be produced. So by being good citizens, people can consume our software. When they go into production, they need that extra layer of support, or quite frankly, they don't have the people to do that support themselves.
I was thinking that too.
And that's who really we're talking to. We're talking to a lot of platform teams who want to focus their efforts on building the tools their developers need to be more efficient. Well, we're providing the tools the platform teams need to be more efficient. And if they can treat Kubernetes as just another workload, same way they treat those workloads, we are simplifying their lives and giving them back time to focus on building value for their business. That's
It's kind
the ethos.
of built into the nature of the job, but organizations aren't hiring 50, 100, 200 platform engineers. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 maybe, not large teams. So they're kind of incented to do their own productivity improvement by open source automation, management, control plane kind of
Absolutely. I mean, I've been going around the world talking to a lot of customers. I was in the Nordics recently with a platform team at a bank. And they're super excited by what this brings them because they're spending so much of their time dealing with underlying platform issues at what is the commodity layer. The Kubernetes API is really a commodity layer. It's what we put on top of it that brings value to the business. And I can get Kubernetes now from half a dozen to a dozen different places.
Yeah, absolutely.
On demand or deploy it myself. But it's still complicated and it shouldn't be. And that's what we're trying to move with the community to be into that place.
Is some of that complexity also introduced by these distributions or these cloud providers, or especially you talked about multi-cloud? Because now you're talking about everything's not uniform, the same. I've got to manage across that variation.
I mean, of course it is. Ultimately, a business model says you want to try and keep your customers as close to home as possible. And I won't point fingers here at anybody, but the lock-in model is a true thing. Especially in our European customers, we're seeing more and more desire to use multiple providers. And I'm being very careful to say providers because that could be cloud or on-premise.
Right.
It could be, often we're seeing 2 vendor policies coming in, at least 2 vendor policies. So they'll work with us and another vendor, or 2 other vendors providing their Kubernetes resources. The reality of that is, it's not just the Kubernetes that's different, and often it's not. At least at the surface, the API is the same. It's everything that they wrap around that is different and adds layers of complexity for platform teams, as well as I mentioned earlier, the multiple endpoint problem. I'm deploying my app now. Which endpoints do I choose to do? And suddenly what ends up happening is the apps just go into one provider because it's easier. So we're seeing that the time saving and the simplicity that we can offer is really good for these platform teams.
Great. If you don't mind, I'd love to ask about K0. Is that primarily being used, kind of spin up the simplified development environment, or do you see it being used at the edge a lot? Because people talk about K3, K0, it's kind of edge environments.
Yeah, so we've got a wide range of K0's customers today and a wide range of use cases. Currently, I think we've got about 200,000 clusters that are reporting telemetry. But we see that we've got use cases right now with people building clusters on-prem, so traditional, expand out clusters. We're seeing clusters that are being built in the public cloud, so on top of public cloud providers, on top of VM instances. We're seeing it being used as appliances. In fact, we have one customer who is embedding K0s as a single node, single cluster, in inverted commas, appliance. And they push K0s out with the K0s manifest capabilities, and they run it as an appliance. We're seeing K0s being used at the edge. Because the kubelet is so simple to deploy, we just pop it out, provide a token file, and it can run, I hate to say it, on something like a Raspberry Pi or an equivalent commercial version of a Raspberry Pi. So it really makes it's been designed to be simple to use in a multitude of different use cases, and edge is definitely one of those.
It seems kind of architecturally that really supports the idea of cars are becoming software platforms with wheels on it, right?
For sure.
But everything is, like your smartphone could be some part of that distributed edge network for you, or
it already is in some ways.
Right? And that seems like a great place where K0 could be.
Absolutely.
I mean, it really could permeate a lot of environments.
Well, the beauty of that is, where we're looking at it from the point of view of K0s being the simple to deploy and manage Kubernetes, Cosmotron removing the complexity of the control plane, CAPI providing that infrastructure management layer, and we've done some extra work to do bare metal management and operating system management as part of one of our other products. All of those things combined, I now have a very simple way to do a very, very distributed Kubernetes network. And because I have all this information in a central database, so from an application point of view, I can query that database and understand what my network looks like. And that's the beauty behind it.
Great.
CAPI Cosmotron and K0s, all of that together. And that's the vision.
So you launched Cosmotron here. Have you been having open source users of that for a while now? I assume it's been out there and kind of tested and battle tested.
So we've been doing demos here all week. We have a number of people trying it out. We're seeing, like K0s, we've got a lot of commercial use. Cosmotron is new. We've got a lot of test clusters out there, a lot of CAPI integration work happening. I've been doing demos here all week, showing people, 3 lines of YAML, 7 seconds, and there's a cluster up and running. I can do a full CAPI deployment on a public cloud provider in under a minute and a half, and most of that time is waiting for the instances to start. So it's pretty stable. We're seeing a lot of good uptake. We really want the community to come out and dig into it and provide us feedback. We're always trying to improve.
That's the open source model.
Mm-hmm.
Where can folks find out more? Kick the tires, download the open source, do all the good things you can do.
Everything's on GitHub. Cosmotron.io, K0s.io. Of course, Mirantis.com. There are links to all of this. We're doing everything in the open. The team is super active online, so dig in on GitHub, ask questions, load issues. The guys are always there to respond. The leadership of the K0s team has been helping me get ready for this, preparing videos and demos at 2 o'clock in the morning their time, and they're all in Finland, so it's been a great experience to work with them.
Remarkably vivid for being up that long, doing those long hours of work. So
no, great team.
Guys are doing well. Well, congrats on the launch.
Thank you.
The hard work on Cosmotron and K0 and other great things Mirantis is doing. So keep us informed. Let us know how it's going, and we're really interested to see where this evolves and use cases that might touch. Always the fun part.
Like
we never intended that to happen, but it's a great use case, right?
We intend to publish those use cases as soon as they're ready. We love talking about what we do. We put a lot of our use cases on the websites as well, so we're doing some amazing stuff with customers around the world.
Good. All right, Sean O'Meara here from Mirantis. Be sure and check it out on GitHub and their website. We'll be back with another great interview here from KubeCon North America in Chicago on our 3rd day of live streaming about Kubernetes and a lot of other great things. So thank you, Sean, for joining us.
Thank you very much.
We'll be back in just a minute.
Techstrong TV.
Welcome back to the Qualys Security Conference for the Americas. We're here with Nikhil Vaidya, who is Director of Vulnerability Management for Elevance Health, and then we have Lavish Yam, who is Director of Product Management for Compliance Solutions at Qualys. I got that right. All right. Gentlemen, we're talking about compliance. Let's start with you for a second. On the face of it, it seems relatively simple. I run a scan. I'm supposed to figure out my compliance. I check the boxes, yes or no, and I go get it fixed. It seems like in real life, it's a lot more difficult than that. So what are the challenges? What goes on? And what should people be thinking about?
Yeah, 100%. So firstly, the issue is that there's so many requirements that you have to eventually comply with. There's so many regulatory frameworks that exist, and we as a company have contractual obligations with governments that we have to make sure we satisfy them in a timely manner. So the ability to identify what those are and test against them in a timely manner is the actual problem, or even seeing them in a common spot. So that's what people need to think about more, is what exactly is it that you're looking to solve or you're looking to measure against, and then how do you measure against it is the other big challenge that you have.
Lavish, you talk to a lot of customers. Yeah. What are they telling you? What's stressing them out?
Yeah, so the thing is, you had PCI 3.2.1, right? So there were multiple requirements in it. You were complying with it. Now, suddenly, you have to move to PCI 4.0. The previous requirements, some of them got restructured. Some of them got deprecated. There are new requirements that are added. Customers are freaking out. Like, give me a solution that auto maps everything and I stay compliant. I do not need to change my compliance tools and do something else, because if you're using some traditional tools, as you were saying, you're not mapping to the new requirements that are coming up. You are just saying that, okay, this many are your misconfigs that you need to fix. But you're not saying that, okay, this misconfig can lead to PCI 4.0 failure. This misconfig can cause HIPAA failure, right? So these, you need to have some sort of compliance tool which has this auto cross mapping of your various misconfigs or configs with a lot of security like benchmarks and frameworks like NIST, PCI DSS, HIPAA. So you got to have some solution like that, and that's what we, in my session as well, I said, Qualys compliance solutions have this mapping of 20,000 odd controls with 65 regulations.
Thanks. You guys jointly did a presentation today. Give us the highlights of that. You know, I know you're a customer, so what brought you to Qualys? And
sure. So we've had a pretty distributed and a pretty well architected Qualys implementation, and we've been using it for a very long time now. But we were more like traditional VMDR customers. We had cloud agents deployed. We used to do scans, but that was more vulnerability focused. At the beginning of the year, my team or my entire organization, we were handed over the secure configuration program to run, and we didn't know where to start, to be honest, right? Because the technical configuration standard defining sat on another team. There was another team that managed the tool that ran checks against those control and compliance requirements that we had. And then when we looked at Qualys's policy compliance solution, we saw an opportunity there to utilize all of the existing infrastructure, all of the existing scanners, all of the existing agents, and the ability that we get with Qualys to import all of these benchmarks that Lavish was talking about earlier, right? And deploy them. It just makes sense. Mm-hmm. So that's the reason why we're migrating towards using Qualys more. We want to get a more return on our investment as well. And all of this, like adding additional modules on top of what you already have deployed, it just makes sense from a technical perspective, but from a people, process, and technology perspective as well.
It's been a while since I've been involved in an audit, but as I remember the process, we spent some months getting ready, and everybody would send paperwork, and we'd check every little thing. Auditor come around, and I think we passed most of the time, but honestly, we were compliant for about a couple hours later, and then somebody changed something. Yeah. So how do we kind of
when you say paper spreadsheets, things have changed now. Mm-hmm. The compliance regulations have become much more stringent. Every role wants to see different kind of compliance posture. For example, they need to have some comprehensive reports now or dashboards that tell you what's the overall posture without going into in-depth. right? The CISOs want to know, am I at the risk of compliance failures or not? What's my passing posture? Is it 86% or less, right? So now the tools, the paperwork, the spreadsheet has gone now. So it's more of dashboards. Click there, NIST template, fit it in, send me a report of all the assets in the organizations. Do you have inventory in place? Yeah, with Qualys CSAM. Do you have vulnerability management in place? Yes, with VMDR. All these requirements, like if I talk about PCI 4.0, it wants you to have inventory. It wants you to have this vulnerability management. It wants you to have patch management, fix all the patches within 30 days. So things have moved much more dynamic. And if you can show via comprehensive reports that you are filling in all the gaps via one solution, single pane of glass, that is what required by the auditors these days.
It used to be that audit I described was an event. Has this kind of morphed into a continuous process? I mean, basically you have to know what's happening at all times.
It does. Compliance measurement has now become more of a continuous monitoring thing rather than something that you do every 3 months when an audit comes your way. So today what most CISOs and what most teams are looking at is to say, okay, when I drift against what I have defined, I want to know that soon. So I don't have to wait 3 months for that to turn into a finding or for that to be a hole that can be exploited by a vulnerability for that matter. So for example, we see VM and compliance as two sides of a coin, which many people don't, or I don't know if they do, but they should. It's like saying if you have a compliance issue or a misconfiguration that can turn into a vulnerability pretty fast. And having that compliance problem can actually increase the risk of that vulnerability itself, or can reduce it if you don't have it in place, or if you have measures in place. But the ability to monitor continuously for both of these things at the same time is something that everyone should be looking at today.
Yeah. Well, how automated can all this stuff get? I mean, we hear a lot about AI these days, but how much of a manual task today can get automated, and how can we make this whole thing less painful?
So if I talk about the manual process, number one, it's very much time consuming, and number two, it's going to give you inaccurate results at times because of human errors and everything, and it cannot happen at continuous basis. So automating the compliance is a must-have today, and the tools like Qualys Policy Compliance that really helps you to add your asset tags in your inventory, and then you're good, right? You just say, I want to monitor this for this particular compliance, because we have all of those mandates. As I said, 65 plus security benchmarks things are all mapped, and the policies do exist. There's a big number of policies, I forgot, 997 to be exact. There are 997 policies for various benchmarks available. So now why do we have all of this? So that you don't have to do anything manually. Those things are present. Just have your asset tagged, all of the asset tags, call it like my PCI scope. You have 200,000 assets in your PCI scope. Import a policy, PCI policy from the library, add that asset tag into it, and your 200,000 assets will be scanned in 30 minutes, and you will get to know the compliance posture. This level of automation mapped with various regulations is something that was needed, and that is something that we are providing today.
We have this term GRC, governance, risk, and compliance. The one thing that's not in there is security. Are these things starting to converge more? GRC and security, is it becoming one motion, and how is that evolving?
They are. So we have to work closely with our GRC teams, because they are the ones who sometimes are the ones defining what these control standards are. So we have to work closely with them, because they are a governance function in the end. If they are defining what these standards are, we are the ones implementing them. So security is responsible for, let's say, traditionally security used to be responsible for fixing the issues that were found. But now the security teams actually have to work with the governance team, with the risk team, to say, what can we do to make sure we are looking at the right things? And that is an important factor to consider when working closely with the GRC teams.
Is this a more cost-effective way to think about doing this whole thing? Because as I understand the platform, there's a single agent, and if I go with all this other stuff, I get 5, 6, 7, 8 different agents doing different things.
Exactly. You are to the point.
All right. Can I streamline this thing?
Yeah, so the thing is, not only the cost, I'll keep cost at the end, right? Cost is for CISOs. I'll be talking more technical over here. if you have multiple agents, number one, they are not compatible with each other most of the times, and one could be hampering the other as well, right? And it could be opening backdoors. For example, if you have one agent for real-time monitoring and it's hooking your kernel, right? It's hooking into kernel, and you have another agent that wants to talk to kernel, it will not be able to ever. So the other agent will never get the results that it wants to. So having one agent in place, doing all the activities like Qualys does, vulnerability management, inventory, patch management, file integrity monitoring, configuration assessment. If you do all these activities with one agent, no need of siloed solutions. You are secure, right? There is no one else tapping into your communication, and the other part is cost effective.
Yeah. One of the issues that I think people encounter out there is, while, if you fail the audit, people will yell at you, but if you pass the audit, nobody stands up and cheers. So how do we make this, something that the business appreciates more?
So what we've utilized more is showing all of this data in a single pane of glass, be it within the Qualys platform, but the real value that we're getting out of this now is with our ServiceNow integrations. So we have dashboards that are built in that actually drill down or drill up to like a CISO level or their level, where they can click and say, okay, tell me what percentage is this group at. So if for some reason their number is at 80%, but they're able to like drill it down into, let's say director 1 is at 50%, but director 2 is at 100%. They're actually able to go and tell that guy like, hey, you are the one bringing my compliance down. It's kind of like a game. I don't want to call it like a wall of shame or anything like that because it's not. But it's like the more you gamify it, the more you make it interesting for people to say, okay, my goal is for you to go from 50% to 80% today, and those are measurable goals. And as long as you set them, that actually helps you. Well, it helps on your performance reviews and everything as well. But eventually, it's kind of like saying, if you want to increase the posture of the organization by 20%, that's what you need to do.
Do I get a prize?
You can. Do you have the budget for it?
Are you starting to see more customers? Essentially what they're doing is kind of converging security operations, governance, and IT management a little bit more. So are you seeing more customers do something similar?
Oh yeah. So a lot of customers that we are encountering these days are coming from different platforms, to be honest. And they're saying, okay, we are using Qualys VMDR because VMDR is big, right? Everybody uses Qualys VMDR. It's a top product. We all know that, right? So earlier they were using solution A for file integrity monitoring, solution B for configuration assessment, solution C for something like patch, and then they were using VMDR on like below it. Everyone was using Qualys VMDR. Now they are seeing the value of this agent. They're coming to us and say, okay, give me one consolidated solution. I don't need multiple agents on my host, right? So that is the kind of conversation that we have been having. And we had to write tools, literally we had to write tools that convert their policies that they're using right now to Qualys policies, so that they don't change the attack surface, they monitor the same stuff but with Qualys now, right? Remove the earlier agent, have ours.
So you went down the compliance rabbit hole, what was that, 6 months ago, a year ago? What do you know now that you wish you knew then?
Interesting question. I don't know. Compliance is a complicated subject, right? Like when we first moved into it, I was of the same opinion that you brought up at the beginning. Like, okay, it's pretty simple. Check a box. That's what you need to look at. But when you get into the weeds of, what do these technical configuration standards eventually map to? That mapping exercise. That's really been a pain to do. But if that's an automated solution that we have out there, that definitely helps. So on the brink of it, it might seem a straightforward job. But then when you see that one control can apply to 10 different policies or 10 different regulatory requirements that you have, and you need all of those mapped, it's kind of like a exercise in pain management more than anything else after a point.
You clearly track a lot of the compliance regulations. Are they getting tougher, stricter? Are the penalties starting to add up? What should we be thinking about here?
If you're not compliant, it can lead to like $4 million of loss at the point, right? The fines are increasing. GDPR, right? If you in the European countries, mostly GDPR that you need to follow. You fail HIPAA, right? There's penalties, and penalties can result into around 2 to 10% of your profits per year, right? This is big amount that we're talking about in terms of penalties. And the regulations, they are getting more and more stringent. For example, PCI DSS 4.0, right? I have done this comprehensive analysis of PCI 4.0, and then I got to know that now it moves towards the container space as well. Earlier, it was all talking about the technologies being used in the past, like virtual machines and all. But now, the cloud thing coming in, the containerization coming in, Docker, Kubernetes, you have these stringent policies that your cloud environment should also be secure. Earlier it was scan 6 months, every 6 months we are good. Now, scan every 4 hours or less, right? Earlier it was patch when your audit is there, or patch whenever you want to or whenever you can. Today, patch as soon as Tuesday patch comes in, right? So the thing is going more towards dynamic environment and continuous. Also, the latest technologies that are coming in, like cloud, containers, etc., you got to be compliant for those as well. And trust me, having runtime security on containers is not an easy task.
As I said, it's been a long time, but we used to kind of shop around for auditors because we kind of knew that some were tougher than others. Are the audits more consistent these days, or what should I be thinking about when I look at who's coming in?
Sometimes it's a flavor of the month kind of thing. I don't want to bash auditors or say anything bad about them, but in general, most of them have been streamlined into knowing what they need. The requirements are decently clear, I would say, given that they're audit requirements. So they're not like super clear, but I think most people get it right now. So I don't think it's that sort of a situation where you shop around these days. But some people are more comfortable with certain auditors, so you could keep that relationship going. But for the most part, I think it's pretty much standardized now.
Mm-hmm. Do you think the auditors are going to get better tools? Because at the end of the day, they have tools, and so what does that look like?
Yeah, they're getting more smarter, right? So it's not like earlier you show them the dashboard and they're good. Now they want the demos. That's what we have seen. Right, so we were like, okay, we are doing this, we are doing that, and this is the end result. This is the dashboard that we got. Like, no, show me the demo. How did it work? How did you get to this widget in this dashboard? This is the kind of audit that we face these days, because at the end of the day, we have to be transparent. If they're writing something about us, if they're saying you have passed this audit, they also have to justify that.
And we're getting asked a lot more questions, like how are you monitoring? Earlier, if we were saying, okay, we're scanning every 4 hours, today they want proof, saying that, okay, show us that you're scanning every 4 hours. Show us that you're scanning all of the inventory that you're supposed to be scanning. So, which is not a bad thing. They need to be asking those questions, but I think those are coming up a lot more than they used to.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to convey when I was saying this.
What is that one thing you see customers doing that just makes you shake your head and go, I can't believe we're still doing this, guys. We're better than this.
With the tools in place, I think it's you're bound to give the results to your auditors, right? Because they also have to prove this, justify this to their organizations. So I think you got to have some automation in place to give them the give them the comprehensive reports, which can then be communicated to every level. Because communication, basically in compliance, is multifold.
There's a lot of anxiety when it comes to this stuff. What's, last question to you. What's your best advice for coping with the anxiety? How do I reduce the stress in this whole process?
It gets better.
But use our solution. You will not have anxiety.
Yeah, I mean, in general, if you put the right people, process, and technology in place, things will get better. As long as you have a clear vision of what you want to do, if you know what you need to monitor, if you have the right tools in place, if you have the right communication strategy in place, I think you're doing the right thing. So keep on doing the right thing. Fight the good fight. You've heard all of those words before, but don't want to be like a buzzword magnet or anything. But essentially, things do get better.
This guy is stealing everything I wanted to say.
There you go. Well, folks, it's always going to be a certain amount of anxiety when you do anything that looks like compliance or audit, but the more you do it, the less stressful it becomes. And in most cases, things are not nearly as big and ugly as they seem when you first get started. Gentlemen, thanks for stopping by.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Techstrong TV.
And we're back at KubeCon 2023 here in Chicago. The great conversation. We're going to take a little bit of a different track here. I'm joined by Morgan McLean, who's Director of Product Management with Splunk.
Yes.
And we're talking about some Splunk, but really talking about one of the roles that you have with the CNCF, with OpenTelemetry.
Yeah, so I'm one of the co-founders of OpenTelemetry. I've been with the project, by definition then, since its beginning, since 2019 when we announced it. OpenTelemetry is formed by the merger of two pre-existing open source projects, OpenCensus, OpenTracing. Those are both deprecated now. And so really I've been working on open source solutions in space since around 2016, 2017.
Yeah, it's amazing it's been that long, because I remember reading about, OpenTracing is now part of
OpenTelemetry, yes.
And to make that announcement's one thing. To get to the point where it's been deprecated,
yes,
that's a huge effort.
Massive. And it's funny, at the time we thought OpenCensus and OpenTracing were relatively big and successful, and they were in their own way. But OpenTelemetry so rapidly dwarfed them in terms of market penetration and success and features and everything else that the fact that they were deprecated relatively recently is interesting, and in the context of 2019 and the announcement, fulfillment of our original vision, and yet in some ways today kind of a small deal because OpenTelemetry is so ubiquitous and so successful.
So to kind of rolling back history a little bit, what did you think was possible? What were you hoping for with OpenTelemetry when you're first starting out? I imagine it wasn't like, we're going to have all these technology vendors contributing.
If you had told me then that within a year of announcing OpenTelemetry, it would be the second most active project in the CNCF, so the second highest number of monthly developers, I would have assumed you were lying. That a project just focused on data extraction could become sort of on the same order of magnitude as big in terms of contributions and code as something like Kubernetes, this compute platform that powers billions of dollars of industry every month. It's quite incredible. And it's certainly been really exciting to be part of it.
I think it's a model, at least one model for open source success of when the contributors will also say, okay, we know that we do that too on our own stuff, but this is more valuable for all of us to do the same thing.
And if you go back in time to that era, before OpenTelemetry got big, you had these established vendors in the space, particularly in APM, because for APM you require integrations of actual applications. So to contrast with, say, like logging or even system metrics, where you generally have integrations for like Windows and Linux and maybe a handful of third-party apps that people run. To do distributed tracing for APM, you need integrations with every language runtime and every single client library that people use on those runtimes. There's hundreds of thousands of these integration points that people need. And so no one company was ever going to be able to provide that, let alone maintain it, even if they built it in the first place. And so that's where I think, like OpenTelemetry, the success has been very clear. And that not only for end users, the people who want deep visibility in their own services, where they want to use OpenTelemetry to export the data, but even the vendors who had existing sort of effectively offerings or components of their offerings and their agents have very rapidly adopted OpenTelemetry, because it's almost impossible to go it alone, right? You'll have support for, say, like Java and .NET, but not maybe Python or something else. And so I think OpenTelemetry has really shown everybody the way. And it's been lovely in that the project has been so collaborative, both between the end users and all the vendors in the space. I think because it's scoped just on data extraction, data collection from infrastructure and services, no one's commercial interests are really threatened by it, and it really just has helped everyone. It's been a very, like, honestly positive success story all around.
When you can pick a domain where you say, is that really where we want to differentiate, supporting another agent or another environment?
And the answer is often no.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in this case it's almost exclusively across the industry been no, which is good for everybody.
So you're on the governance committee, governance board, right?
Yeah. So OpenTelemetry is divided into many different groups. At the lowest level, lowest might not be the right word, but that's sort of the most sort of project-oriented level, we have SIGs, special interest groups. And so those maintain the different parts of it. So there's like the instrumentation for Java, or for .NET, or for Python. Each of those is a different SIG. And then the collector is our sort of large agent for OpenTelemetry that has its own SIG. The sort of committees that sit above that, or sort of distinct from that, is there's the technical committee, formed of sort of the most sort of senior engineers, or sort of the people who can dedicate the most time to the project. They oversee the overall spec that says, this is what each of these language instrumentations should do, this is what the agent should do, or like this is a metric, this is how you can operate on them, this is how a metric that describes, say, a HTTP request from a given service, this is the sort of data, the payload it should have. The technical committee does that. Then there's the overall governance committee that steers the direction of the project. So I've been on that one since the beginning of the project, and it's been very good.
Plus, you get to see the whole thing, the whole picture, right? And maybe help shape the evolution.
Yeah, I mean,
watch it evolve.
There's maintainers and other people in the community who also have very broad visibility. That's not exclusive to the governance committee.
Well, and to that point, it's not like it's a top-down effort. No open source is by definition, right?
And it's a funny thing, because people will come up at KubeCon and say, like, what's the roadmap for OpenTelemetry? And we do have an official roadmap. You can go on GitHub and see it. It's there. And we can talk a bit about the things on it. But the roadmap in open source is only so good as the willingness of the community to actually go and build those things. Like, it's one thing for the governance committee, or me, because I'm generally the one driving a lot of this, to go and say, like, the big focus next year, one of them will be adding profiling as a fourth signal type, or this year logging as a third signal type. It's one thing for us to have that vision and spell that out. And in a company, you hire people and have managers and chains of control that go implement that vision. But in open source, I mean, OpenTelemetry is not a company, and it's not a single vendor project. There's dozens of vendors deeply involved, which is a very positive thing, by the way. And so, it's one thing for me to say this is our vision, but we need people to actually show up and do these. And so it's always been interesting building that roadmap, because it's this mix of, like, this is what our end users want, our stakeholders want, but also this is what the community and the developers are actually willing and able to deliver and implement on it.
I almost equate it to a shared vision, right?
It is.
Because no one person has the full,
correct,
or creates the full
and
thing,
no
right?
one stakeholder or cohort of stakeholders even has that full.
Other people wouldn't participate.
Correct.
I mean, if one Smuck or any other company was like, we're it, and you all kind of follow us, they're not going to do that.
Yeah, and so it's a interesting balancing act. And when the project started, I think there were concerns, less from me, but I think externally, of like, there's a lot of vendors involved in OpenTelemetry, and there were early on. And so people were concerned it would be like this sort of vendor fest. That hasn't really happened. And I think that's because it's so focused on data extraction. Again, like, most of the companies are happy to get more data out of OpenTelemetry. And so it's been there hasn't been any walking a tightrope between vendors. That's actually been a really positive relationship. But still, you have to balance like what people are actually willing to sit down and spend their time developing versus what maybe you think the project needs overall. I think generally we've done a good job of achieving that.
Well, I mean, to have the support you do, I think it's a good testament to this working, right?
We just hit a milestone, so we have 1,100 monthly active developers in the community.
Wow.
So every month...
How many?
1,100.
1,100, wow.
So every month there's at least 1,100 people who are checking in, either checking in code, making pull requests, reviewing pull requests, sort of activity like that. It goes beyond just basic comments. And that's huge. Like that's, I think, almost exactly half the size of Kubernetes every month. And Kubernetes is, again, this massive, huge compute platform. Yeah. And so to have achieved that for a project, fundamentally is just focused on data extraction, data collection, data pre-processing is very, very impressive. And I think it does speak to the community that we've built and the positivity and inclusiveness that we've
So what are things that a governance committee deals with that you aren't going to handle or couldn't only work on as an individual group
Honestly,
or component?
Not much, and I say this in a loving way, like the
which is a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, not everybody's going to be happy.
If you had an open source project where the governors of it were constantly meddling in everything or dictating things, like there are some examples for something that's so big, where yes, at times you do need to bring everyone together and drive a very specific direction. But I think in open telemetry, as I've seen in other communities in CNCF, I think the fact that the governance committee generally doesn't have to step in that much is actually really positive. I think, again, it speaks to the collaborative nature of the community, right? And as well as to the systems that we set up. Like, there are, if you're maintaining the Java SDK, right, you have a spec that you come and implement. But that spec is not defined by the governance committee. It's defined by the sort of spec group, which is mostly technical committee members, as well as all the people who are implementing it. Mm-hmm. And so the fact that it's not some super top-down thing, where the governance committee can focus a bit more on project direction or end user feedback or showing up at conferences like this, I think is very positive.
How about things, kind of going back a little ways, but when open tracing, bringing that, adopting that in.
Yeah.
Does that kind of come bottom up as something we should do and then approved by the government? Or is it come...
Well, that was almost the other way around.
Okay.
You
were approached, sometimes that happens.
Not even. So OpenTelemetry only exists because OpenCensus and OpenTracing merged.
Okay, okay, good point.
Yeah, so it was literally a group of meetings where I was working on OpenCensus. We had say Ben Sigelman and Ted from Lightstep who were working on OpenTracing and various others. I don't mean to diminish the group. Where we're coming in and saying there's two projects here. They're maybe not technically in direct competition, but they effectively are.
Yeah.
And because there's two different APIs, two different implementations, two different ways to extract this data from applications, no one's building the integrations, the instrumentation needed on either of them to make it really successful. Because if you're maintaining a database or a language runtime or something, and a end user comes and says, hey, can you implement tracing or metrics or some way for me to extract my data and send it anywhere? And you see there's two competing APIs or implementations of this, you're often just going to stare at this and just close the issue. It's not that you're going to even pick one and that half the people will pick one and half pick the other. That would be bad. But it's even worse where you just do nothing. You stare at it and go this is kind of a joke. I don't need this right now. And you move on to doing something totally different. And that's where I think OpenTelemetry, the fact that it was generated out of both of those and created the single standard for instrumentation, for data collection, data extraction, made it very, very successful. Yes, there's the super positive community behind it. Yes, there's the 1,100 developers every month working on it. Those are all massive and big. But if nothing else, OpenTelemetry made sure there was a single sane option in this space that people could rely on. And that alone accounts for a huge amount of the project's success.
So you're wearing a couple different hats.
Yeah.
In some ways, you could say, sometimes they might be in conflict, right? What you might want as the director of product management for Splunk might not be exactly what the rest of the community wants.
I think in theory that's very possible, and I mentioned there was some concern about that.
I meant not accusing you of anything. No, I mean I could see a scenario where.
Yeah, I think one of the smartest things we did with OpenTelemetry is kept the project focused strictly on extracting data from applications and infrastructure. OpenTelemetry is not a backend. It's not a replacement for Prometheus or Splunk or Datadog or Dynatrace or Jaeger or anything else. It doesn't do that. All it does is take your data out, ensure it's nicely formatted, and you can send it to the locations you want. And I think because of that, the commercial interests are generally not threatened, because the commercial interest for these companies and for the open source solutions here, like Prometheus and Jaeger, is just like, we want to make this as easy as possible for people to get their data out, and we want it to be well structured, right? We want it to be sensible. We want HTTP metric from this service written in Java to be correlatable with this one for a service written in .NET, to have the same attributes and things on it. OpenTelemetry achieves that. That's all those vendors wanted. And the other thing is, I don't think any of them were satisfied with their own offerings historically, right? Like, if you wind the clock back to like 2016 when I was getting in this space, the incumbent APM vendors, like, you'd go to them and if you had, say, a Java application or .NET application, they'd say, oh, yep, we work with that. And you'd buy their product and they'd still have to send a bunch of field people out to like go make the integration work. And meanwhile, if you came to them with, say, like PHP, I'm making up an example, they might have had good PHP support, but like PHP, or for some of them maybe Ruby, they would say, oh, you can't use our product, like, it doesn't work with that. And so I don't think any of them were particularly happy with the solutions they had built. There were customers that they had to turn away, or customers for whom the experience was always kind of bad. And secondly, they were spending a ton of money on agentry. Like, these were big teams of very experienced engineers. Like, doing automatic instrumentation for a Java application, or pick your language of choice, it's not a trivial thing. You need to hire people with deep, intimate knowledge of the JVM, or the .NET CLR for .NET, or the Python runtime for Python, and so on. And so they're spending a lot of money on this. It wasn't working for them, and it was shrinking the overall market, or at least not letting the market grow. OpenTelemetry is in many ways sort of uncorked the bottle, right? Like, those firms don't need to spend as much on instrumentation, or in theory they don't need to spend as much on instrumentation as they did in the past. The data comes out in a beautiful, well-structured way, so it's always consistent. And better yet, their customers can quickly adopt it, and they can switch solutions if they want. And so we did find a way by scoping the project down to make it so that the interests of some of the vendors who are backing it aren't in conflict with it. I will also say with OpenTelemetry in the last few years, like, early on it was like Google, Microsoft, Splunk, Lightstep, like a bunch of observability or cloud vendors with observability offerings. Some of the biggest contributors now are end users, like companies that are making money of OpenTelemetry in that it makes their own services more observable internally, it makes them more reliable. But it's companies that are getting so much value out of OpenTelemetry that they're putting engineers back on the project to make it even better. And we've seen more and more of that every single year.
It seems like it's interesting how it's evolved to, you think, kind of an ops-centric model, if you will, from APM to security as a domain.
Yes.
Well adopted. Splunk's had great success there.
It has, yeah.
Domain-driven design in applications and architecture, adopting, using OpenTelemetry within your application, so your stack.
Yep.
Right? I'm curious, do you see AI as kind of another domain to start that can benefit from using OpenTelemetry? Or?
Like, I'm not an AI expert by any means, but when you're analyzing reams of data because you're building a large language model or something, or any other type of AI, right? Like, so much of our current ML technology is based on just like massive data being piped in for training. It helps a lot when that data is well structured. And so, yeah, OpenTelemetry probably isn't necessarily directly helping build like a large language model that's based off of like human text on Wikipedia or Reddit or something, because that's human readable text. The whole point of that thing is to parse it. But for any ML model or AI work that's modeling the type of data you would get from OpenTelemetry, metrics, traces, logs, machine data, really, then yeah, it's incredibly beneficial because that data is well structured. And I'll take logging as an example. Like, we're announcing tomorrow at this conference that OpenTelemetry logging is GA. This is the third major signal type in OpenTelemetry. This is a big deal because we have metrics already, we had traces already, now we're adding logs. Those are the three data types that most firms are focused on capturing from their services, which means they can just exclusively rely on OpenTelemetry if they want. This is particularly important for logs, though, because logs historically are generally, they're unstructured. And when we started working on logging in OpenTelemetry, we wanted to only go into it if we thought we could actually improve things. And when we talk to large companies that write a lot of logs or vendors, they have two major problems today. One is the performance of the logging agents. Well, that's somewhat fixable and not particularly relevant to the AI conversation. But the other is logs often come in with wildly different formats. Right? You have a service over here written by one team and one over here written by another team. Your timestamps come in differently. this one might have the right host information on it, this one doesn't, or it's structured differently.
Level of specificity in
it's all over the place.
What the message is
or,
about.
Or even someone just structured the key for timestamp like time-stamp, and the other is timestamp without the hyphen. Right, and so you have to do a ton of pre-processing to make that work, or in many cases you don't, and you can't query it properly. Well, from an ops perspective, this is incredibly annoying, but at least there's some fields where you can spend a bunch of money, do a ton of work either in your queries and pre-processing to format it sort of consistently. But if you're trying to train an AI system, and again, not like a large language model that's trying to learn
like
human language, but some like, ML system that's going to alert you to anomalies or something. Well, the fact that your data is totally wildly differently structured is really going to limit your effectiveness. Right? With OpenTelemetry, this data is coming in, even your logs is coming in properly structured. It's part of it actually has a data model in OpenTelemetry, and so not only is it more performant to capture, but and pre-process if you even need to, but it's coming in where all your timestamps, your machine IDs, your service information, all of the additional metadata you might have about certain interactions or events that generated those logs are all the same. So now you can have success much, much earlier because you can actually focus on training that AI model, training that system, instead of spending all of your time formatting things and running out of time to actually do the real AI work. So no, I think it'll be very effective. Caveat again, I'm not some AI expert, but it's a massive benefit.
Yeah, that's a whole nother domain. But it seems like the common denominator for everything is everything produces log messages.
Well, and there's sort of examples I can draw to where there was a big push a few years ago amongst various AI companies, like nothing to do with cloud ops and stuff, but to do like AI analytics of health records, to say like, oh, we'll look at these health records of 1 million people, and we know the ones who had a certain type of cancer and the ones who didn't, and so we'll see if we can find a pattern in their health records where we could then in the future look at other records and say, hey, maybe you should get checked out for this certain type of cancer because you have some similar symptoms or things you went to the doctor for. And my impression is that most of those efforts failed because the health records are written by people, they're all over the place.
Have you seen a doctor's handwriting, more or less what's in it?
Well, and even once you parse the handwriting, but like even once you parse it, it's like short form notes.
Details of what's put in,
And so my impression is none of those efforts, or very few, were successful, at least the ones I know about. And so it's kind of, there's a corollary there. It's a similar problem where if your data coming in isn't particularly useful, either because it's misshapen or it's just missing things, to derive insights, even with a very effective AI model, or even, frankly, people looking at it, is going to be really limited. And so the same benefits that OpenTelemetry brings to users of, like, Splunk or Prometheus or Grafana or whatever, like, choose your observability solution, the same benefits it brings to them because of structured data, making their queries actually work and everything else, will also apply to any AI or ML models built on top of this.
Great. So, I think it's pretty obvious, but if someone wasn't quite clear, like why would Splunk and all the other companies dedicate the amount of time and resource? Not, yourself, but there's a lot more to it, right? It isn't like you're the sole contributor here to what's happening.
No, neither I nor Splunk. Like OpenTelemetry is proudly like a true open source, open license, open governance project where there's a huge number of different contributors. Like Splunk is probably one of the more prominent ones, but you've got Microsoft and Google and Dynatrace and Lightstep, or I guess ServiceNow now, and various other companies and vendors, Amazon, who are all putting in a ton of time and a ton of effort on the project. And that's good. And it's, the CNCF owns the license and trademark for it, so there's not going to be any licensing shenanigans over it like we've seen at times in other communities. It is.
Intellectual property issues, all that.
It's all above board, it's open governance, we're all elected, there's no permanent positions. Like it is a true success story, and a few years ago that probably wasn't that uncommon, but I think given some of the changes in the industry recently, that's a very nice thing, a very stable thing to point at. And I think it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where the commercial interests are I think, almost perfectly aligned with what the end users want here, which is great.
And it seems like carving out that lane, everybody's clear. This is what we're doing.
It's very critical.
We're not going to venture into what we all do. Makes a lot of sense.
Because you see other projects, like you can take the extreme example of like open core projects, where a company has an open source version that's kind of lightweight, and then the enterprise version that has more features. If you go to the open source version and make like submissions that'll make it too good, they kind of have an incentive to make those go away. Because it competes with their commercial offering. With OpenTelemetry, not to belabor the point, but like because it's not doing analytics or anything else, doesn't really exist.
Well, congrats on the success and longevity you've had with the project.
We've had we're expecting even more growth, I think, over the coming year. Like I mentioned, logging is going GA or is GA now. For a lot of companies, I think that was, like first off, OpenTelemetry is super successful in the industry, but I think there's a lot for whom they looked at it and said, there's tracing and metrics, it doesn't solve my full story for logging. Maybe I'll adopt it for those two, but not the whole thing, but maybe I won't. With logging, it's the clear solution, right? It's the way you can extract all of that data you have today. And over the next year, that's going to get further extended. Profiling is getting added to the fourth signal type that allows deep analytics into compute, into like where you're spending money on given function calls that might be costing you a lot of performance. And we're also extending OpenTelemetry to more and more platforms. So projects historically have been focused on backend services and infrastructure, typically in cloud environments, but not exclusively. We're adding support for client applications, for Android and JavaScript, for web browsers and others. And so it's really going to extend OpenTelemetry out of just the data center and into client applications, even in theory into embedded systems. Yeah, and that's very, very exciting. There's work that's even started recently on mainframe support for OpenTelemetry. And this, to me, is just really the full realization of the vision of you want observability, you want insight into your entire estate that you've built. Well, that goes all the way from customer interactions to finding out why they're slow or why they might be broken, all the way down to the smallest of back-end services or infrastructure.
It's a great example of why constrain it to one person's vision, right?
Correct.
If you can get a shared vision.
In fairness, this is always part of the vision.
But everybody does, right? But this is a great example when you have a shared vision.
Yes.
Shared outcomes.
Expertise. Like there's a lot of people from IBM and Broadcom who want to work on the mainframe part. This is fantastic. They're the experts at that. Like
I'm getting the hook here from my guys. So
So there's a lot of great things happening. OpenTelemetry's already been very successful. And I think over the next year and a bit, like we're going to see that grow even faster.
We look forward to more great things. So
likewise.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Morgan McLean, who is Director of Product Management as well as on the governing board.
Yes, one of the co-founders of OpenTelemetry.
And one of the co-founders, absolutely, of Open Telemetry. I want to say tracing. Thank you. And
thank you.
I appreciate you joining us. We will be back with another great guest. I don't know as much longevity with an open source project, but another great guest nonetheless. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Techstrong TV.
Hi, everyone. Alan Schimmel back here at Chicago KubeCon, North America 2023. If you've watched our coverage of past KubeCons or RSA, or even sometimes on Techstrong TV, you know this fellow right here. He's my friend David DeSanto. David is the Chief Product Officer?
Chief Product Officer.
Yep, at GitLab. And, GitLab always has something doing, especially if it's the 22nd of the month, right?
Correct.
How many consecutive 22nd of the month releases are we up to now? Do you
Over
know?
150. I know
Over
that.
150.
Yeah.
But GitLab is also a big community member of CNCF, as well as a bunch of the other Linux foundations as well. And David's always a wealth of information. So, David, I hope I didn't put too much pressure on you, but welcome.
It's fine. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. So let's first talk a little bit about the show.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
GitLab is here. What are you seeing, hearing? What are you thinking about?
Yeah, so I would say this probably is no surprise to everyone who's watching, but this year it's all about security and AI.
Yeah.
And sure enough, at GitLab's booth here, we're at booth M1, it's also about
security and AI.
Security and AI and visibility.
So, we've been talking a little bit about security and AI too, surprise.
Yeah.
And one of we actually, just a quick plug, we actually have a great virtual event coming up in December on AI. And it's sort of where does AI rubber meet the road.
Right.
And I want to turn that around to you, David. Look, AI has tremendous potential to help, I think, with security.
It does.
I don't know how much of it is real today. I think a lot of it will be real, certainly. But what's real today?
Yeah.
No holds barred.
Yeah.
What's your take?
Yeah, so maybe we'll start with the AI part of that and then tie it into security. So
okay.
I always look at new technology through the lens of my parents. They're both much older than I am, right? And to them, when I showed them AI, it was magic. Because to them,
really was.
How is that happening, right?
Right.
But then I also had to help ground that in reality for them to say, well, this is generative AI. It works by predicting the next word based off the series,
right?
And
it's not sentient.
When you look at it, though some people have thought it's sentient, right?
But well, no, your parents, like I go by my wife's sister.
Okay.
She's 74. And she thought there was a little person in there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, just as a quick note, and the viewers will love this, but I introduced them to it at my sister's wedding earlier this year. I needed to do a toast, so I had Bard generate the toast for me, and they were like, how is this happening, right?
Beautiful. I hear you.
But to kind of ground in reality, and you realize how generative AI works, you have to then ask yourself, what are the best use cases to apply it to? It's not going to be able to tell you how many pages are in a book, how many words are in a book. Those aren't things that are questions it can build, right? But it can help you with tasks that can sometimes be mundane. It can help you with understanding something better. And that's how I kind of tie it back to AI. So when GitLab started applying AI to our platform, we started in 2021 with code review, because that was a huge pain point, helping customers get through code review. The next area we looked at was actually security.
Really?
And the reason why we did that is that GitLab is, in essence, was a developer platform when we started. We're an enterprise DevSecOps platform today.
Right.
But it was about helping developers be more effective. And developers don't start their day off by saying, you know what, I want to write a zero-day vulnerability in the application today. I want to make it super vulnerable, right? No, they want to write really good code. And so we said, we've helped shift security left. How do we help now those developers understand that security they're seeing? And so we launched at RSA this year, Explain This Vulnerability, where it actually explains the vulnerability in natural language using AI, gives them an example of how that vulnerability is exploitable, and then gives them an example of how to resolve it. And those code snippets it shows are in the language the developer's writing in. And so when I think about AI and security, I think about it making security truly approachable. And if you can do that, then everyone starts to win.
So I would give you guys the Oscar for best use of AI, right? Because I think that's where it shines. I had a very similar experience with me. So I'm not a coder.
I claim to be one, but it's been a decade plus since I've written any code.
But you know what? Try putting a little code into your generative AI chatbot and say, explain this, or what does this mean?
Yeah.
And it goes through line by line and tells you that's what this is for, this is what it's calling, this is what it's doing. And you could be a complete neophyte around, let's say, Python, or name your language, whatever you want to do it in. And it really teaches you how to code.
It does. It
line
does.
by line, where, syntax by syntax. So to me, that's a great use of AI, right? That's what we should be using it for. It's not Google search, right? A lot of people I know, they think it's Google. It's not Google search.
No.
But those it's good for writing toasts for a best man or whatever, But, or an anniversary, as someone in my office I know used it, and his wife called him on it. But anyway, it's really great for learning tool. Now, when we talk about AI and security, though, there's an evil dark side to it.
There is.
Which is, how do you secure AI?
Yeah, and so I love that question. So the first time we spoke, which now is 4 or 5 years ago, the question you asked me is like, GitLab and security, explain that. And we talked about why we were taking that journey. And today, GitLab is recognized as a security player in the space.
Absolutely.
And it's one of those things that we are very proud about because we helped define what shift left actually meant. And so if you bring this back to AI, the one thing I always tell people is that, code generation can be scary. You're not sure, is it writing good code? Is it writing functional code? But if you're using GitLab, that code gets committed back into your CI/CD pipeline, and the GitLab security scanners run, and now you know that vulnerability has been resolved and nothing new has been introduced. Right. And so if you pair AI with the right things around it, it can be truly powerful. But you're right, if you're not doing that and you're thinking it is the person living inside the machine, you give a little too much trust to it today.
Yeah.
AI is not 100% there yet.
Absolutely. Well, so that's the next segue. Don't give up any secrets. Let's not get in trouble. You're a public company now. But where do you see AI going with GitLab?
Yeah.
Specifically over the next, let's say, between now and RSA in May or something like that?
That's a great question. So fortunately, we're a very transparent company, so I can talk about roadmap and not get in trouble. But thank you for making sure that I don't get myself in trouble with legal. So where we see AI going with GitLab is there's really two paths that we're exploring. The first is GitLab Duo Chat. We released it back in June. It continues to mature. We're seeing people gravitate towards wanting to talk to chat and not necessarily click a button in the UI or engage with AI that way. And it makes sense. If you think about it, we're humans. You and I are talking, we're having a conversation. That's what we'd want to engage with it. And that's why the chatbots are so popular. And so what we're looking to do is continue to take what we've released. We have 14 AI features today.
Really?
Yeah, everything from GitLab is for the entire SDLC. So we have AI assistance in planning, coding, securing, deploying, the whole way across. And so we're slowly moving those features into chat. An example that explained this vulnerability is a great example. So that'll be available in chat here shortly. And the reason why we're doing that is the natural thing is, well, help me resolve it. Here's my code. And so we want to help AI be not just a pair programmer for the developer, but be that trusted partner that can help write more secure code. So I would say over the coming several months going into RSA, you'll see a lot of AI and security and our Duo Chat feature coming together.
I love it.
The other area is our...
Wait, hold on 1 second. I want to make sure Duo Chat.
Yeah.
Not everyone out here is going to know Duo Chat.
Yeah, so perfect. Yeah, so GitLab Duo is the name of our AI workflows within the GitLab platform.
Got it.
The name is based off the fact that it's you as a user, plus AI makes the AI dynamic duo.
Okay.
It also helps that I'm a huge Batman fan, and dynamic duo has that.
All right, I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
I didn't tell marketing that, though.
No.
No. Hopefully they don't watch this. They'll now know my secret.
What does marketing ever... I'm only kidding.
Yeah,
I'm only kidding.
No,
I love my marketing people.
So that's the name of the suite of those AI workflows. And so there are things like explain this vulnerability, your explaining of codes. We actually haven't explained this code. We'll explain the code. We have our code suggestions, which is going to generate either code completion, your cursor's in the file, it's reading what's before and after the file's open and recommending code.
I love that.
Or code generation, where you can actually do comment to code. That's actually the most popular for our users. as well as things in like helping you do your planning, summarizing conversations, helping with CI configurations and beyond. So that's what GitLab Duo is, and Duo Chat is part of that. And so that's the chatbot you can launch within GitLab's UI.
Now, is there a way to kind of implant this into your IDE? Or?
And that's the last thing I was going to mention that we're working on. Yeah. So
you didn't pay me to say that.
I did not.
Okay, go ahead.
It's almost like you read our GitLab issues and read our roadmap.
We may not coordinate our wardrobes.
We didn't. But I do wish I would have worn the full shirt today.
Time.
We will. Next time we'll do that.
All right.
But anyway, we're going to be bringing Duo Chat to the IDEs. So today we have it as an experimental feature, and we're trying it at GitLab today to make sure it works, but it'll be available in all the IDEs that we support today, including the JetBrains Suite, Visual Studio, VS Code, NeoVim, and the GitLab IDE.
I love it. I love that. Fantastic.
Yeah, but by the way, that'll also then bring those same actions that are in the GitLab UI into chat in your IDE, so you can actually explain a vulnerability, explain the code, all those things directly where you're working. You don't have to leave your IDE to get that.
While we're on this subject, a lot of people out here, look, there's so much controversy around AI. Mm-hmm. Is it going to kill off humanity? Is it going to take everyone's jobs away? Is it going to, And my feeling is it's not, will it do some jobs? Yeah, but for the most part, it's going to make a lot of people who do these jobs 10x more effective.
Yeah.
How do we, how do you view it, and has GitLab view this, right? In a world where chat and Duo Chat is built in, and AI is built into the entire GitLab SDLC pipeline.
Yeah.
Does it really 10x these people?
So that's our target. And to give a little context for everyone, GitLab Ultimate, which is our top tier, includes every feature GitLab has, including AI. When we did a survey of our customers, we had an independent company do that. They found that people using GitLab Ultimate get a 7x boost in efficiency for their organization.
So you're over halfway there?
Yeah, and an ROI within 6 months of what they paid for it. And so when we asked ourselves, how does AI help? We set ourselves a 10x goal. So continue to accelerate that efficiency. And our customers using GitLab today and GitLab Duo are talking about that. They're talking about getting through code review faster. They're talking about resolving vulnerabilities faster. And to the first part of your comment, we don't see AI as a replacement for your team members. We see it as helping them be more effective, removing some of the mundane tasks that can slow them down and unlocking their true potential. Imagine a world where your developers don't have to worry about doing things like creating the template for the code, and now they can just go in and write the actual strategic parts, right? And same thing across the entire software development lifecycle. I personally benefit from Duo almost on a daily basis in that, as the CPO of the company, I get pinged on our GitLab issues or GitLab Epic or whatever, and someone will say, what are your thoughts on this? And I'll look at it and I go, how long is this? And I'll go up and say like PDF it, and it's like, it's 100 pages. The issue's been open 8 months.
Summarize.
Customers are coming. Yeah, so I say,
I do the same
summarize
thing.
The discussion, right?
We're connected. Yeah. I do the same thing.
Yeah, and so that's where I see it. Like, that made me more efficient. I didn't spend 2 hours doing that.
I'm doing the same exact, as CEO, at Techstrong.
Yeah.
Because I'm inundated with content. Should we publish this? Is this the right tone? Here's the abstracts. Just, and a lot of time, and I don't mean to sound callous, but I just don't have the time to go through it all. But a summary, man, just give it to me in 5 bullets.
Right. And by the way, the other part of that I use is that it can also help generate descriptions and tasks. And so I will, right? So I'll just say, like, I read all that, I have an action, remind me to do this, help me create the task for it, and so forth. But you are the great example, right? Same thing with the developer, a security person. There are other things that your brain power should be used for, and why spend the time doing those things that
I
truly
agree.
are not moving Techstrong forward, or that company's application forward?
we'll come up with we have a theme for a given event, a virtual or in-person event. We need the abstract. I could have other people write the abstract, but it doesn't really capture my vision for it. I find just putting that into a bot, into a chat, it nails it. But here's another thing that I think is, and again, for those of you out there who don't use generative AI yet, you should. Don't be afraid to give it a nice long prompt or give it a lot of back. The more info you give it, the better it kicks back to you.
It does. It actually goes off feedback, and you can like something or thumbs it down.
That was another kind of revelation, and I think it probably worked the same way with code.
It actually does. So the back end of GitLab Duo is monitoring for the amount of code you keep. So do you accept the recommendation? Do you not? It also measures retention. So is that code still there after you move on? And same thing with the chat. So I've actually had to say to it, and there's a joke on the internet about you have to be polite back to the chatbot.
Right.
I actually just recommend it because I've seen that documentary Terminator with Skynet, and I'm just afraid.
One day they might come for you.
You want to suck up to them now, so when they take over, they remember
they'll
you.
remember it.
But no, I'll actually say back like, that's interesting, but have you thought about this, and here's why. And then I see that it actually learns from it because we constantly fine-tune models based off that feedback, right?
I agree.
So absolutely, please be kind to the chatbot.
Be kind to your chatbots, and be kind to everyone else, right?
That's if it is,
especially in this day with everything in our world going on.
If it's anything, you should be polite.
Right.
There you go.
If you can be anything, be polite. Non-AI stuff. What's your impressions of the show this year?
I've enjoyed it so far. RSA conference used to be my favorite conference to go to. I think KubeCon is now tied for first and might sometimes edge it out. And the main reason why is that here is one of the few times I feel like, it reminds me of the Black Hat conference back in the day.
Back in the day.
You've got all it is not meant to sound negative, but like the doers here, right?
Yeah.
You're having real conversations with developers who are trying to understand operations better. Security professionals who are here are trying to make sure they're supporting developers' operations. Same thing with operations. So you get this like really good mix of people. And it just reminds me of almost like a large startup, if that's a good way to look at it.
There's an energy that's palpable that I think works.
But I do want to just make sure, RSA, I still love you.
We'll be there May 6th.
I'll be there as well.
Our DevSecOps. It's going to be all about AI and the future of security, our event, as well as the larger AI event all week, the larger RSA event all week. What about reInvent? You guys are going to be at reInvent?
We will be at reInvent. I will personally not be there.
No?
No, I hit the point where this is my last full week of the year. I've been gone 3 weeks a month for this entire year. I want to stay married.
I hear you.
I want to spend some time with my dogs. And so I'm taking December and most of January off from travel.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm getting a new dog Friday.
What kind of dog are you getting?
I guess I could share it. So we've had bulldogs for about almost 30 years.
Okay.
Our last one passed away in May. She was 14 and a half.
You and I think you and I talked about that.
Yeah. So it took a little while for us to, get back in the, I need a dog, but I need a dog.
No,
so it's a new bulldog puppy. Her name is Kaya, K-A-I-A, which means sea in Hawaiian. Her father's name is Ocean.
Oh, wow.
And I'll post pictures.
Okay. So just I think I've showed this before, but we have two rescues. They're both Chihuahua mixes.
Oh, yeah.
One's really dumb, and the other one's really smart. So
it's a good mix,
I will tell you, when I get home, they're so excited to see me, and they get really sad.
Nothing like the love of a dog.
I completely agree.
No doubt.
But about the conference.
Yeah, we went off there, but
completely derailed us.
Yes.
So for GitLab, a couple things. So if people are watching and they're here, they want to see it. If not, check it out after the conference on our website. We brought our product analytics feature to market. We already have some customers adopting it, and we're demoing it. And I wanted to share it here because KubeCon's also about visibility, and you can't close the SDLC without user feedback. And so, similar to how we have observability, which is about the application running in production, the value stream analytics and value stream management, this is now user feedback. So as part of GitLab CI/CD, we can embed telemetry into the application. Wow. So when it's deployed, it can connect back to GitLab and start giving you data about your monthly active, daily active usage, the return rate of those users.
Is it available now, or you're just demoing?
No, it's available. is available.
What do you call that?
Well, we love our boring names at GitLab, it's one of our values, so it's just called GitLab Analytics.
GitLab Analytics.
Yeah, GitLab Product Analytics to be specific.
All right.
But yeah, we started using it earlier this year for our handbook, and we're able to learn about how our users use the handbook, our employees and team members. And so I'm excited to make this available because other people want to understand how their apps are being used. Long term, we'll be able to pull in things like retention rate, user adoption journey metrics, but today it's just those raw metrics like the active usage, return rate, the graphs of how the usage is going. But we're very excited to be demoing it here. It's really cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So,
GitLab User Analytics.
Yep.
David, it's always a pleasure, my friend.
Yeah, love our chats.
You know what? We're gonna, I spoke to you, we're gonna do another chat with David before you leave for 2 months.
Yep.
With the dogs.
Yeah. I will be working for everyone. I'm not taking time, I'm just staying home.
Okay, you're just not on the road.
Yeah, I'll be working from home that entire time.
I was going to say, that's a lot of vacation time.
No. I did have my first big vacation since the pandemic, though.
Really?
Yeah, we went to Bar Harbor for 2 weeks and hiked the Katy National Park.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And when was this?
End of August, last 2 weeks of August.
Oh, so it's still nice.
It was very beautiful,
yeah.
but
not really peak color season there yet, but
no
time, summer.
But we'll definitely connect because I'm working. I'm just not on the road.
All right, but we're going to have you on Techstrong TV because you guys have more news.
We do.
That we can't talk about yet.
Yeah, that's a good teaser. Everyone, tune in.
That's what we call it. That's what we call it in the industry. My hook.
Going back to our marketing friends, that's the hook.
All right. Hey, we better take a break here. We're getting a little loony. We'll be back. We're live in Chicago at KubeCon with our friends at GitLab. We'll be right back.
our customer base and the industry, as they move and the flexibility and what they need, we're there with them. We're obviously working with AWS and other vendors all the time to ensure that as they move their technology and their posture forward, we're there for them.
Very good. And one of the things that you do talk a lot within Commvault, how do you safeguard your data in today's rapidly evolving threat cyber landscape?
Yeah, so part of that, I mentioned back to the risk assessment, understanding what we're doing around the readiness side of things and recovery. And it's really about how we get into what we consider architecture matters, right? Sure. So when you start talking to a lot of different customers and everything else, we have tools spread, right? We have a lot of different customers that have looked at how do I solve a problem, and it may be tactical or niche, and looking at, again, a lot of the tools. And with the cyber world, it's even more interesting because it adds not only to what's your threat vector, right? So how much threat do you have in the landscape, but also can be negatively impactful to your recoverability, right? So using those tools. Yeah.
Well, also understanding what your threat vector is. Yeah. And I know that you're able to provide that for your customers as well.
Absolutely. So yeah, so looking at things, again, on the risk assessment side of things, what are we doing around anomaly detection, but also about how we can use things to do lures and things of that nature to understand the threat landscape out there, right? And feed that back into the other tools, right, and the other integrations we have.
Well, that's very important, since a lot of companies do struggle to really understand what their full threat landscape is. And now it has expanded tremendously. Yeah. And I know you talked about that a lot at the Shift conference. And can you give a little more insight into that? I know that our audience would really appreciate understanding how you're able to give visibility there. Yeah, absolutely. So first I would say it starts with communication. And the biggest piece that we see from a communication perspective within customers is that there's some breakdowns, frankly, right? 30% of leadership is involved in cyber resiliency planning today, only 30%, right? Yeah. So big exposure there. Sure. While conversely, 60% of them believe that in the next 12 months they're going to have a data loss problem, right? Exactly. So first, enabling that communication side of things, and then saying, okay, how do we align the data appropriately to make sure it's feeding the right systems at the right time? Again, even preemptively, as you mentioned, right? Looking at it so we can look at cleansed data, do we have clean data, and then obviously how do we help them recover? So it's really about the full gamut of things and making sure that everything's connected there. Well, you're definitely hitting on the major pieces in cybersecurity, being proactive as well as reactive, and really highlighting the need for being proactive in your cybersecurity posture. And that's something that everybody is taking note of and realizing that they need that. So certainly what you're doing is going to be very well received, and is very well received. Yes. So let's talk a little bit about differentiators within the industry. Different companies will say, why Commvault? How do you stand apart from your competitors? Yeah, no, thank you. Great question. Sure. So the big piece, one of the largest pieces, is our flexibility. So I mentioned the architecture matters a moment ago. For us, we're not worried about fitting into our architecture, so to speak. Again, it allows us to partner with people like AWS, like HPE, Dell, Vast, Pure, many others, to say, hey, if you need the flexibility depending upon your needs as a customer, we can support you, right? Yeah. We're not locking you into a closed architecture, which also allows us to continue to evolve, right? Again, I mentioned the announcement today, but also even integrations that we announced actually at the Shift event, like integration with Entrust, CyberArk, things, different organizations like that who, again, from a security perspective, Databricks, how are you going to look at your AI-driven data? How are you going to use your data most effectively? And how do you tie that back into, again, the best posture you possibly can have? No, very interesting. I always like to ask leadership in the cyberspace, what are some tips you have for our audience? And really could come from anywhere, but what are some tips that you think about that really people should take note of? Yeah, I think first it's taking a step back and talking about that communication side of things. Yeah. And we talk a lot about the human aspect of things, understanding first what's important to your business, and sometimes people are surprised when they go through an event what's really important to them and what's nice to have, right? So understanding that, having good communication with the line of business, but also internally. And then with that, again, that flexibility side of things, understanding the ecosystem that you have. So if you're using different vendors for a good need, right? So again, talking about PAM control with CyberArk and things of that nature, understanding those things and how does it integrate to the ultimate outcome you want. So it's look at your systems, take a step back, make sure you're communicating effectively, and making sure that you're integrating, again, in a thoughtful way to reduce that sprawl as well. Well, that's again hitting on the nail on the head. You're talking about the people, the process, and the technology.
Exactly.
Having the right technology in there, having the communication, dealing with the people, the human aspect, which is critical, and the glue between, the process, and you've covered that as well. So you've also discussed with me earlier that Shift is going on the road.
Yes,
Please
absolutely.
expand, tell our audience where they could find you, how they could look you up, and what they could expect to see.
Yeah, absolutely. So, as we talked about, Shift was a great event in New York a few weeks ago, and we had a lot of announcements and everything else. So we do want to take it to the road. We want to make sure people are able to hear about it. We are launching it coming into January, February timeframe. I believe the first one in the U.S. is actually Dallas. So we'll be there. But you can just go to Commvault.com, look that up, look for Shift Road events. I'll be at many of them and look forward to meeting many of the people out there.
Well, that's wonderful. And to our audience, please look them up and you'll get to meet Kevin. So you definitely should take a look. Well, Kevin, thank you so much for your time. And thank you for our audience to tune in. And we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Techstrong TV.
Hey, welcome back. We are here at KubeCon in Chicago 2023, and it's been a busy day. We had a great day. A lot of great people that we've talked to. We're on our last conversation, and we'll be here tomorrow, so don't go away. We'll be back. But I have the pleasure of being joined by Daniel Baldivia.
Yeah.
Daniel is engineer with MinIO.
That is correct.
They're going to be talking with you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And you're, not to give you more titles, but you're kind of one of the founder originators of the technology, right? Inventor?
Well, I'm responsible for Kubernetes products, and that could be understood as I'm the one of the guys who wrote the operator for MinIO, right?
Okay.
So I'm responsible for Kubernetes stuff, right? So you could argue anything that has to do with Kubernetes, I wrote it.
Okay. I know you're going to try and claim all the credit, but hey, give credit where credit is due, right?
Yeah.
So if there are folks who don't know about MinIO, talk about what MinIO does.
So MinIO, it's a cloud-native object storage. So for those who don't know what an object storage is, it's just the simplest form of storage that's meant to be consumed over the internet, right? So MinIO is built for scale and speed, right? So when you see enterprises and companies that need to store large amounts of data, they look to object storage, and particularly to Min.io, because it's so simple to run, so simple to operate, and that's what we are going after, right? We want companies and teams to be comfortable running storage, so they want to look for a solution like Min.io that says, it's so easy, mind-blowing, simple. I just put my files there and then I just consume them, and that's it. That's what object storage is, right? A solution for storing a large amount of data.
It's almost like NoSQL for programming, object storage for storage. I mean, it's just we used to think of it as blob, now it's objects, right?
That is correct.
It can contain anything,
yes.
Right? All kinds of, and very large.
And very large.
It's not limited by, so many character size or data size.
Yeah, and then, one way to reason about it, why are we not calling it file? Because, file was meant to be, when file started, it was locally on your drive, right? And object is meant to be stored, in a distributed environment over the internet, right? So that's my main difference.
Yeah, you can't talk about applications, the cloud, virtually anything without the data to go. I mean, that's what runs everything, right?
Runs everything.
Sort of the fuel of our applications.
The way I like to see it is, everyone's building all these great products, and I see them as cars. We build roads because everyone needs storage, right? Even if it's a NoSQL database, they'll need to back up that data somewhere, and object storage is the place to put those backups.
Very good. So what? In the Kubernetes world, we're obviously here. There's a lot of interest in data and databases, even databases sometimes in Kubernetes. Talk about how you fit into the cloud native ecosystem of applications, cloud native, database technology, distributed processing and data.
So from day one, we built Min.io intended to be running a distributed environment. But then, not so much as to only make it running in containers, but the Min.io binary, it's so small, 100 megabyte binary. You can run it on bare metal, on virtual machines, or containers. And the idea was that, okay, we don't want to force you to say, oh, if you want to run this storage, you have to buy this appliance from us, right? When it comes to the cloud, you don't know what you're going to be running on, right? If it's on a cloud provider, it's on their infrastructure. If it's your own Kubernetes on-premise, it's on the hardware that you decided to buy, and you buy the servers that you want. So we want a storage solution that's truly cloud native. That means it will run on anything that you have available, right? So let's say you went with the vendor of hardware that gave you the base deal, right? You want to be able to set up your own storage that way, right? So you go and set up Kubernetes, set up Min.io operator, and start your own object storage company if you want, right? We want to make it that simple, and that's what it means to be cloud native, right? Be agnostic of the infrastructure, not tying you down to an appliance or any particular hardware.
Yeah, very different than I buy this NAS and so I manage the data a very certain way or whatever product. It seems also that kind of what we containerize can be any variety of things, right? Data, applications, infrastructure, full apps, microservices, and some of that information can be pulled out of database, out of object storage as well. So you mentioned like the analogy of the file server. It seems like object storage sort of abstracts the underlying environment that this is running. Whether it's a file server or a NAS or a whatever in the world it is behind it, or cloud service. Yes, it's still an object storage.
It's just an object storage. Yeah, exactly. And the applications are being built with that in mind. Like at some point, like if you're running, let's say, some big data pipeline on top of Spark. Right, the Spark really doesn't care if it's pulling data from HDFS or some object storage. In this case, it could be Min.io, it could be a cloud provider object store, and so these pipelines are all they care is they are agnostic. They just want to load the data and then go do its own job, right? So that's where Min.io comes into place and letting you set up the infrastructure yourself, right?
Now you work with other database technologies, not as a replacement.
No, yes.
Too necessarily, right?
What we're seeing is data is scaling at an unprecedented pace, right? So database vendors, relational database, they start having problems when they go beyond certain terabyte capacity, right? But a lot of database vendors, what we're seeing is they're actually embracing object store. What they're doing is they're offloading their tables into object store, and when you need to run certain type of queries or analytic workloads that's meant to run on, petabytes and petabytes of data, the database will actually go and retrieve its own write-ahead logs, straight from object storage, right? And then do its own query and then give you the result. And we see that trend coming. Databases are actually evolving to work with these large, massive amounts of data, at scale of the data. And that wouldn't be possible if you didn't have a place to put the data at that scale.
Interesting. It's almost like the tiered approach to hardware data storage.
Yep.
It's from a software standpoint, database, right? In memory, on disk, whatever disk is, and then object.
Exactly.
Pull in large amounts of data.
That's definitely the right analogy, right? So just as people were doing on top of hardware, now they're doing it, but in data side, right? So you see also, for example, now that all the AI world is taking off, right? You see these companies that are, okay, we have all these data sets, but the data sets are massive. They keep growing month on month, but we only need 3 months to train the latest and greatest machine learning model. And when the data is aging, we need to tier it off to some other type of storage. So object storage can be both the hot tier and the warm tier, in the sense that you can set up MinIO tenant with the latest and greatest NVMe drives that satisfy your training needs, right? When you're training a machine learning algorithm, it needs to go through every single part of the data set, right? But as the data is aging, you want to be able to tier that into another object storage. It can also be MinIO. And that's built with for cheap and deep storage, right? Using on top of hard disk drives. And all of this needs to be transparent to the applications, because the application doesn't want to know that I need to go to 2 separate places.
Yeah.
I just want to read, right? I just want to read my files and they come. And this is what actually coming as a trend as the modern data lakes.
Makes a lot of sense. Why is object storage so, I mean, we're all very used to kind of structured data, right? In many forms. And AI systems can use with structured and unstructured data. Why is less structured or unstructured data important?
So the interesting thing is about roughly like 80% of the data that we see being placed on object storage is unstructured data. It's machine generated. Companies like, they have all this telemetry, all these logs, all this data about their business, and they don't know what to do with it yet. So they start storing it. That's why most of this data is unstructured, right? All the structured data still relies on, relational databases and that transactional operations that still belongs to the databases. But all this unstructured data that sometimes companies are like, I wish I had the data so I could come and predict this behavior so I could improve my e-commerce business, right? But if they kept the data in object storage, then they can be like, now I can write a pipeline and go and deduce this new metric that I want to deduce, right? So that's why all these data companies are just dumping it into object storage, and either they have a valid use case for it now, or they don't know if they want to develop a new business case for it later.
But I think it'd be easy and accurate to conclude, just because it's object or large amount of data in object storage doesn't mean it's slow. It's actually, you can get high performance out of that data as well. How do you do that? How do you deliver the kind of performance that applications demand today?
So I was mentioning that by nature we built MinIO to be highly distributed, right? So that already tells you that we are actually aggregating the throughput of all these machines, of all these drives, right? And on top of that, we went to great lengths to optimize the parts that matter. For example, how MinIO protects the data. It uses it through erasure coding. This means you'll give me some file, and I'll take the data, chunk it into data, and then generate some parity and store it separately. To do that's computationally expensive. But we actually went to great lengths to write everything in assembly for these heavy lifting of operations, encryption, TLS, and erasure coding, so that it actually, the hardware is not in the way when we're actually trying to store data or retrieve data at very high speeds, right? So we actually, the advantage of doing that is we can grab all these nice instructions. For example, on x86 architecture, we have AVX512 instructions. Mm-hmm. On ARM, we have Neon instructions, and all these instructions, they compute very fast. So we wanted to be able to leverage those so that, when you actually want to retrieve a file, we can pull the file as fast as the drive is letting us pull it.
Yeah, almost just pulling data off a disk, essentially, right?
Yes.
What data do you want to pull off? What do you see happening in your space? I mean, kind of what over the next, I don't want to do a 5-year prediction, but what do you think over the next 6 months or more? What's happening in your part of the market, and what kind of things should we be on the lookout for?
So we're seeing two main trends. First, our companies are building now, they're trying to consolidate their data lakes into why do I need to have different stores or different storage technologies for different problems when I can just have one object store that works great, single namespace, everything I need is there, all the security, all the tiering, all the encryption, and then just use that. So first we see companies consolidating their data lakes for analytics, for AI, for databases as well, for all sort of systems, right? We even see streaming services building on top of object storage now because they discover that, it's actually cheaper to run myself. And the second one, we see the repatriation of data from the cloud back on premise, right? And Kubernetes is driving that because people are noticing now I can just throw a bunch of servers, put Kubernetes on top of it, and then orchestrate everything very simply. And object storage being native to Kubernetes as well makes it trivial for people to say, okay, now I can run the show. Now I can bring my data, because on cloud providers, when you go beyond certain scale, in the petabyte scale, the cost becomes prohibitively high, right? You could be buying a lot of servers every month with the bill. Yeah. So when companies find this, okay, they want to build their own data lake, and this is part of the first point, and then they start repatriating some of the data and keeping it in-house because they discovered how easy it is actually to run your own storage infrastructure.
You mentioned distribution. Distributed data is one of the ways to get high performance. That's also part of it. There's a lot of emphasis on resiliency, taking more than just uptime and 5 nines and mean time to recovery, but really trying to build into architecture layer, the infrastructure layer, cloud service, or the application, or kind of all the layers, of finding ways to make it so that our applications or infrastructure don't fall down when some fault occurs, or cyber attack, or a bug in code. How do object storage, how has MinIO help with providing a more resilient infrastructure or application, or both?
So we help you protect the data in many ways. For example, starting with data resiliency, the fact that we are cloud native and hardware agnostic. What if one of your servers goes up in flames? You want to replace it as soon as possible. And the fact that we're not telling you buy our box, it's like you can just buy whatever box fits the need that you need, place it back and plug it back into the cluster, and we'll start healing the data on top of that machine. So that's one, right? Being hardware agnostic really, really helps in case you have these kind of scenarios where you need to replace hardware or just expand, right? So you don't have to wait for us to procure. You go with whoever can give you the servers that you need at the moment that you need them, and then just expand your infrastructure like that, right? So that's one way we help you protect against individual hardware failure. When it comes to, for example, ransomware attacks, object storage, because we have complete control over the data, you can actually set it up, and we have, for example, object locking to prevent data deletion. In case there's a ransomware attack, right, the attacker can try to go and encrypt everything, but if an object has locking or versioning, right, you can always go and restore the older version, or the file was not able to be deleted or changed at all, right? All data in object storage is immutable. So if a ransomware attacker wanted to really damage you, they would have to download the file, encrypt it, and upload it. That would be time consuming, but they will just try to delete it. But if you have versioning enabled, you can just restore the older version, right? And what we see also is when you see all these companies building their own data lakes, backing up 100 petabyte lake is very not impossible, but it's very hard, right? So we see companies building multiple sites now. So sometimes they like building 2 data lakes, have them replicate active, East Coast, West Coast kind of deployment. And building a 3rd site just for data recovery, right? It's just a recovery in case there's such types of attack. And they set up the replication, and MinIO makes it trivial to set the active plus a DR site kind of setup, so that you don't have to worry about, okay, now I need to back up my 100 petabytes. There's no backup. There's another site with an exact same replica of your data.
How about the developer or the platform engineer experience? If you aren't greenfield, you've already running an application, an environment, a database, maybe object storage. How do you add to that environment without being disruptive?
So that's a great question, because most of the MinIO adoption has been driven by the developers and the infrastructure people themselves, right? In traditional IT, there's always a team owning storage, and they're very zealous of it. And that's because, of course, they bought these expensive appliances, so they want to restrict how it goes. But when it comes to a developer, he usually starts on his laptop and runs MinIO and says, this works. I developed my application, tested against the API locally, and now I want to deploy it. So deploying MinIO could just be a simple pod and a single PVC. So they can go to infrastructure and be like, deploy me this application. And for the infrastructure people, this is just one more application, right? Because it doesn't need specialized hardware or anything. And that's how it starts, through their shadow IT. right? And then suddenly, slowly, companies are realizing, oh, we are relying too much on that service. What is that? Oh, that's MinIO, that's object storage, right? And then they start formalizing into their companies. So for infrastructure people and developers, the fact that they can run a copy of the software themselves locally or inside their CI/CD pipeline to actually harden the software and be like, okay, it's supposed to be testing it, that it's working as expected all the time. It's how we actually have gotten one foot into the door most of the time.
Yeah. Very cool. Lots of good stuff happening. It's great to see. I remember when object databases were kind of a new thing, and now object storage. So if somebody wants to kick the tires and try it out, min.io?
Min.io, that is correct.
That's like a free account or tier that you can test things on, or sandbox?
Yeah, actually we are open source, so you can go to our website and download the binary itself and run it on your laptop. We run on all kinds of architecture. And that same binary is the one that you will use in production. And if you were to acquire an enterprise license, that will be the same binary that you run. Why would we do that? So we are an upstream first company, and the open source community actually contributes a lot of fixes. If we were to break something, within 30 minutes, someone on GitHub will be complaining, you guys broke this obscure application that needs this obscure corner
Now it
case.
affects everything. I mean, it could
Yes.
have a huge impact.
And we immediately patch it, make a new release. We make releases multiple times a week if needed. And then that benefits everyone, both enterprise customers and the community. So that's the best way to start, right? So go to our website, get the binary, and start using it.
Developers love free open source, no sales pressure, right? Let me try it out. Let me figure it out if I like it.
Try it, exactly.
Good. Well, Daniel, it's been a lot of fun talking with you.
Thank you.
Catching up. I think it was Valencia when last time I talked with someone from your company.
Yes.
A lot of good things have happened. So we have a good rest of the show. And people, if you want to check out MinIO, min.io, super easy to get to. Sounds like super easy to download. Pick binary and poof, you're running it. So thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It's been great having everybody here, all of our guests, people like Daniel and from other great companies as well as MinIO. I hope you'll be here tomorrow. I think we're starting at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Looking over at our production crew, giving me the big thumbs up. That's on Central Time. So join us here on Techstrong TV and across all the Techstrong sites, DevOps.com, Container Journal Now, Security Boulevard, and Techstrong.tv. So it's been our pleasure bringing this content to you today, these experts and thought leaders and the information. We hope it's been helpful. Reach out to us, let us know, and we have 2 more days of great stuff lined up. So we'll see you back here, same bat channel, same bat station. We'll see you tomorrow.
right, guys. And how long? And we are back live streaming here at Amazon reInvent 2023. I'm Shira Rubinoff, Chief Cybersecurity Officer for Techstrong, and I'm here with Naj Hussain, CEO of Elastio. Naj, such a pleasure to be with you here today.
Oh, Shira, thank you so much. Happy to be here.
Oh, thank you, Naj. So, Naj, I'd love you to explain to the audience, who is Elastio and what is your story?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Sure.
So Elastio, what we do is we help companies protect themselves against ransomware. As you know, it's a huge pain point.
Hot topic and the topic.
It's
of course.
crazy.
Yes.
You know, 50%, more than 50% of companies get hit last year.
Certainly.
Hundreds of millions of attacks every year. So how do you protect yourself?
Right.
So what we do is something very different. We actually dig inside the data and make sure that that data is clean and always recoverable. Because at the end of the day, the business needs it when they get attacked. It's not a matter of if. They need to be able to recover their applications, and that's what we focus on.
You know, that's so important. You know, people don't really talk about the recoverable data. And is it a clean set of data to recover with? It's more of what do we have now, make sure they're not focusing on the data that's recoverable. And I think that's a very important niche in the industry. So how do you set yourself apart from your competitors within industry, and what is your edge?
Yeah, so very good. So number one is we focus on the recoverability of the data. That's really important to know that at any given point that you can get your applications back safely. So to do that, however, it's very difficult.
Sure.
So what we did is we reverse engineered all the known ransomware. We spent the last 3 years doing that.
Wow.
So over 2,000 of them. But we find between 2 and 25 new ones a week. I mean, it's pervasive. Some are novel, some are well known.
Sure.
Right? And we have a technology now that since we reverse engineered them, we can precisely detect it inside the data. Right, so that's very powerful. So as you scan your data, either directly from an application snapshot or through a backup, we can tell if that's infected and produce that report back to the customer. Say yes, this is recoverable or not. So you know a priori if you can recover when you're attacked.
Well, that certainly falls into the bucket of being proactive in your cybersecurity stance.
Yeah.
There's the reactive piece, which you certainly are focusing on, but you're being proactive and ensuring that it's the correct set and sitting there. And I know that you've made some really wonderful announcements here at AWS, some very exciting ones. And
Yes.
please share with our audience these wonderful announcements you've made as a company.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So we do a lot of partnerships with Amazon. We're very tightly coupled there. So we're actually integrated in, obviously, with their snapshots, their snapshotting engines.
Sure.
We've also integrated with AWS Backup. So customers using AWS Backup can leverage Elastio to make sure that those snapshots are recoverable. We've just announced today S3 support, which is a big area of concern for customers. There's a lot of payloads that get dropped in S3 and they need to be scanned and protected.
Right.
We also have EFS support, which is file systems in Amazon. So we have support for that as well. So those two things were announced today. So we're excited about that.
Well, how do you find the conference going for you?
Amazing. I mean, it's a huge conference. I mean, it dwarfs any conference I've been to in terms of head count. It's 75,000 people or something.
Yeah.
But the expo has been fabulous. The sessions are amazing. We're meeting a lot of customers here, which is exciting.
Well, who would be an ideal customer for Elastio?
Yeah, so we kind of have two profiles. So the mid-market's a good place for us. So, you know, SaaS companies are a good target for us. Financial institutions are a great target for us. Insurance companies are a great target for us, either in the mid-market or enterprise. So we're seeing, you know, customers on both sides of that area, both those areas, because it's such a big problem with ransomware today.
Oh, certainly, and I think a lot of these companies think, well, it's just such a big thing to bite off. What would you tell them if they said, you know what, we're interested in learning a little bit more, but you know what, we don't have a massive budget or we don't just have so much time. What is it that you can lead them along? What road can you lead them along here?
Yeah, so with Elastio, we offer some tools for the customer. So part of what we offer is the ability to do a scan. So you can just for free take it, deploy it, scan your data to see how vulnerable you are.
Look at the risk.
You can see what the risk is.
And that's something that people really don't realize what their risk is.
Correct,
Yeah.
and that's a big problem. So we can kind of assess that risk for you up front, tell you how vulnerable you are in terms of do you have infections or not,
Sure.
and also misconfigurations in storage. And when we go and deploying customers, 100% of the time we find storage misconfigurations.
How does that happen?
So they're just the clouds are so ephemeral, right? They're so dynamic. People users or developers create a volume, they don't encrypt it, right? Or they have a snapshot that's open to the public. These are just simple
Are you
things.
saying human error here?
Yeah, but these are just simple things
true.
that happen
Yes.
because of the sheer volume of information that's going on and the dynamism of the cloud.
Yeah.
So we protect those in real time, so you can see that. Plus, we actually scan the data to make sure that the data that you have is not compromised.
And that's all in real time.
We can do all that, right? So we do that against the live workloads if you'd like.
Right.
We can do it against the backups if you'd like to make sure they're recoverable. So any part of that infrastructure you can decide. For your mission critical apps, you may want to scan them closer to where production lives, where the production data is.
That makes sense, sure.
And then for the recovery side, you may want to scan the backups to make sure they're recoverable. So both of those are covered with the last deal.
Well, that sounds like a very much need-to-have type of technology. I know we've spoken before about a nice-to-have, which is pretty much everything out there.
Yeah.
A need-to-have is when the dollars become available, and the must-have is, listen, we have the pain points today. What are these pain points? And ransomware attacks are the #1 pain point that organizations are facing today. But it's also, what do you do to be proactive in that? You have to have the proper backups. How do you know that they're going to be proper? How do you know that they're going to be completely clean in a way that should be deployed to businesses today?
Yeah.
So I think this is something people should definitely look at. I know we also discussed that there are some other things coming up the gamut that you'd like to share with our audience today.
Yeah, so we're excited. Our customers are asking for a lot of capabilities across platform now, so we're moving into Azure as we speak.
Oh, very good.
Also coming back on-prem with VMware is very exciting for us, so we have those two areas coming into play. On AWS, we're fully robust now. We cover anywhere that you can place files, where customers can store files, as you want to have protected. So that's covered now in AWS. So we got the file services covered with EFS and FSX. We got the object storage covered with S3, and then we also have the block storage, obviously. So Amazon's complete. So now we want to take that to more other clouds.
Wow, very exciting movement within the company, and congratulations on all your success so far. Certainly want to hear more and going to be listening and watching to see what's coming next out of Elastio.
Thank you so much.
And thank you so much, Naj. It's a pleasure speaking to you, and I look forward to speaking to you again soon.
Thank you.
Thank you from Techstrong, and we will be back shortly. Thank you.
Techstrong TV.
Hey there, welcome back to KubeCon here 2023 in Chicago, Chi-Town. So we're having a great time. First day of the conference, it's really going well. Lots of buzz, lots of people, very well attended. And as we said, having great conversations here on Techstrong TV, including with our next guest, Omri Gazit.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
with Acerta. Wickham, man, it's good to talk with you. We've chatted before, but it's been a while.
Here. Yeah.
Yeah, nice to be chatting with you. So, well, first of all, kind of tell us a little bit about Acerta and kind of what you guys do, and then we'll get into some good stuff.
Absolutely. Acerta is a cloud-native authorization platform. So we set out to solve authorization. And, my background has been in cloud-native technologies, from, 15, 20 years ago at Microsoft and at HP, building products like OpenStack and Cloud Foundry and, at Microsoft Azure. And as an industry, we focused almost exclusively on the identity part and not so much on the access. Well, identity now is a solved problem, access, not so much. And so,
authentication isn't enough?
You'd think, so most people, like a layman audience, they basically go, but it's all auth, right? It's all auth. And you go, well, there's actually two parts to auth. Authentication is proving that you are who you say you are, passwords or biometrics or magic links, a lot of different ways of doing it now. Two-factor, but mostly it's all a problem, right? And authorization is, now that you're logged in, what can you do in the context of the application? What permissions do you have? What roles do you have? And so that has no standards, no developer services. It's kind of the Wild West. Mostly what people do is they bake a lot of spaghetti logic inside of their application.
And they think it's the directory's going to solve all that for them, and not really. That's more identity.
Exactly.
Maybe there's some access rules in it, but not certainly across the entire cloud platform or application.
Ironically, back in the days of Active Directory, I used to be involved. I used to run the project, and Azure Active Directory.
That was you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
It's our fault. It was easier back then because at least you had users belong to groups, LDAP groups, and then you would basically authorize based on what group the user was a part of. Today, there's no such thing. There's no global place where all of these roles and and groups and users are stored. So that's the problem that we're trying to solve.
So talk to us a little bit more then. What does that look like in today's cloud world? I remember the Active Directory days.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of. It's been a while. But so what does it look like today? Where do you start? What do you have to then put in place as opposed to go roll your own, build your own?
Right. So today, basically, every microservice has to kind of hand roll its own. And a lot of teams we're now seeing that are basically intent on treating this as a cross-cutting concern. And the reason for that, primarily is security and agility. So security, broken access control is the #1 issue on the OWASP top 10 list. OWASP is the organization that does web application security. And so they basically have determined that a whopping 94% of the applications they test have some form of broken access control.
I can imagine.
So these organizations are like, no more. We can't deal with this anymore. Every time we have a breached identity, it wreaks havoc.
One thing about how do you test that, right? Writing a test plan to go through every permutation of everybody's account.
And the problem is that it's application logic. So 20% of all the logic that application developers write are all these spaghetti logic if statements and switch statements. So what's the process? The first thing you need to do is extract all that logic, kind of take it out of the application, and express it in its own domain-specific language. And that's where cloud-native technologies come in. So we have a project called Open Policy Agent that's primarily used in infrastructure scenarios, like how to protect your Kubernetes cluster, what's called Kubernetes admission control. There's a project called Gatekeeper that's based on OPA. What we've done at Acerta is we've created a different open source project called Topaz. And it brings OPA as a decision engine, but then makes it possible for you to actually build API and application authorization using that same open source technology. So for example, if you wanted to go build something like Google Docs, right? And so you're, for example, an owner of a document and you want to share that document with me as a viewer. Well, you could basically assign it to me directly as a viewer, or you could basically say, well, I'm going to make the engineering group a viewer on this document. Actually, I'm going to make it a viewer on the folder, and I'm going to put all these documents in the folder. Well, that's pretty complex to build. That's how Google built its authorization model, and they extracted their own service out. It's called Zanzibar. And so what we've done is we've made it really easy to build Zanzibar-style authorization models that support RBAC and sharing, resource sharing, And we've bunched it up with OPA as a decision engine, so you get the best of both worlds. Policy as code, so you write an authorization policy in a domain-specific language, and policy as data. You get to express these relationships between subjects, users, and objects, like documents or folders or things like that, and we'll evaluate all that stuff for you.
It seems like also you would be able to have some audit trail on changes over time, right? Instead of this stuff embedded in the app and nobody knows why that changed, or that it even changed, right?
That's one of what we call the 5 laws of authorization. So we'd say the first one is you extract your, like authorization as a cross-cutting concern. The second one, policy, policy-based. Third one is fine-grained. Fourth one is real-time. Fifth one is centralized decision logs. Why? Because, not just for audit trails and compliance, but also for forensics, right? So if you have a breached identity, what did they do in the application? Well, if you log every decision that each one of these microservices has made, now you have like basically a trail to follow. Your security team can look at it and say, this breached identity was able to do this, this, and this, before we were able to find it and cut it off. And so all of that stuff is critical. That's what we call the 5 laws of authorization.
Just like a Linux sysadmin, wants to see privilege escalation. Yes. How did it happen? Who did it? What's the, backtrack into how that
And now
occurred.
You want to do it for applications, not just for the operating system, not just for the infrastructure.
So if you take all that code out, what replaces it? Is it API calls to a cloud service? You said it's open source. Open source. You're running an instance of this in your data center. How does that work?
Exactly. So that's one of the precepts that I was talking about. Real time authorization is the critical path of every application request, right? So you can't take a 100 millisecond network latency to go to an internet hosted server across the internet from you just to know whether Mitch can actually read this document. Like, that's just not going to work. And so you have to have the authorizer deployed right next to your application. And that's what our Topaz open source project is. It's an authorizer. It's distributed as a Docker container, but it's just a binary that you can run anywhere. And so it makes lightning fast authorization decisions based on local data. But then you want a control plane that manages the life cycle of the policies, all of the data, and the decision logs. And that's what Asserto brings to the table. So we have a distributed systems architecture where all the authorization happens locally, but all the policies and the data and the decision logs are managed centrally.
Okay. And is the local stuff like cached also data that's relevant to things happen there? Okay.
So that's
where you get the speed, yeah.
That's right. So the control plane is responsible for refreshing all the data, making sure that the authorizers have the latest up-to-the-minute data, up-to-the-second data, and then the authorizers can make a decision based on local data, and they can make it in a millisecond, literally as fast as a millisecond.
So security, every security person's probably thinking, okay, so in our domain today, it's like get in, move laterally, move up into the directory,
exactly.
Right? In this kind of a world, how do you battle against or protect against that kind of an approach to attacking this?
So the idea is to really adhere to the principle of least privilege, and the approach of fine-grained authorization goes hand in hand with that. I like to say there is no zero trust without fine-grained authorization. If you're still resorting to basically assigning these coarse-grained, over-provisioned roles to your users, you're not really kind of fixing the problem. But what you need is a fine-grained access control system where you're not just a viewer or an editor or an admin for the entire application. You may be like an owner of a resource in that application. And so you don't need over-provisioning. You don't need to be able to see every resource to have owner-level access to this resource. Fine-grained access control is what gives that to you. And so if we really want to solve the kind of access control issues, the broken access control issues that are just pervasive, we have to go with a fine-grained approach.
Okay, interesting. It would also be the case that the fact that you have a kind of local agent running in a container, pretty limited in what it can do, right? It's caching, it's making API calls back to, the control plane. A lot of what's happening is in the control plane, the data behind it.
Exactly.
So your attack surface is really just locally.
Exactly.
Unless you can try to figure out where that is, what it is, and how to get to it.
Right. You have complete isolation. The authorizer is essentially read-only with respect to the data that it has. You could basically have it, once it gets all of its commands from the control plane, you can't mess with what's in it. right? So it'll literally, you can turn off the ports that allow you to write any data or policies into that container. So the attack surface is essentially reduced down to just making authorization calls. And since it's read-only, you can't really attack it. And the control plane is hardened on our side. So, by having that separation between the control plane and the data plane, you've really vastly reduced your overall surface area that you have to secure.
And maybe you mentioned this to me earlier, or I had a brilliant flash, probably you mentioned it, is, one of the things about doing an application logic is it's in memory, right? And if you're doing switches and things like that to control what features people can, level of granularity, great, just get in memory, twiddle a few bits, and now I can do whatever I want. If it's going through, no, I don't determine that in my code. This gives me the result of yes, no, what the privilege is, right?
Yeah, and so that really enables that separation of duties. So application developers no longer have to worry about writing all this authorization logic. 20% of their code, 20%. I mean, imagine
it's all
the opportunity
bug-free, right? All that stuff we write, all that authorization logic we wrote, no bugs in that.
Exactly, no bugs at all. I mean, those broken access control, vulnerabilities, we don't know how they got there.
Yeah,
but it frees the application developer from worrying about that, and instead you can give it to a security professional and security engineer, and they can now reason about the entire surface area. All that logic, authorization logic, is now extracted, expressed in a domain-specific language. You can reason about the entire surface area of the authorization of the application.
This may not be a fair comparison, but I remember the Active Directory's day, well, the LDAP days too, of figuring out, designing how your structure and how you're going to do all that. That was a big chore. It was a lot of work to get all that set up. So you can start to then, whether it's file server access or applications or whatever, what does it take to set this kind of an infrastructure up?
Great question. So, I talked about, fine-grained, policy-based real-time. That's really kind of functionally what we support in Topaz and Asserto. But from a non-functional perspective, we'd like to say fast, flexible, easy. So fast, authorizations in under a millisecond. Flexible, we support every authorization model, so RBAC, ABAC, REBAC, all the backs. And we run in every cloud, right? So very flexible. And easy, to your question, is falling off a log easy to integrate into your applications. So what we have is SDKs in every language, not just kind of low-level gRPC or REST SDKs, which we do have, of course, but higher-level SDKs where we'll build middleware, that makes it really easy for an application developer to add authorization with a single line of code, right? Sometimes even just a few characters of code. You initialize, the middleware, you place it in the dispatch path of the application, using an attribute, if you're in Python or Ruby, or using, like a Express.js, route handler, middleware, or, in Golang middleware. So whatever the language is, we'll use the idiomatic way of integrating into that language. So it makes it super easy for developers to do the right thing. What we used to say back when I was at Microsoft, we used to say, helping developers fall into the pit of success.
Despite themselves.
Despite themselves, right? Exactly, yes.
How about data, data and access controls, is that part of this world too?
Absolutely. So if you think about fine-grained access control, it's really about access control to resources. And so rather than saying, a coarse-grained role, you're an admin. Admin over what exactly? Over everything? Like most applications and, most enterprises that I know, you may have a role within a department, but not a role across all the departments. And so, for example, if I have data that's restricted to a certain department, I want to write a rule around that. I want to be able to say, I'm an admin, but only in the context of these resources, this data. And so we have a lot of folks with that use case. I would say financials, insurtech, health tech, all of those types of organizations have pretty strict rules around data. Personal health records, for example, you really need to adhere to, a pretty locked down set of rules in order to be compliant. And so how do you do that? Well, you write fine-grained access control policies. And so this goes hand in hand with regulated industries and so on.
Yeah, audit trails and all those good things.
Exactly.
How about if I have an existing directory of whatever kind, LDAP or whatever infrastructure, I'm using a cloud service. I imagine you have to integrate with that, do LDAP interface or some other connectivity.
That's another core part of, so we have the open source project, Topaz, but, a core part of the commercial value prop is integrate with everything, right? So, we have connectors to Auth0, Okta, Azure Active Directory, LDAP, Cognito, Google Workspace, pretty much anything where you want to get authorization data. So data about your users or groups, relationships between them. We can import all of that stuff into our system, so you can keep it, the source of truth can still be Active Directory or LDAP, and we'll bring all that data in, and then you can write your authorization policies in terms of that data. And we solve the hard problem of getting that data in and then distributing that to all the Topaz authorizers that are sitting in your cloud right next to your applications.
Cool. So last question, I can think of a bunch of others, but last question is, it's the age, the month, the quarter of generative AI, right? Everybody's talking about large language models and domain-specific and vector databases and all those things. Is that become part of this? What's the access control look like for those things? Or is that kind of still getting sorted out for AI, generative AI kinds of implementation?
Yeah, it's a great question, and a lot of people are really worried about, how do I make sure that my proprietary data doesn't end up leaking into, some training system that sucks it in, and, how do I know where it goes? So that is, clearly a problem that the industry faces. When I think about the applications of AI to access control, I actually get excited about maybe something that feels a lot more mundane than generative large language models, just the problem of anomaly detection, right? So you have basically a set of authorization decisions that were made, and all of a sudden I find out that Mitch somehow approved an order in Salesforce in the in the sales system. How did that happen? Mitch is an engineer.
That has root privileges, engineer.
Exactly. That may be an issue. So I can actually run all of this data through, a training system that will then assign a risk score to whether that particular operation should or shouldn't happen. And I can decide whether to allow it in real time, or if maybe that's too slow for me. At least I have that for posterity getting flagged, and then causing the security team to go look at their policies and say, how did that happen? Should Mitch really have had access to this HR system? Should Mitch really have access to editing his own salary in the,
I think that's a good idea.
From Mitch's perspective, sure,
Yes.
but maybe not for the HR.
Kind of more generally, though, it's really incident response.
Yes.
Kind of process,
exactly.
right? Getting access to that information.
That's the thing I get excited about with respect to applying AI to authorization. I think there are much more low-hanging fruit than just saying, I want to be able to express in English, some authorization rules.
Yeah.
Of course that will come. One thing that we worry about is authorization really tends to be something that we care deeply about from a security perspective, so we don't trust our systems to auto-generate those rules. And that's why I think that it's going to be a little while before organizations are comfortable with people just expressing rules, in English.
You also don't want a hallucination happening when you're writing your rules. So talk to the folks there, tell them where they can download the open source, try things out, kick the tires.
So our open source project, Topaz, you can find on GitHub, github.com/Aserto, that's spelled ASERTO -dev, Aserto dev, /Topaz. And Topaz is a great project. You can use that on your own, without basically connecting it with anything else. We have a great set of tools for getting you started. It's one of the few open source projects that has a built-in console, like a management console. So we essentially give you all of the goodies for free, But then if you want to scale that for your entire organization, you have multiple applications, you want to express authorization policies, you want to practice policy as code, you want to centralize the decision logs, that's where Asserto.com comes in. Asserto is the control plane that allows you to scale all that to the entire size of your organization. So start with a single project with open source, and then gradually expand that to your entire application.
All right, Armory Gazette with Asserto. .io, right?
Asserto.com, actually.
Oh, .com. Oh,
we are the .com.
Okay.
We're the real deal.
Wow, you're the first gen. Thank you much for stopping by, and great progress. A lot of things have happened since you and I have chatted. So
it has.
Good to hear. That's good stuff. Yeah. Good luck. But definitely check them out. .com, Asserto.com, and like I said, you could start out with open source and kind of go from there. Do some experimentation, build little things, prototypes, apps, etc. So we are coming back with more folks for you to hear from with great technology stories, also kind of their experiences in the cloud native world. So please stay tuned. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back to the Qualys Security Conference Americas. We're here with Naeem Islam, who's Vice President of Product Management for Cloud Security at Qualys. And we're talking about, well, the state of cloud security, because it's a bit challenging at the moment. Naeem, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Glad to be here with you guys.
How did we get to the current state that we're in? Because everybody I talk to is challenged by cloud security, and a lot of it more so than anything that they ever had dealt with on-premise. And I think a lot of it just has to do with the way that the cloud is initially provisioned and then who's responsible for managing that. But are things getting better? Where are we?
Yeah, I think initially the cloud was sort of a new environment for most enterprises. As they were migrating to the cloud, they really didn't know quite what to do. The cloud is really an API managed environment, so you have to learn the APIs. So one of the first things people do is try to make sure that they're not misconfigured in the cloud. And there are certain things that have transferred from the on-prem environments, the data center environments, like vulnerability management, which Qualys is pretty well known for. So those are sort of the initial things that people look at. And what has happened now is that as they've started adopting the cloud at scale, other things start appearing. So you start to have to worry about things like threats. So just because you've done some basic hygiene like misconfiguration management and vulnerabilities, that does not prevent you from having actual attackers trying to get in. There's always going to try to get in. They're going to try to find some backdoor. They're going to try to find a misconfiguration, something you might have missed. So we are now seeing this real need for a complete solution, if you will. So it is getting more comprehensive.
Who's driving that conversation in these organizations? Because a lot of the initial cloud work was a development team somewhere. As it matures, are we starting to see more of a cybersecurity team, an IT team, specialists?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. I think you are right. When you first started this, there was no such thing as cloud security. Developers would go ahead and start spinning up with virtual machines and start using the services in the cloud. And what would happen then is that if there was a breach, then you would start thinking, hey, maybe we need to take this a little bit more seriously. Maybe some of the controls that we have on-prem need to be sort of translated into the cloud. So that transition we're now beginning to see. But it typically happens when an organization gets a little bit more mature. So initially when you have a small part of your infrastructure in the cloud, yeah, developers are doing everything. But as you get larger, as it gets more complex, your attack surface increases. That's when you see cloud security folks being brought in to solve the issue. But at the end of the day, the CISO will be responsible for the security of the entire organization, and that's what we're seeing, including the cloud.
I feel like a lot of people are patting themselves on the back as they finally figured out virtual machines in the cloud, and yet we now have all this cloud native stuff, Kubernetes stuff, serverless computing frameworks. Is it getting more complex? And it seems like there's just a lot more nuance and a lot more layers.
I think we're seeing a lot of options for developing applications in the cloud. And certainly you're seeing a lot of managed services. And so that is kind of a big shift that you might have seen with cloud native providers giving you more tools. But tools typically, initially when they're new, do lead to misconfigurations. I think that's part of the issue. But I think that's just a question of time where the newness starts to subside. And then you have to look at real security issues, which are going to be, look, I've gotten the basics correct, but I'm still going to have attackers come in. And I think that's kind of where we are now going, where people know how to use serverless. They're getting better at it. They're beginning to use Kubernetes and containers, getting better at it in the cloud. But even when you have these, they have to do things like runtime monitoring. Just as they were doing network inspection in the on-prem environments, they have to have some kind of inspection in the cloud. So you will see the totality of all of the different techniques that we have on-prem end up in the cloud to secure complex environments. There's just no way around it.
We hear the phrase shared responsibility all the time. I think that does as much to confuse as to enlighten a lot of folks. So what am I responsible for in the cloud? Because the infrastructure, at least the hardware provided by the cloud service provider, is taken care of, but maybe not so much everything else.
Yeah, so I think the both basic infrastructure, the network, for example, that you reside on that gets published externally, yes, the CSP or the cloud service provider handles that. But your applications, you're responsible for. So for example, if your application happens to download a piece of malware, you're responsible for that, and that could proliferate within your organization. So your applications are still communicating with the outside. If you build an external service, people are going to access it from the outside. It's your responsibility. That software that you run on the virtual machine is your responsibility. So that shared responsibility does confuse people, and sometimes they think, hey, my application's running, and the application layer is also being protected by the cloud security part. That's not the case. It is your responsibility. And that's actually part of the confusion also, you're right. And the complexity lies in trying to define that boundary. But we partner very carefully with all the major cloud service providers, and we have a better together story with all of the major cloud providers where we know our customers will ask, what does the native provider do and what do you do? And in our total cloud story that we present to our customers, we have clear services that we provide that show the value at the application layer that you need to consider.
are we moving towards centralizing the management of cloud security? Because today everybody has workloads on different platforms and they're kind of managed in isolation, but I feel like we're moving to the next wave of whether you want to call it multi-cloud or hybrid cloud, doesn't really matter to me, but are we getting more sophisticated in our approach, and what are the implications from a cost perspective?
Yes, so I do think that at least in the short term, I think there are two concepts we're going to see. Hybrid, which means you're going to have your own data centers and the cloud, because a lot of these larger customers already have an on-prem data center. They start migrating to one of the preferred clouds initially. And then they start moving to other clouds for a variety of different reasons. Disaster recovery could be one, just spreading their bets could be another. Once you do that spread and you're on multiple clouds, it does become pretty complicated unless you have a tool like Total Cloud that sort of brings everything together and gives you a single pane of glass to manage the security across these different clouds. And that is a very important thing to have.
All right. For those that don't know what Total Cloud is, describe what it does, how does it function, where does it fit in the landscape?
Yeah, Total Cloud is our cloud, multi-cloud security solution. And what it does is it provides basic functionality that you need, plus more sophisticated functionality end to end. So we are a vulnerability, posture, and threat management platform that runs on all the major clouds. What that means is that we do vulnerability checks for your workloads. We also look at the misconfigurations that you have across all of your different clouds, and we check for threats actively. And what's really different from what we do and what others do is we have built AI native threat detection throughout our platform, all the way from when you, for example, create a container, we scan container registries for threats using AI. Once the container starts running in a virtual machine, we inspect the network traffic and the logs to detect threats as well. Because we know that attackers are getting increasingly sophisticated. So the only way you can really prevent these attackers from getting in is using some kind of tool like AI that can predict the next attack. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what differentiates Total Cloud from a lot of the other vendors that are out there. We also believe that being able to scan for vulnerabilities, not just the way you might do on-prem with agents, which we have across all of our cloud infrastructure, but also agentless, which means being able to scan without agents for vulnerabilities. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the totality of what Total Cloud is.
Have we reached a point where we can't really secure and manage these environments without AI? It's just a level of complexity. We don't have enough people, there aren't enough humans. So I know there was a lot of folks that were skeptical of AI initially, but it's improved, and right now I don't see how you can cope.
Yeah, I think what's happened is that AI has matured a lot, to the point where we're seeing so many sophisticated attacks. The only way you can really prevent these attacks is by using some kind of measure that is able to predict the different ways an attacker might come into the enterprise. In the old days, what you would use are rules, ways to define the different attacks. You can't predict that anymore. It's become very sophisticated. So attackers are also using mechanisms that are automated to attack your infrastructure. So you have to have some kind of AI. And Qualys is a leader in applying deep learning AI technologies, which is a mechanism or a neural net technology, if you will, throughout all the different clouds to look at different ways that someone might attack your infrastructure.
We hear a lot about generative AI, and depending on who you talk to, it's a form of a neural net, it's a type of machine learning algorithm, but people seem to delineate between predictive and generative. What impact will generative AI technologies have? Will it become easier to understand what we're looking at? Or?
Yeah. I think that's a very good question. I think over the last year or so, certainly with the advent of ChatGPT last year, it's just been on fire, the use of generative AI. And the way I see that is at least the interfaces that we use for interacting with systems is going to become a lot more natural. So you're going to see natural interfaces, and Qualys is definitely going to be a leader in that as well. So how do you interact with the machine that you have in front of you to get information, that dialogue will become very natural. So that is, I think, one of the top areas where generative AI is going to have a fairly significant impact. I think it's important because we talked initially about the skills shortage that's in cybersecurity, et cetera. Generative AI will have a significant impact on that, because once you start introducing a natural interface into your tool, you've really made your tool adoption and operationalization significantly easier. And that will happen, and it'll happen, I think, throughout the industry, and we hope to be a leader in that too, but it will happen. But beyond that, I think you're going to see AI being help you automate also gathering information, generating reports, and then disseminating those reports. At Qualys, we've introduced the TrueRisk enterprise platform, Enterprise TrueRisk, which allows you to both measure your risk, which is using the various techniques that we have by doing vulnerability management, posture management, and threat, aggregating that data to give you a measure of your risk, then to communicate it through reporting, through alerting mechanisms, and finally eliminate it. We have an automated mechanism called Qflow that allows you to do remediation in the cloud by writing scripts or with a easy-to-use visual interface. Now, with generative AI, we think these interactions will become significantly easier as you can interact with the system to do a lot of these things, particularly communicate, for example, in a natural way.
Are we on the cusp of kind of democratizing security in the sense that I'll be able to share that information with a developer or an IT operations person or the cloud service provider even, and we can act on this in a more cohesive way? Because I feel like a lot of the threats move between the seams.
Yeah.
And I think we're on the cusp of something here, but what do you say?
Yeah, I think so. I think automation helps you. I think it's important to understand that with these new automated technologies, I think everyone's going to be safer. So we'll have more tools at our disposal to both protect ourselves and communicate where we are. The challenge might be that just as these tools are now available for us on the defense side, on the offensive side, you're going to have the same opportunities for disinformation, communicating the wrong information, giving out the wrong measures, and suggesting the wrong remediation strategies. So I think we're going to have to balance that. And at some point, we'll just have to keep ahead of the attackers with our knowledge of what we know and keep building better tools.
Mm-hmm. Do you think the bad guys are following the workloads? It seems to me there's more workloads being dropped into the cloud, and then that attracts the bad guys because they're kind of just like bank robbers. They go where the money is.
No, that's for sure. So I think when the initial migration started to the cloud, we had very few people, very few attacks. But as the adoption increases, it's natural. You're right. The attackers go where the money is, and the easiest way to make money is to rob the bank, right? So you're going to see a lot more attacks on cloud infrastructure and on cloud applications, multi-cloud. It's only going to accelerate. So it's very, very important for us to make sure that we can provide the right tools, like Total Cloud, to our customers to keep ahead of the attackers.
So what ultimately is your best advice to security people right now about how to approach this, how to have this conversation? Because there is such a disconnect between the business people, the IT people, the developers, the security people who are in the middle of this. How do they get this conversation going?
No, I think within an organization, you have to have an honest discussion on how you're going to deploy your infrastructure. One of the interesting challenges in a cloud environment where there's rapid deployment and development, and there's a security team, the developers and security team. Typically when a security team finds something, it's the developer that has to do the work to clean up. And in some cases, you can automate that. So if we build mechanisms to allow the right people to be involved in the process of both measuring the risk, communicating it to the right people, and then remediating it, it has to be part of the tool, in my view. Then you will have a solution that brings everyone in to solve a critical problem, which is cybersecurity.
All right, folks, well, you heard it here. There's an old saying that says that if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. And I think with cloud security, we need to get everybody on board, and it all starts with sharing some basic information. Hey, Naheem, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much.
TV.
Just checking here. Hey, everyone. Oh, we're here. Just a little ad lib. Anyway, we're live. We're live in Chicago, day 2 of KubeCon. Really happy to be joined by our friend Austin Parker. Same Austin, different hat.
Quite literally.
Quite literally.
Yeah, literally
Different
changed hats this year.
So, for those who watch Techstrong, Austin's a frequent, infrequent, not as often as we'd like, guest on Techstrong TV. But we always love to catch up with Austin when we're at an event where Austin is, and happened to be here at KubeCon this year, so we were able to lasso him on in. Austin, first of all, welcome and thanks for coming on.
Thank you so much for having me. It's always an absolute pleasure, and definitely made some room in the calendar for this chat.
I appreciate you, man. So, Austin, we're going to talk about 2 things today. The first thing I want to talk about is the hat, right?
Oh.
So new hat,
New hat,
logo.
new logo.
It goes with a new job.
Yeah.
A new Austin.
New outlook on life.
Yeah. Tell us, what's the deal?
So, as longtime viewers might know, I was at Lightstep for quite a few years. We got acquired by ServiceNow, and it's a great team over there. ServiceNow builds an amazing product that solves huge problems for huge companies. But it was time to make a change. Sometimes you gotta get back into the startup life, and I looked at what was out there, and Honeycomb really aligned with what I think is important about both as a place to work, but also what's important about observability and open telemetry, and we share a lot of the same values around that. So I started a couple months ago. You might have seen it on LinkedIn, and I'm super excited to be Honeycomb's Director of Open Source.
Absolutely. So there you have it. Honeycomb's Director of Open Source, Austin Parker. Now, just the same way Austin's no stranger to us, either is Honeycomb, or neither is Honeycomb. Of course, Christina Charity Majors is a frequent guest on our video series. Liz Fong-Jones is, of course, very well known out of Honeycomb. They're a great company.
Fantastic.
In many ways, they kind of helped invent the observability market ecosystem, if you will. What kind of you spoke about an alignment, Austin? What you think was the alignment? Like what go a little deeper on that.
So I think there's especially when you're at a startup, there's always trade-offs, right? And even at big companies, there's trade-offs, but they're different kinds. But when I looked around and I looked at, one thing I spent a lot of time researching is what's new in observability. And if you look, if you look around us right now, there's quite a few, observability tools popping into the market, and a lot of those are built on the strength of open telemetry, enabling universal standard instrumentation for things like metrics, logs, and traces, and that has freed up just so much room for people to experiment and invent new things and innovate without having to make these really big investments into instrumenting a Node.js server for the 14th time today, right? And what I noticed, a lot of these new companies have in common is that they all look a lot like Honeycomb from a technology perspective. They're bringing together metrics, logs, and traces. They're putting it in a wide column store database, and so you get infinite cardinality, and you can do these really interesting queries, and you can see what's different and what's similar, and it's like that's all a lot like Honeycomb. And one of the things I've learned over the years is that one of the biggest indicators that you've got it right is when you have people copying you.
Right.
And I figured, hey, if you're gonna, why mess with the knockoff? Just go straight to the source, right? So I'm very, I think they've got I've said this before, I've always been impressed by what they've built, right? They've built this amazing tool for experts. I think what is different about them and a lot of people is because they have this strong foundation to build on, we can take that and go towards something that is for everyone. Because I think Honeycomb gets a little bit of a bad rap as being like this really complicated, hard to use thing. And it, depending on how you're approaching it, it can be or can't be. But one thing that I think we can do better at is being, a product literally for everybody, right? No matter where you are on your understanding of observability, your journey towards it. I've read the Charity's book, and it's a great book. Not everyone wants to read a 3 or 4 books before they start using a product, right? So, and this isn't just Honeycomb, this is everyone in kind of this space. We make it really hard for people to just jump in and find answers to problems. And I think it's interesting if you think back to, 10, 15 years ago, companies like New Relic, how did they get started? They got started providing pretty straightforward answers to common questions in things like Ruby applications. And we've lost that a little bit with all of this observability pipelines and AI and secret scanning. All the breadth of things you can do now has made everything very complex. And now the tools are almost equally as complex as the things that you're trying to observe with the tools. So to that end, I think we have a really great proof point of how this can work. So last week we introduced Honeycomb for Kubernetes, which is an opinionated, basically an opinionated set of features on top of Honeycomb that let you really quickly and easily get started sending OpenTelemetry data from your Kubernetes cluster, from your application to Honeycomb, and then we curate that data. We only give you what you need to know, as an application developer, because there's a lot of, Kubernetes is super complex, tons to it. You don't need all that data though to understand how is Kubernetes affecting your app and vice versa. So we curate that data stream, we give you exactly what you need, we put it in places that are easy for you to access, and we guide you to it. We say, hey, we see you're using Kubernetes, so we're going to just show you these things. And I think that's an example of how these very powerful platforms can be used to provide these really curated experiences that don't require you to necessarily read all these books first.
So, I have my own theory. Surprise.
Hit me with it.
So I think when you look at the observability space, right, and especially as it relates to companies that look similar to Honeycomb, there's a couple of reasons. One is sort of, I call, a parallel evolution. You got a certain fact pattern, a certain problem you're trying to solve, and there's a lot of ways to skin the cat, but if you truly do have the best way to solve the problem, other people are going to come at it and come to that same conclusion.
Sure.
So parallel evolution. Secondly, is just flat out copycats, right? There's always people, and I've been in tech, Austin, longer than you.
Oh, sure.
There's someone who says, we could do what they do and just change some of the names to protect the innocent and do it cheaper and better, or at least cheaper.
Cheaper, yeah. No, imitations is a serious form of flattery, right?
Absolutely. So there is that as well. But then I think unique to observability is not, in spite of what you might say, is not an easy problem to solve.
Absolutely.
Right? And I think one of the big successes of the CNCF was moving beyond Kubernetes to open source projects like OpenTelemetry, like Prometheus, that allowed the whole community access to these tools that gave us the insights and the ability to wrap our arms around the data, because observability is a big data issue in many ways.
You're exactly right. I think that's one of the things. So it's been on the topic of OpenTelemetry. I've been involved in that since the beginning. I was actually, I just was elected to the OpenTelemetry Governance Committee, which we make sure it's working for end users and contributors alike, right?
Yep.
So one of the things that we're doing right now is we're really trying to take a look at where are things in the project. And I was talking about this earlier this week at Observability Day, where the things that we set out to do 5 years ago, we have done. We said we were going to have metrics, traces, logs. We were going to deprecate open tracing, deprecate open census, and have this stuff done. Now, at the time, we said we'd do it in 6 months. So it took a little bit longer than that. However, we've achieved our original goals. And now the question becomes, where do we go from here? So I think there's a couple of things that involves, but one of them, to your point about data, is I think open telemetry is really proving to be a black swan event for the entire monitoring / observability industry, because it's changed. Previously, you would have these vertically integrated, instrumentation, storage, query, visualization, alerting, all these things at the top, and it was all really bound together. But now with OpenTelemetry, it knocks it all on its side, because now the instrumentation, the actual data itself, is down here and it's independent of everything above it. Which means that the storage can now become sort of independent. The query layer can become independent. The visualization layer can become independent. And I think the future of observability tools looks a lot less like a platform where you're just getting every single possible thing you could want in the same provider, and more almost like a toolbox of best-in-class tools that different teams are going to use, and it's all going to operate on sort of the shared data layer, this data lake. And how companies are going to differentiate themselves is going to be two ways. One, how they help you manage this tsunami of data that OpenTelemetry gives you, and building those curated experiences and figuring out what you need to know and what you can kind of throw away or you can look at later. And two, building really interesting and unique sort of visualization, alerting, understandability kind of tooling.
Absolutely. Now,
it's cool.
I don't want to make it all about OpenTelemetry, but look, it's the second largest project in the CNCF, and for good reason.
Yeah. And
one of the interesting things about Honeycomb, though, you spoke about it earlier about it being an original, is Honeycomb was offering solutions in this area before there was an OpenTelemetry.
Yeah. I mean, I see Honeycomb has always had a very hey, just send us what you got, right? You can have data that works in Honeycomb even if it's not OpenTelemetry data. If you have your own internal tool you've built that gives you these wide context-rich events with some sort of correlation ID on them, then we'll accept that. You send us JSON and we'll take it. What OpenTelemetry lets you do is it's those curated experiences, right? Because if you're just sending us stuff, we don't have semantic information, we don't have the metadata to actually know, what is your environment like, what is your architecture like. OpenTelemetry gives that kind of structure, and we can build a lot of cool stuff on top of that structure. So a really great example is if you're in Honeycomb, there's a little field on the side, and all of the different attributes that you have in your data show up there. You can search through them. And so you see things like K8s dot, foo.bar.baz, whatever. We can just populate that with the description of what it does that comes with it through OpenTelemetry. So if you're an engineer and you're like, I'm getting an alert on something and I don't know what this does, we just tell you right there, right? And I think goes to the point. OpenTelemetry frees us up, and really the rest of the industry, from having to kind of build that base layer, and lets us focus on actually providing really good experiences for our customers, so that they can build better experiences for their customers.
I love it. I want to move away from OpenTelemetry, I want to come back to your new role.
All right.
Director of Open Source.
Yeah.
What's that mean exactly?
So, what I'm looking to do is a couple things. Honeycomb has always been a big part of the OpenTelemetry community. But one thing people don't realize is that we're very cloud native. Honeycomb runs on Kubernetes. We have a very modern, stack, and we rely on a lot of the open source technologies that the CNCF has its home there. So one thing I'm really interested in doing is giving back almost, right? We we announced it, but it's not like it's not a secret, so I can tell you.
Okay,
but,
let's not get in trouble. But
yeah, no, we're not going to get in trouble. But so one thing we announced very recently is Honeycomb for open source, and we're partnering with the Linux Foundation. Any Linux Foundation or CNCF project that needs observability for their project, we are offering complimentary paid Honeycomb accounts to, right? And it's things like that where we can go and we can give back to the people that are helping build the software that powers, the world at this point. So the other thing is we're really trying to figure out how we can invest and grow the open telemetry community, grow the cloud native observability community, right? Because the way I look at it, the more of these projects and the more of these tools, your databases, whatnot, if they're emitting open telemetry data, then they are able to be used with Honeycomb. So we want to help inspire that, and we want to help, teach people like, hey, this is how you do this, and this is, why it's beneficial. So, and then, some Austin stuff.
Some Austin
Maybe
stuff.
no more Animal Crossing DevOps conferences, but we'll see.
All right, we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
Hey, man, I'm glad you landed here, though. I think it's a great match, Honeycomb and Austin Parker. No matter where you are, you do good stuff, man. Always a pleasure. Austin Parker, Director of Open Source at Honeycomb. What, board member of Open Telemetry?
Governance Committee.
Governance Committee of Open Telemetry.
Governance.
We're here live in Chicago. We're going to wrap up day 2 shortly, so hang in there. We'll be right back. Jersey. Hey everyone, thanks for joining us here on our Techstrong network. We're wrapping up day 2 of our coverage from AWS reInvent. It's been a busy day. You know, most of the day we're here in our studio at the Wynn, but we did have a chance to walk down and mingle a little bit with, I don't know, the unwashed masses of people.
Of your closest friends.
Yes. Of my closest friends. I did see some people we knew, but sure. Anyway, we wanted to wrap up today, though, with Shira Rubinoff, our Chief Cybersecurity Officer, and Mitchell Ashley, our Chief Technology Officer, Principal Analyst, GM of Techstrong Research, and just kind of give you our views on what we, for those of you who can't be here, on what we see going down at reInvent and what we're hearing. And of course, we invite you to, if you didn't get a chance to catch any of the stream live today, the videos will be available on demand. I think by next week they'll be on Techstrong TV, and you'll be able to access them on Techstrong.tv. But let's go through what was news today and what did you guys think about. Shira, if you want to go first.
Sure. Well, I was pretty much in the studio most of the day interviewing some really cutting-edge companies over here at AWS. A whole bunch of them have great partnerships they announced with AWS, really at the forefront of their fields. Some of the companies I spoke to today were Commvault, Coder, and Elastio, and I encourage everybody to check them out and take a look at Techstrong TV, and they'll be on the YouTube channel as well, and interviews to be following if you missed them live, so stay tuned. Got to meet some other great folks who came up to say hello and have some discussions with us here at Techstrong, and just a lot coming out of the pipes. And Mitch, what did you see today?
Well, I'm sure we're going to talk about AI soon, but before
Wait, is that a topic that people are at?
I heard a little bit about this week.
Sure.
It seemed like everybody that we talked to this week was talking something about their relationship, their partnering relationship with AWS, their position in the marketplace, adding expertise, areas where they're now expanding their products. We met with Dynatrace as one of the companies, for example, adding security, to their expertise profile. It just points back to me of how vital, I think back when AWS started, I was enamored not with the computing platform, but with the web browser to be able to do all this with the credit card. Now I think it's really the marketplace that fuels and powers this whole ecosystem, right? I mean, it's Amazon, but it's everything happening on top of it. And so much of it, and we work with Amazon too, I mean, that marketplace really is the driver of so much business for the partners as well as Amazon itself.
It's true. You mentioned also that security built in. And I think that's been a theme a lot of the companies are talking about when utilizing the Amazon Web Services. They're talking about migration to the cloud and having not to deal with too much of security issues because they have it already looped into it, which is something really important. And one thing I do want to highlight is, organizations, they have to deal with not just the perimeter of the cloud, but the security within the cloud as well. And that's a whole nother area of security that's going to be shone upon in the next little while.
Yeah. Mitchell, listening to you mention the marketplace, I'm reminded, remember our friend Andrew Greeley, and Andrew's out there. Yeah.
Mate
from Australia, living in Washington now. But I remember when the iPhone first came out, I'll confess, I was a Windows Phone user.
Windows Phone.
Windows Phone. I loved it. It did a lot of things, and I was a Windows person. I wasn't a Mac person at that point. And I said, and Andrew was a Mac fanboy, always was, Apple fanboy. And I said, Andrew, I don't see what's so great about this phone. He said, oh, mate, he has a real heavy Aussie accent. Mate, you don't get it, mate. It's not the phone, it's the apps. It's the apps.
Yeah,
it's going to be the App Store.
and
They
all
didn't
that.
call it the App Store then,
Yeah.
but, and that really is the power of the iPhone. And whether it's a Google phone now or an Android.
Google Play.
It's the apps that make that platform.
Yeah.
I think that's the secret sauce of AWS. It's the marketplace and the offerings on that marketplace that make the public cloud, AWS, what it is. I mean, there's a lot of functionality built into AWS, but it's the integration of the marketplace and the hundreds and thousands of products and vendors that are available there. And I think what makes reInvent, and why in 10 or 15 years it's grown to rival the biggest tech events, is what I spoke about, I think, with our friends at Dynatrace and then with our friends at Kasten by Veeam. Kasten by Veeam. Is both a horizontal and a vertical integration here. So you've got a double access. You mentioned security. There's security, but there's DevOps and development and operations in many different flavors.
Yeah.
The entire horizontal plane of IT functionality, it's been uplifted right from the data center to the cloud. And AWS covers that all. And the nice thing here about reInvent is you have in full display on that exhibit floor the entire horizontal layout of it. But at the same time, you have the vertical distribution of it. It starts with the AWS platform. That's that platform. But built on top of that platform are all these marketplace vendors, right, at that horizontal layer. And then feeding off them or working off them is a vertical layer of distribution. Your AWS integration partners, your channel partners. How many people have we interviewed and spoken to who maybe aren't even on videos, but we've did traditional interviews with, they come from the channel partners, the division of their companies.
We talk to,
because there's a huge channel play here. And it filters down from there all the way to end users who are here learning. There's many announcements and stuff going on. We can kick into it. But so you've got this horizontal and vertical coming together, but so carefully orchestrated by AWS, because at the end of the day, it's still an AWS user conference.
Yes.
They control every session here, every message you hear, what gets taken up on stage, right? It reminds me of the earlier days of RSA, when RSA conference was owned by RSA.
Yeah.
And it was their keynotes, it was their messaging, it was their crypto, cryptology and so forth. AWS, and this is, look, reInvent's much bigger than RSA ever was already. But they've managed to keep their hand wrapped around it to keep it as a truly AWS user conference. Now, a couple months ago, I was out in San Francisco at Google Next. Google Cloud's big, not as big as AWS, but it's big. They don't have
the same thing.
They don't have that tight control, nor do they have pieces of that horizontal vertical, but not what you see on display here.
So here's the way I think of it is, we talk about open source community, and you can go to GitHub and get all the open source that you want and lots of different sources, whether it's Linux Foundation, et cetera. But this is an ecosystem. You call it a user conference, I think it's an ecosystem conference, right? Because
it's like a combo of both, but that's interesting.
It is, but the users are part of the ecosystem,
yes,
because
100%.
Because, I mean, think about whether you're a startup, I can go to this platform and I can use what I want to use through their marketplace or bring what I'm using with me, or you're an enterprise and I need my system integrator. I need the 52 products that I already use in my data centers that I want to be able to use in the cloud, or the other things I want to add to it, and I can get that from the marketplace. This is the, whether you want to think of it as the Walmart or the high-end Cherry Creek Mall in Denver, where you've got all those stores there. You've got the things that you're looking for here. And you don't have to go very far afield to go find the other things you're looking for. It's accessible, and you can get it through the marketplace. So it's Amazon in the buying side of it, but Amazon for the...
It's almost the Amazon retail experience.
It is.
But you know what? That's almost like taking, exactly as you're both saying, people feel that they're making a difference. They can be part of it as much as they want. They can choose. They have the ability to make it their own. They have the ability to be part of it in terms of the creation or the accessibility. And that's why they feel that they can attach themselves to it so clearly, because it becomes personal. And when it becomes personal, it becomes relevant. And when it's relevant, they want to use it. And I think that's why Amazon had a way to really keep this conference, as you mentioned, so tight-knitted, as you mentioned, so user-friendly. It all ties it all together.
Yeah. And we talk about trust in several conversations, both in interviews and as well as private conversations. I think it's also safe. You know, is this the IBM safe, the Cisco safe buy, right? And nobody gets fired for buying
buy brands like the 90s, huh?
Yes, exactly. We're kind of evolving into the cloud safe environment too. Yeah, I mean, it's not dumb to go to AWS and move my stuff there. It may not be dumb to go to Google or Azure either, but I think it's a kind of a no-brainer. Nobody's going to say, no, we shouldn't do that. Let's have some really good reasons.
That's an interesting point. Yeah.
So beyond kind of our observations there, I know so today, well, Adam, and I always mess up his last name, the president of AWS, Adam Selipsky.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I can never say it
it's
right.
Adam did his keynote today. And, you know, my impression of it was nothing earth-shattering. Right. Nothing earth-shattering. Nothing that I think is an ooh and ah. I didn't see that. That wasn't on my bingo card, right? But again, back to what we were saying about how this conference is organized like that. It's that one step in front of the other, methodical approach.
Steady movements.
Yeah, it's steady.
Steady movements.
Steady as she goes.
Story, right? The continual evolution.
No,
it's the steadfast, the steady, the trusting piece that you can trust until you can't, right? So if you can, you move forward and keep it at a steady pace, as you mentioned, and that's what keeps people feeling they could trust. Always back to the human dynamics. I know I drive it back all the time.
Yeah. You know what else was interesting is, you know, we did some interviews today with Salesforce, not for video and so forth. And you know, so many companies, and Salesforce is a great example of this, right? They built their own infrastructure. You want to call it private cloud, third party, whatever. And they came to I think a lot of companies have so much trust in the AWS ecosystem and infrastructure that they realize that being a cloud provider, a data center operator, wasn't really their business.
And they're not going to be able to replicate this, right?
And I think that, you know, when we talk about companies moving to the cloud, and you hear, 90% of companies have it, you know, in the cloud, but only 10% of their infrastructure is there. So there's that kind of, you know, false narrative.
Sure.
I think we see a second generation now of, oh no, the cloud's safe and the public cloud's the way to go. If you're looking for scalability, if you're looking for steadiness and trust, you can trust this. And that, you know, it's 2005 to 2024. It's almost 20 years, 19 years it's taken us, but we're there.
But there's also, it's not just going blindly. It's really understanding every company is not the same. Every company has to look at themselves as a silo, besides also as an entire ecosystem. But looking at each company, what are the risks? What's their exposure? Who has access to their data? Who has the connections? Who's their third party? Who is updating the data, who can pull it down? So when companies are saying, well, we're just going to put it up in the cloud and we're good, that's never good enough. So really understand your exposure as an organization from a cybersecurity perspective.
Yeah.
It's interesting because, having in the analyst side of the business, you talk to different folks than you talk to in marketing and others. And one of the challenges, I think, for AWS and their partners, it's like going to RSA. How do you stand out in the sea of announcements that are happening? I know even AWS has its own challenge, because you look at the list that we read and the articles and the talks we go to, there's so many announcements, whether it's the contact center or it's the new AI announcement or whatever, programming language, Rust is now, SDK is out. I mean, the list is so long, it's hard to kind of stand out and pick out of the noise. And I think that's part of why we struggle to say the big thing that happened here. Well, it wasn't really a big thing, at least.
Well, I'm going to disagree. I think there was a big thing.
Well, okay, feel free to disagree, and then I'll disagree.
Well, for every company, there's a big thing, because if they're looking at it from their own, they all have their own big things.
Or they're all big things.
So
I mean, that's kind of my point. It's a big thing.
No,
for
they are.
everybody.
It's a big thing. And you get this. It's very.
This
is why PR agencies hate to see releases during these events. Because how do you rise above?
Yeah.
But if I had to pick a big thing, there's no doubt in my mind. The big thing is generative AI.
Well, that's up and coming everywhere, of course.
There's 1,000 AI announcements. Is it the NVIDIA announcement? They're going with a new GH200 chip or whatever it is. Is it the Amazon Q that's the interface to your data?
So I think those are the points of light to the shining AI city on the hill.
Yeah.
To paraphrase someone once. But those are individual points of light.
Yeah.
But taken together, they're a very bright beacon of generative AI is the story. That's the big story here. We're all on it.
But I think the announcements are all pretty pragmatic. I mean, there isn't sort of we're not experiencing the November of 2022 of, generative AI announcement.
Right.
Well, what does this mean and how do we apply it?
Understanding also the risks and the positivity of it. I know we're going back to the security stuff.
Exactly.
But
No, but I also think it's a result of macroeconomic conditions, right? No one's looking for Hail Mary passes right now. Everybody wants to, get down to third and manageable, to use a football analogy, right? You don't want to.
Is football a theme over here?
Yeah, it's always a theme.
Some people over here like football, I think.
Right?
Just a few people in this company are football fans.
TV here
not too many. Yeah.
No, not too many.
I had to teach them a little bit about football. They know nothing.
She's a hockey person. But that being said, I mean, honestly, in people, again, it goes back to what you were saying about trust and steady as she goes. People, everybody wants to own a piece of the rock.
Yeah. Yeah.
And in tight economic times, people gravitate towards that. They want steady as she goes.
They do. It makes them feel secure. Secure means trust. Trust is the buying power, and that's what everyone wants.
Yeah.
But I think there is we don't want to miss the curve, but you don't want to be on the bleeding edge curve all the time, everywhere, especially large enterprise. I mean, so a lot of our conversations were about, okay, ChatGPT, how am I going to use this? How do I make sure my data doesn't get overtaken by the large, language models, the kind of foundational models? Who can sort of set up a trust zone so that my stuff doesn't get incorporated into that?
Yeah.
How do we detect hallucination when it says, 1 kilo doesn't equal the same weight as the same 1 kilo in the same sentence? And those are the ridiculous
I think
things.
Mitchell, those are the, like teaching a toddler to walk. Those are those foundational steps we're going to need to take to build trust, the same way we have trust in the AWS ecosystem, to build trust in generative AI. But here's another observation. This isn't an SMB show.
No.
This is a big enterprise show. The cloud is a big enterprise place.
It doesn't rule out the SMB, but clearly to support the enterprise in the cloud, and Amazon has been working hard to get into the enterprise. And I think you start to see the emergence of that, really being able to, the cast in conversations about, we're talking about fundamentals of how to recover my workflows, how do I move my workflows when something's happened inside a table of a database over here and I need to, those are all blocking and tackling that you've got to have in place to run your business, whether you're small but on a large scale, absolutely.
That's an important point. A lot of companies, when it comes to all different risks or it comes to the next level of what we're going to do, they're like, well, we're not big enough, or we're too big, or we're too small. And it's really every company can be at any place at any time. They have to be secure in terms of security. They have to understand that they're at risk from any type of vector of any type of attack. in terms of can they actually have access if they want to move their data to the cloud. They want to be part of this whole, it's called ecosystem, be part of the next movement in security or the next movement in technology. Everybody can be a player. That's the beauty of where technology is going now and today.
But I think the caveat to that is just because you can
doesn't mean you should. Yeah,
exactly.
That's true.
And I think that is why people come to these conferences.
That's a good business decision. Correct. That's a very good point.
Where's my on-ramp? Where's my off-ramp? Where do I stay at home? Where do I go to the cloud? And I think that's a decision that confronts many large enterprises, especially today, but all organizations of, how much do I offload?
Yeah.
Right, of my infrastructure, of my IT, if it's not core and critical to what I do.
I think there's another part of what we're seeing, and I listened to some of the interviews that you've done, what we've been here is there are companies who also not only want access to this ecosystem, they want to elevate their visibility and understanding and how they can play in this.
Yes.
And that's part of why they come to us is for exposure and guidance and advice about how to do that. But that tells me it's a place to be. You really need to be here. It's not an option for tech vendors.
Right, no, if you're a tech vendor in that horizontal or vertical, you need to
Well, definitely make the play
place
into one of the big tech conferences. There used to be the two really big ones. There's more than two.
Yeah.
And this is certainly a big player. And I'm happy to see all these companies that they took it seriously and they're here.
Yep.
Yeah.
You know what? I want to wrap up quickly and talk about tomorrow.
Oh.
Right, so tomorrow's Wednesday, day 3, here at Salesforce. Excuse me. We just interviewed Salesforce. AWS, it's Dreamforce.
Day here at AWS
at AWS reInvent. It's been a long day, and we have a full day tomorrow.
Yep.
A full day of interviews and commentary and analysis. So we thank you for joining us here on the Techstrong Network, Techstrong TV.
Thank you.
Tomorrow, I think we get started probably around 9:30 or 10 Pacific time. So tune in then. And of course, if we made references to a bunch of the interviews we did. They'll all be available on Techstrong.tv by next week. You can check them out there if you haven't had a chance to join us live. And do follow along. We're also offering plenty of written coverage of our Techstrong team here, led by Mike Vizard, our Chief Content Officer. And that'll be available on DevOps.com. Some articles will be on Techstrong.ai, others on Digital CXO, Security Boulevard, and Cloud Native Now. So until tomorrow then, on behalf of Mitchell Ashley, Shira Rubinoff, and myself, have a great day, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
See you back here.
Bye.